Hurry, tick, tock. We coming, we coming. Start it up, start it up, start it up. Don't be scared. Time is up, time is up, time is up. We coming. When there's time left, we don't waste time. You just died on the battlefield of 8 times. It ain't like you win if you ain't down. It's you versus me, and you know that we ain't down. Got your whole team, but we ain't trying. How you the leader, but you scared, man, you stay high. Getting mad, turn the chat to a rage line. And we ain't playing when we say that it's game time. Look, you running out of time, yo. Leave it on a high note. You ain't ever winning, so you might as well leave it with your pride, bro. Don't come for me, that's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming. Look, you're dealing with the savagery, time is seeping out drastically while your squad is in agony. Better lead on the strategy, beating you is a staggering. You will leave as a casualty, it'll be deemed as a tragedy. You're exploring every option, I know that you are imagining all the info you're gathering. Your reaction is flattering, cause you know it ain't happening. Hope you know it ain't happening. We come at like what's happening? What's happening? Look, you running out of time, yo. Leave it on a high note. You ain't ever winning, so you might as well leave it with your pride, bro. Don't come for me, that's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming. Don't come for me, that's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. I don't think they heard me. Don't come for me, that's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. We coming, tick, tock. Game over.
They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. They don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Out here like we some friends. Let me show my lens up. Shit, I pull my pins up. It's just a bit of static in your eyes. I can see panic, boy. Don't you try to mess up, or else you need to clean up. Collecting all them checks up, and then you scream off fix up. Man, all these rappers out here cat. I'm not even mad at that. If you're ready to dry to your lies, just give me a Sonic. I am fine with that. I guess that's just the difference. It's your girl, I put some kisses. Had her all up in my mentions and her feelings. Plus she's Spanish. From this pressure, I make diamonds. That's why my pen is so polished. I was done with being modest, cause my bro was suicidal. Had my life all up in shambles. That's the cost of being an artist. But I do it all again if I'm being completely honest. What is life? Am I even real? Am I in a simulation? Tell me, how can I tell? Tracks on the shelf, broke the damn shelf. Why my out here losing weight like a Dell? He was in his bag, but it wasn't himself. So when I let him down, he probably needed help. He was walking around these streets with some damage. I think we all walk around with some baggage. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, They don't wanna see me win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend,
No power form against me, boy, shall ever prosper. Winning with the team and then go order lobster. That's all we know, round table like a mobster. Put the fake in line and win like it's structure. All we wanna see is W's, no new friends, no none of you. All your real comical, we gon' see who stands when the summers do. Play pretend, see it chronicles, y'all mostly loud like carnivals. Ooh, I know your type, really should've been your known sight. For the glory, I press no brakes, you know I fight. Got that chip on my shoulder, right? I remember well when they all declined. Tripping like a and they all of, but I kept it rolling like I'm Dolomite. Even through it all, you know I rise like the chosen one, you know, like Christ.
They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. No. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, no, yeah. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, no, yeah. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, no, yeah. You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, no, yeah, right now.
Kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my chips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. Cause we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Push it again, never complain, we overcame all of the stress. Making my change, making my luck, playing my aim. One of these brothers is different the same. Don't you compare me to none of these lames. Travel these paths, folks in the road, over rainbows, for parts of the gold. Stack up the goals, we're ready to go. I said it, I meant it, I'm ready to get it. I'm out on the road. We done came a long way. Never listen what the other side say. Yeah, we traveled on, kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my chips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. Cause we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Top floor down, penthouse dreams. We here now. We made it. Never coming down. Reaching for the clouds, overcame it all. We here now, we made it. Hey, we done came a long way. Never listen what the other side say. Yeah, we traveled on, kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my chips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. Cause we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall.
Set it off. No justice, no peace. Set it off. Set it off. Set it off. No justice, no peace. So we set it off. It's time to jump in the mix. Stand for something again. Fight for the right for your life. Remember and never forget. Gold all on my collar, king. I am Mufasa, straight up and up down. Honor me like I'm my father. I'm like the moment of time when you flee or you fight. This the line at the bottom, the height of my life. What's wrong or what's right? The pressure to fold, but I'm from the dirt and I'm solid as gold. Power to the people, power to the people. Got the right to bear arms when you fighting evil. Went from picking cotton to threading the needle. Now all we do is stun like Evil Knievel. Set it off. Set it off. Set it off. No justice, no peace. Set it off. scars looking like survival. A million man march, that's revival. The writings on the wall, that's all I know. Got the slave master spook like you seen a ghost. It's all truth in my dialogue. I live for the same things I die for. Gold on my collar, excuse me, your honor. You're looking at a king and I will not be conquered. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. Power to the people, set it off. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. Power to the people, set it off.
Bitch, I'm on the top of that high rise, switching up the flow. I'm a fly guy. I don't really know about your timeline, but I need your time right. I just left the house, went straight to the bank. I was smelling great, ayy. Smile on my face, I wonder what I bought today. That's a lot of haze, dripping like a wave. Silver surfer mode, call me Young Galactus, cause I'm surging through the cosmos. Yeah, hop up out that weight, what? I forgot what I was saying. You just want that pay cut. You might need a different plan, is that why you don't say much? Running around like you the man, you claim you want that fame, but never seen you working for the bank. Custom made, Louis Vuitton, my baby got it on. Swear that we be dripping like the faucet when there's something wrong. Yeah, I'm feeling incredible, I might just let it go, only be puffing a ganja. Medical lava got hot as the sauna of Mexico. Every day working, they stop it, I never could.
I don't wanna watch from the sidelines, reading all the headlines, got me feeling like fuck all of the stop signs. These nights I don't wanna wait, I want a green light. Beachside, don't wanna stay on the east side. Whoa.
And I'ma keep it 100 regardless. Yeah. If you feel the connection, we bonding. Yeah. All together now. The only one I'm competing with is me. Don't hate me, great, let go, that is who killed me. 1440 in a day. You gonna take the time or just let it all waste away? This is for the ancestors, the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, the answers. This is for the ancestors, the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, the answers. Hey, tell them what it is. Tell them what it is. Wait a minute now. You in charge of your kids. Now hold on just a minute now. Tell them what it is. Tell them what it is. You hold the keys inside. Stop looking everywhere. Come on. We won't be no fool. Rain doesn't fall on just one roof. If you look out the window, waiting for sunshine, you just passed the time that left behind. Now wait a minute now. This is for the ancestors, for the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, for the answers. This is for the ancestors, for the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, for the answers. I came here to be great. You should be great too. Know you got much weight. Take the weight off you. I came here to be great. You should be great too. I know you got much weight. Take the weight off you.
Easy. Okay. Easy. All right now. All right. This is intercourse of the intellect. Soul, spirit, liberate. Easy. Okay. You great man. Be great. You great woman. Be great.
Yeah, life of the lawless. I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and don't ceasefire. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, I will arise. Yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. I am divine. I am designed to only be broken, and never defied. I conquered the earth, play with the stars and live in the sky. My power is flawless. I'm the strongest alive. Yeah, I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, I will arise. Yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Yeah. The kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Life of the lawless, I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution, I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times, spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and don't ceasefire. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah.
I'm in the Cayman Islands wildin' while I'm bustin' up the silence. I'm denying all vaginas who be claiming that they rhyming. Bust up in it like a bando, way too much to handle. I should let you know I know my haters really fans though. Wow, yeah, why the hell you mad? Look, I'm just being me. Mess around and break the bank. She might shake it on the dash. Had her screaming like a mad. Way ahead you niggas, live your future in my past. Whip it like a flip phone. Oh, she loved the bone. All you niggas big bandwagons on my shit. No, you can hop up off that. I just got my sauce back. So way out my mother loving mine. I think I lost that. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. My 007, yeah, there is no telling, yeah. What I might do next, what I might have in here. What I might have in here. Yeah, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. Tell Roger to copy, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. Tell Roger to copy that. Let's go. Mama raised a millionaire, self-made winner here. Nigga, you a copy of a copy. Build a bear. I only fear the fear of fair, and that's not in here. You couldn't even say you ballin' if you had a pair. Watch out, donuts like the cop out. So much time in music, man, I swear I never clock out. Turn extra notes to knockouts, make them wanna tap out. Now they tryna find me, kinda like the trap out. I just had to flip mode, I be hella lit, stove, whip it hella loud. You can feel it from the 6th floor. I'm a Caribbean girl, shake it like a disco. I just had to lay it down for this show. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go.
I'm the best, give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. This a game you don't wanna play. Take chances, make it happen. Took all of my L's like practice. Bounce back to the top like magic. All you need is hard work plus passion. Everything I wanted, I imagined. Sky was the limit till we blew right past it. The only goal is trying to go faster. We can't go backwards. So if you upset, just say that. Record it for yourself for the playback. I use success as my payback, so take that. We don't fabricate cause it's fake, we just stay facts. Believe me when I say this, we up next to be the greatest. It ain't organic if you fake it till you make it. Knew this day would come, I could taste it. I was not born to be basic, was born to bleed greatness. Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one.
Young Neo, Craig to your Debo. Calm at the line, it's a free throw. Talent God-given, this divine like a cheat code. Multiply, grind, bottom line, we ain't equal. Better go to the tape and then check the tactics. I've been on the mic where they've been laying on the mattress. Whole army out on the march and we bring the madness. Someone tell the analysts to add up all the factors. If they only head for self-defense. They been at home and I've been in the trench. I smell blood, yeah, I caught a scent. I'm in my zone, I ain't gonna miss. I've been to war, man, I took the hits. It don't matter if you're venomous. I've grown immune to the poison. My blood's still boiling. Always moving forward in conflict, I don't avoid it. I'm never stopping, I'm getting it till it's won. I get it done in my blood, got the code DNA, you know one.
Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, yeah, I'm the one. Yeah, yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, yeah, I'm the one.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Here, puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend now. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. I hear niggas. They don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win, right? Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend out here. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win, right? Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend out here like we some friends. Let me show my lens up. Shit, I pull my pins up. But just a bit of static in your eyes, I can see panic, boy. Don't you try to mess up, or else you need to clean up. Collecting all them checks up, and then you scream, I'll fix them. Man, all these rappers out here cat, I'm not even mad at that. If you're ready to dry to your lies, just give me a Sonic, I am fine with that. I guess that's just the difference. Hit your girl up for some kisses, had her all up in in my mentions and her feelings. Plus she's Spanish. From this pressure I make diamonds. That's why my pen is so polished. I was done with being modest, cause my bro was suicidal. Had my life all up in shambles. That's the cost of being an artist. But I do it all again if I'm being completely honest. What is life? Am I even real? Am I in a simulation? Tell me how can I tell? Tracks on the shelf, broke the damn shelf. Why my nigga out here losing weight like Adele? He was in his bag, but it wasn't himself. That's when I let him down, he probably needed help. He was walking around these streets with some damage. I think we all walk around with some baggage. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, They don't wanna see me win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend,
No power form against me, boy, shall ever prosper. Winning with the team and then go order lobster. That's all we know, round table like a mobster. Put the fake in line and win like instruction. All we wanna see is W's, no new friends, no none of you. All you real comical, we gon' see what stands when the summers do. Play pretend, see it chronicles, y'all mostly loud like carnivals. Ooh. I know you're tight, really should've been, you know, on sight. For the glory, I press no brakes, you know I fight. Got a chip on my shoulder, right? I remember well when they all declined. Tripping like a and they all of, but I kept it rolling like I'm Dolomite. Even through it all, you know I rise like the chosen one, you know, like Christ.
They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend,
Welcome back to First 10 2025 for our final day of Round Robin. It is do or die ahead of semifinals, as today we're saying goodbye to one of our 5 teams. One thing is for certain, it calls down to this and these last 2 matches today. I'm Laure, and to take you through all the action today, I'm joined by Chronicler and freshly arrived Emily. How are you doing? Nice to have you here. Nice to have you both here.
Yeah, it's gonna
nice
be
to
fun.
have
you
and you here. And you, Mao. You're going to be in charge of us today because it's going to be a stressful day for us, I feel.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. You know, my team is doing well. Haven't lost a series yet. I think my vibes are great.
Yeah. Well, there's no levels of stress that can match the passion of 2 KT fans. So I feel like we're going to be fine here. Today, there's a lot of stuff that we have to go through, but let's have some fun, shall we, ahead of this day? Because we've seen throughout the regions and this tournament, Fearless brings the unpredictable. And when that draft timer is counting down, you have to react and respond quickly. Now, we're not going to do crazy drafts here, but I still want to put my analyst reaction and recall time to the test against Twitch chat.
I'm looking at you.
Are you sure you don't want us to do drafts? I feel like
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't know.
we
I don't know if we can beat
do
chat.
better.
Twitch chat is notoriously never wrong and
I
very
promise
smart.
you're gonna love it. On
They're
the
also
screen,
really fast.
you're gonna see 3 emojis that we see here, and you'll have to tell me what champion this is. We'll measure who gets it faster, analysts or chats, and crown the champion. You'll have 2 minutes to get through as many as you can and as fast as you can. And if you fail to do so, well, in 10 seconds we can move on. And it is time to play.
All right.
Emojiji. Shout out to my producer for that one.
Okay.
Let's get into the first one. Are you guys ready?
Can we just guess as many as we want?
We just shout out names.
All right.
Lisa.
Let's go. Correct. Next.
Twitch.
Correct. Next.
Gwen.
I made this one.
Oriana.
Oriana. Next. Correct.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this?
Nico.
Oh, nice.
Whoa.
Great.
Okay.
Next.
Sari?
Saya.
All right. Next. You don't get this one.
Oh,
It's
Tristana. Okay.
Checo.
All right. Next.
Chin.
Nice. Nice. Next.
Oh, you're so good at this.
Timo.
This one is hard, I feel.
Silas?
4, 3,
No.
2, 1.
Nocturne. No. Oh, Thrush. Yeah. Vladimir.
Vladimir. That was
Right.
a freebie.
Yeah.
Next.
I think we would have gotten that one though.
Yumi.
Yay. We don't want to see Yumi in draft though.
Yeah,
so
please no.
Not this guy. Next.
Olaf.
Pretty good, but
Oh,
no.
Oh.
All right, next one.
Marner? No. Yeah?
Nice. Next one.
Silas?
That's Silas.
No.
Oh, it's Briar.
I love this
blood
emoji.
drop. Yeah.
Oh my god, the
Briar,
feed.
yeah. 30 seconds on the clock, all right?
Seraphine? Sona?
4, 3, 2, 1. Next one.
What was it?
Yeah.
Oh, the reflect.
The reflect.
Yeah.
All right, final round here.
Lux?
Oh, yeah. You're probably right.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
So
Oh, Zoe.
Yeah. The emoji
I forgot about her.
man,
All right,
you
a
started
couple
off
more.
strong.
I know.
Can we get a couple more in?
For spring.
That is it all. You guys did good.
Did we?
Not
do you have a
bad.
count?
We kind of ran it down at the end.
I mean, you demolished Twitch, honestly.
Whoa!
I was
Let's
you
go!
were just so much faster
That's
than
crazy.
them.
Let's go.
Actually, well done, guys. And Twitch chat, well, get better, I guess. Today, the LPL and the ADC and the LTA are holding their breath with all eyes on the 2 remaining seats in first 10 semifinals. HLE and CFO are locked into the semifinals already. Recap of the stakes here for TS and Team Liquid. Their fate is in their own hands. KC can only make it if CFO wins. What do we think of those odds, guys?
Well, CFO have had, in my opinion, the breakout performance, right, of the tournament. They really, I don't think, were, even from fans of the region, expected to do this well in particular, getting as decisive as their victories were. So that does bode well, you know, if you're a European fan and you're looking at that.
Yeah.
So far, so good, but it is TS, and I think their inconsistency kind of cuts both.
TS,
It cuts both
let
ways.
me tell you.
A couple
LPL fans do not have confidence in TS.
I mean, that's the thing. Even they don't trust the team. Even the players maybe don't trust themselves. They're battling more against themselves than they're battling on the Rift. Today, we are seeing cracks, though, in HLE's armor after KC was able to take a game off of them yesterday. But will TL be able to do the same and potentially more? Later today, we'll have TL against HLE in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In the final series, to close out the round-robin stage, Hanwha Life will look to secure the 4-0 run against Team Liquid in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Team Liquid, on the other hand, will have to pull out all the stops, with their only win thus far coming from Carmine Corp.
Now the exhaust going in. Kliss has to make the difference, has to take down Jan, but he is not enough. Even with the cat mounted to his back, he manages to find one, tries to get another. Targamas demounted. TL taking everything.
Hanwha has felt untouchable this tournament thus far, only dropping a single hard-fought game to KC. Aside from that, they have breezed through the tournament, even picking Zed on match point.
Level 6 Zed, though, still going to put on that pressure. The Ignite is coming in. Zeka, one last auto, doesn't need it, as down will go Hongq.
Here on the last day of the round-robin stage, can Team Liquid finish what KC started?
What surprised me the most over the years is the fact that I feel like when you're Western teams, you have to rely on the element of surprise, especially against the LCK. And I do feel like it's those wacky, crazy picks that usually make a difference.
Yeah, and it's not just wacky, crazy picks, right? It's things that make sense in draft. I remember HLE, we watched HLE battle FlyQuest at Worlds. And the Nunu really threw them for a loop.
Oh my god, what is this?
This is demonic Nunu and Ivern.
It is diabolical, honestly. But it was diabolical in game.
That's
terrifying.
We were looking forward to a cursed Photoshop and we got it. So here are some nice Nunu highlights, by the way. Nunu highlights are difficult to pull, let's just say. But I think the big thing is that it kind of has to be offbeat a little bit and maybe something they're not used to facing more frequently, but then something that goes well into what they want to do, right? Which is what happened here with HLE versus FlyQuest. And I also think even though they have seen Ivern a little bit more frequently this past split, they looked a little bit thrown for a loop when it started making a difference in those later team fights.
Yeah, we've also seen Peanut play it himself to no great success.
I was
definitely his games on the Ivern have look great. And I really want to highlight what Emily is saying. It needs to fit in a draft, it needs to catch them off guard, and the team needs to play well, right? And I think that's why it's much more complicated than just saying pick something weird. You need to really fulfill all this, and I think that's what we saw particularly, again, going back to FlyQuest. They actually met all those conditions, which allowed them to really put the pressure on. And the same goes for KC here. If they don't play the way that they did, if Kalist doesn't go, what was it, 17-2 on Jhin?
Wild.
Which was crazy, particularly given that that wasn't an easy Jhin game to play, I think is the main thing that we want to focus on.
Well, then the small point, right, is this is something that Yike is so comfortable playing too, right? So it fits all those criteria as well. Like it fits in the comp, and it's also something that he is going to default to as a comfort pick.
He's been memed for this, being the tree master of the LEC. I'm just wondering how much you can innovate with champions like this, but that's the story for later today, because in the first match, we have CFO against TS. So let's quickly check the stakes for this game, because CFO, they're already locked. They're already locked. And if they win, KC will lock semifinals. I feel like France is the biggest fan of oysters this morning. Looking at this game, if TS wins,
oysters are great.
TES and TL will lock semifinals, and KC will be eliminated. That's
a lot.
That's a deep sigh.
I know. I'm low-key stressed here.
Yeah, it's such an interesting scenario, and I think a lot of it does come from both the TES loss that they got against KC, which really came out of nowhere, particularly given KC's early performance, and again, how well the Oysters have been playing, because that for me is the main thing. I did not expect them. I expect them to take games, not just 2-0 people across the board.
Yeah, and I think they've been really good at capitalizing on mistakes. And I want to point out, this is Hongq's first international performance,
17.
and he's so good. Like, he is someone who I heard coming up on CFO's academy team, and now facing off against Cream, who is not a rookie but is a much more recent LPL mid laner, had to go through a lot of really legacy names during top esports lower bracket run to get here. And the big thing to me is that Hongq is coming in at a really cool time after APAC merged, after Maple, who is one of my favorite players out of the region, retired. I think it's been really amazing to see Hongq step up and have some really great performances on his first international stage.
And immediately uphold the legacy of getting wins in really high-stakes scenarios, right? Yeah. And I think a lot of that was through him, his individual performance. And I can't wait to see what he's going to bring here today, because I think that him in particular and how he matches up with Junja has been one of the coolest things to watch about this roster.
And that's the thing. We know exactly what this CFO roster is about. TES on the other side, I'm sorry, guys. I really don't know what to think. For me, it's their inconsistencies that made them consistent at internationals.
I've watched this team so long. I think, yeah, the big thing is like, okay, how many times are we going to see this kind of happen on the international stage? And obviously, Jackie Love is a huge part of it. And Doggo is really interesting too, coming out because he was in the LPL. And I believe his current record against Jackie Love, if I'm not mistaken, is 13-2. For Jackie. But I think the big thing here is that these bot laners are going to have such a crucial part, and Jackie has been the consistency in some of these TES international,
inconsistencies.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when TES qualified an international event, you're like, oh man.
And
what is it going to happen
again? What is this going to look like, right?
And it's not fair to put it just on him, right? Like there have been many swaps. I think the Tian swap is one that people always going to look at. I think at this tournament, he hasn't even been the main problem. It's been Kanavi in particular. Yeah. But one thing that Jackie Love does need to fix if they don't want to get clobbered here today by the Oysters is their early laning, because I think that particularly how they play around jungle pressure has been wildly lacking, and it means that TES is so much worse off than they were domestically when they get into mid-game and when they get into the early fights.
Yeah, it's a lot of things too, because I think one thing that Top Esports was really good at domestically was getting advantages off of lane swaps and doing a lot of early map trades and like reassigning lane assignments. We don't have lane swaps anymore. I know you guys are all happy about that. But I think TES are still definitely adjusting to that. They've come into some of these fights where it seemed like they're playing with advantages that they don't necessarily have. And then the miscommunication between jungle and the rest of the team has been really apparent. And it also doesn't help that Kanavi has had some just individual mistakes.
I want to know what the fans think, actually, about this matchup at Mastercard.gg on X, and they're calling match for CFO.
Oh, yeah.
70.7% of the votes.
That's a lot of New Oyster fans.
You know what? I feel like there's a lot of KC fans voting here.
Oh, those are really cute posters.
That's really good. The fan signs have been adorable at LOL Park here. But honestly, beginning of the tournament, I would not have predicted this one at all.
The fact that it was close, or the fact that I actually think, obviously, as you point out, Casey's fan base, I think, has a large hand. But Oysters, with their performance, I actually think this is a really tough one to call, right? We're not doing predictions, but if we did, I don't know. It really depends on the form, and I think CFO have momentum behind them, whereas TS don't.
That's the thing. Form of the day usually can change a lot, can mean a lot for teams. TES is playing to survive, while CFO is here to play spoiler and bring Casey into semi with them. Let's see what happens today.
상대편의 다음 수를 미리 예측하며 영민하고 치열하게 모두가 숨죽이며 카드를 고릅니다.
我觉得在每一天都在慢慢的进步吧，就越打越好的感觉。
原本我以为每天打完比赛就要搭飞机了，就
3인이면 다르죠?
차렷 자세에 터질 확률이 있어가지고
들어갑니다!
그래도 한번 밀어내고 뒤로 타고 나오고 렛츠!
结果想不到可以有那么好的成绩，所以不管是滔博还是韩华，我们都会尽我们最大的表现去打，然後这边可以赢下来。
죽어도 돼요. 이러고 열어보거든요. 먹으면서 와! 까르미 콤보를 크랩까지
我觉得首先就是像我们今天在对阵 KC 里面，然后我们在这里比赛里面犯的失误，肯定是不能同样的出现在对战 CFO 的比赛里面发生了。然后还有就是我们已经就是可以更加认真一点，就对待比赛以及在游戏里面的一些准备，我们得做得更好一些。
比较需要注意去他们的下路对线吧，他们下路对线选得很强势，然后。
JK 到我走下路的话，想展现出面貌的话，就是成为全世界就是比较优秀的下路组合吧。我们打 CFO 是肯定能获得胜利的。
Chris 选手很喜欢对我放狠话吧？之前在 LPL 赛区都是你赢我嘛，我会赢下你们的。
那就证明给我看。
There's definitely still a gap between the eastern two regions, but that's not to say that the gap is massive. You know, at MSI last year, G2 took down TES Worlds. Everyone saw Gen.G be pushed to 5 games versus FlyQuest. Honestly, it just gives people more hope.
일단은 최대한 저희가 이제 라이너들이 다 잘하고 이제 중국 서포터들도 잘 케어해주는 밸런스적으로 잘 맞춰진 팀이라 생각해서
I often think about how much time I sacrifice just for this game and for this team.
일단은 국제전을 우승한 게 아니기 때문에 말할 수 없다고 생각하고 있고 국제전을 우승해야만 그렇게 말할 수 있다고 생각합니다.
To be honest, I think HLA are probably the best team here, but that doesn't mean they're unbeatable. We still didn't come into this tournament to lose.
충분히 게임 다 이길 수 있다고 생각해서 잘 믿고 가는 것 같습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk for the First Stand 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by a familiar face here in Wolf. Wolf, we have a big day. There are 3 teams fighting for their lives. One of them isn't actually going to be here today. Thankfully, they have brought their oysters with them, and they're going to be here in our first match.
So much pressure on Flying Oyster. The rivalries here between, you know, a constantly changing named region here that Flying Oyster represents, and the LPL. Doggo, a former LPL player, playing against his former support, and so many French fans, so many KC fans rooting on this team. Many KC fans who might not have even known this team's name before this tournament, now desperately hoping for them to take this upset win against TS. And the question we have to ask really is it an upset? Because with what we're seeing with our eyes in the eye test, right now it looks like Flying Oyster is the stronger team. The question becomes, will the TES we know, the TES we saw win the LPL tournament to get here, be the one that shows up today, or is it going to be that inconsistency we've seen from TES across so many international events? I'm getting so hyped. Sorry, Alice.
You know, that's all right.
I've got so much to say, and there's so much to break down here, but you know, we've got Honkyu, incredibly talented young mid laner here against Cream, who's the new guy, the new face of the LPL, at least here for First Stand. And I mean, the stakes could not be higher. For TES, you really got to bring it back here.
Yeah, and I love that there is so much pressure on Cream. I think that his performance has been up and down here. I think a lot of eyes have been glued to Kanavi and Jackie Love in the bottom lane, but maybe more on Kanavi for top esports. But it's Honkyu that Cream's going up against, and Honkyu has been absolutely amazing. His debut has been really, really fun to track, and he's so incredibly young. Think about the potential of this guy, especially if he's able to have a knockout performance here today against top esports. One thing that I want to bring up as well is the fact that we've spoken about the KC fans getting behind the Oysters to try and get into the playoffs here for First Stand. There's the fact that TL fighting for their lives. If top esports win here today, they'll bring TL with them. But if we have a double-up situation, it could be top esports that are going home. Of course, that does rely upon TL taking down HLE in our second matchup, which does seem somewhat unlikely. But there is a chance that the LPL seed could be going home today, and that blows my mind. So now it is time to dive into our Champion Select powered by Omen and HyperX and see who is going to be getting the best start moving into this one. Because we know, I've actually really enjoyed watching how these top laners sub in and out in Rest and Driver for CFO, and I want to see how that's going to be utilized against the most stable factor on this team, and that is 369. I know it's so funny because he was known as Captain Inconsistent, the 3s, the 6s, and the 9s, but I don't think he has been the one that's been copping a lot of criticism here in this tournament.
I think Rest's best champion has been his Rumble, so I'm not surprised to see that one taken away. We have seen every team ban Junjia's Zyra against him. He's 4-0 on it domestically. We'll see if TS will be the first team not to do that here on Red side against him. Could open up something else like the Kalista ban that we'd expect to see here on this Red side draft. The Varus is taken away, and they'll actually also ban the Kalista themselves on Blue side. Even though Kalista's win rate has been pretty abysmal so far this tournament, I do think if drafted around it, it can be quite successful. I thought perhaps with that Varus ban, they were hoping they were going to get a favorable matchup there, but maybe they're fishing for something else here.
Yeah, and you could have theoretically gone for a Draven ban there as well if you were thinking that a Kalista could be first picked in this draft, but it seems like they do have a different idea for what's going to be coming out first. Honky going to have his Azir taken away, a champion that he has looked pretty formidable on so far this tournament. So not going to have that, but still plenty in the bank when it comes to mid laners. That's the only one that's really been attacked thus far. And Rest, what is it going to be? Is it just going to be Cassante Judy? Could lock that one away if he would like to.
Yeah, he has kind of gone to less execution-based champions, I'd say, overall than we've seen from Driver. So if they do want to lock in something here that's very safe to blind and react on blue side here, they certainly could go for that pick. I think the 80 carry pick feels the safest, though, because you've already got the Varus and Kalista gone. Ezreal stocks go way up in that situation because he's going to struggle into those lanes, and even in the mid lane will often struggle into a Varus. So a pretty safe Ezreal lock here to start this one off. We know how much Jackie loves this pick as well. Ashe may be the response, and they may still try to punish this in the 2v2. We'll see what the go button is going to be here for TES, though, as they'll take the Nidalee for Kanavi. Kanavi has, I think, been, unfortunately, the weakest performing and most inconsistent member of TES thus far. So a lot of weight on his shoulders here with this pick, especially when we don't yet know what the prio is going to look like.
And this is one that he's pretty famous for as well. I think that, like, if you want to really, like, claw your way back, this is certainly a way to do it. Kanavi, a lot of comfort on the Nidalee, but also a champion that can be extremely polarizing, as they do give him a little bit of setup here in the Leona for the bottom side of the map. Not showing your hand at all with these first two picks on top Esports' side. But it does mean that CFO has pick of the litter when it comes to solo lanes. There is a Rumble and an Azir band away, as far as that is concerned. They've got so many options. It is going to be the Sejuani first, and then
Jace
they can
made
pick, mid and a top laner if they would like to.
It's a great flexer and made it so deep into this draft. Can work decently well with the Sejuani. And there's a lot of setup here already to follow up on the Sejuani ult. You know, Ezreal and Jace can follow up on that single target that gets caught, especially a squishy jungler like the Nidalee. Can fall prey to it if trying to be aggressive around objectives. They take the Leona, I think, more as a denial pick here, and they'll actually grab Yone as well. Feels like this draft doesn't have a ton of synergy in it just yet, but it has some elements of dive. Yone does work well as an AD mid laner with the Nidalee in terms of damage profiles here. But I think there's a lot of unknowns yet in this draft because we don't know where the Jace is going. The Yone is still technically a flex as well for TES, but their comp doesn't have a consistent theme as of yet.
Yeah, not quite. I was thinking that maybe they'd be going for a little bit more of the dive style of composition. Of course, Nidalee does allow you to play a little bit more poke and things like that. But I imagine Kai'Sa is definitely going to be banned now. So Braum going to be taken away first, just to deny the Freljordian combo alongside Bristle and Sejuani. But let's see what's going to be banned here. First, it's going to be the Ashe.
Yeah, they can take the Ashe and the Kai'Sa and force Jackaleb onto something completely different here. And things get a little bit trickier. Something like a Cassante could change the theme of this draft for TES completely, though. If they ended up locking that in, they could play like a Zeri here in this composition. Doesn't have a lot of synergy with Leona, but again, that was chosen for the most part here in this draft as a denial pick, as Kaiwing has relied on this pick so much with the Ezreal in this tournament. I think that's an obvious Kai'Sa ban here. CFO thinking about something else, though, or perhaps just trying to use some extra time. But it does feel like it's a pretty easy pick, but they take the Misfortune instead. Does have some synergy with the Leona setup, obviously, the Yone as well. But the Kai'Sa does really start to allow TES to now turn this into a dive comp.
Yeah, it does feel like commitment. That being said, the Talia is up and available. Honky's already had a couple of games on the champion who's looked pretty good. Jhin going to be locked down instead, so this is far more about let's sit back, get that poke happening, and allow some setup around these objectives. I think that does make some sense. You can really litter the ground as well with these captive audiences and the traps from the Nidalee as well. So Doggo, let's see what he's going to lock in. I think the Talia still makes a whole lot of sense, especially into the Yone in the mid lane. And now, where is Kaiwing going? Generally, this guy is let's play engage, no matter what.
He does.
We'll see what he does do.
He likes his Alistar, and he is just going to take it here once again. So not a surprise. Can be quite strong into Leona. And it's not a lane matchup where you're going to get punished too hard for picking the Alistar. It's not a strong pushing lane early. And the Cassante I mentioned here is going to come through. I think Cassante pairs really well with the Jhin because you already have some elements of dive, right? You have the Yone. You could set up the Nidalee that way. If you have a Leona and a Cassante, the Jhin has free reign to set up long-range damage, set up long-range CC, as well as just zone with his ultimate. I love when Jin is paired with a strong, aggressive comp that wants to go in, but also has a robust front line because it means he has so much agency. So
yeah,
in terms of what this Jin does here, I really like the pick. There have been some other Jins I haven't been as sold on here in 2025, but this one definitely fits the bill. I think CFO's comp is so much more well-rounded, though. They have the Ezreal that's super mobile, so difficult to lock down. They have the Jace for poke. They have the Ezreal poke. They have the Talia ability to rotate around the map. I think if CFO can get through the early game and Ezreal hits his 2-item spike, if TES can't actually find objective control before then, they might just get out-rotated.
Yeah, and I think having a 3-threat comp for CFO is so incredibly important. We saw in some of their best games so far this tournament, it's been about having multiple threats, because they can tend to fall apart if a single member of their, so if they have a duo, say, of damage dealers, if one of those members is targeted, they can just kind of fall apart. But it seems like they play around these triple threat comps really effectively. And the same can kind of be said on the other side for top esports. If Kanavi has a good game. I think if this Nidalee doesn't get off the ground, it can look like a disaster for CFO, but this is Kanavi. This guy is really, really good at this champion. And even though a lot of people have been criticizing him a lot here this tournament, he is still absolutely deadly when he gets that into his hands. So we'll have to just see how it goes. Here we are on the Rift for game number 1.
All right.
I do love it when we get the fan chants, but it's not the Korean teams, so you don't have the same level of coordination of the fan chant leaders and stuff like that. As Honkyu already has to flash away. Crisp trying to get in there, and there is the route. Honkyu's going to be going down. First blood here extraordinarily early, and it goes to Kanavi.
Yeah, this really couldn't be worse, to be honest. I mean, he ends up dying despite using his flash. The Leona flash, which is traded in exchange, is going to be replaced by a Hex flash, so it's only losing really, you know, half a summoner or 70% of a summoner, depending on how much you value Hex flash in terms of that exchange, but he still has some utility he can utilize, whereas now Honkyu without flash is going to be vulnerable. Yeah. And that is a little bit rough. As you can see, in terms of the global power rankings here, TES coming into this tournament massively favored, but with current performances, it's a lot closer.
Yeah, and I actually think it's really interesting because I think a lot of people will be looking at those global power rankings as far as like, that was the expectation and probably still is. And especially after that first blood, it does allow you to move a little bit more towards the TES side of things. But coming into today, I actually kind of felt like CFO should be considered the team with the highest chance of winning because they've been doing more of it. So far this tournament, already locked in, as we know, a lot of that pressure now off their shoulders. So we'll see whether they can bounce back after that first blood and find themselves some advantages. But I was talking about the fact that, you know, Kanavi, it was really important for him to get ahead, and it's like that first blood already happened, like sub 1 minute.
Yeah.
So, nicely done. Kaiwing now going to be taking a whole bunch of damage, but Doggo able to offer a bit back towards Crisp as well.
Yeah, Crisp got to be careful, of course, at level 2, just on the way here. Kaiwing can knock him back away, and he can't use Hex Flash to get out of that one. So with the summoner advantage here, I like how Doggo and Kaiwing are putting the pressure on here. Nice weave of that Mystic shot there onto Jackie Love as well. Looks like he may even get an additional deep ward to spot where Kanavi is pathing. Love to see that. Really nice movement early here by the CFO bottom duo. Honkyu, despite being down in flash, does have range advantage here. Talia can lane quite well into Cream, so it's not a big deal necessarily just yet. It's not that Cream got that first kill either.
Yep, and also, like, a lot of these very, very early kills don't actually impact what happens on the map, right? So sometimes you can get it and like it costs jungle camps, there's flow-on effects, you know, tempo advantages, things like that. If you just like kind of randomly die before anything's really started to happen, yes, it's more money that goes over to the opposing side, but you do sort of get that full reset. You can just start as if everything is kind of okay. So we'll see whether Honkyu can bounce back as Cream taking a lot of damage here, trying to get in range for another threaded volley, but not going to have the opportunity to throw it out.
Carefully avoiding those rocks on the ground, and here comes Kanavi. Not 100% certain if he was seen on that ward or not. They actually have a ward in the river there as well, but he'll just put one in the tri-brush and leave. He is a Nidalee, so doesn't really have any CC to come in here and set up for a dive or anything like that. It is, of course, Ezreal Alistair, so just going to try to now come over to the mid lane.
Yeah.
So try to get some additional information. Drops this ward down here. You look at the top lane. Oh, hold that thought.
There's a big flash forward from Kaiwing as they're trying to follow up. Jackie Love in so much trouble. Doggo just one more auto attack, and there it is. Could have been first blood. Unfortunately, it's the second one, but we've evened things out on that kill scoreboard, and Doggo feeling good in this lane.
And Kaiwing, it's such a comfort for him on this Alistar. He will take these risky plays. He finds these opportunities. And once again, this has kind of been a trend for JackeyLove and Crisp in this tournament as they draft these winning lanes. In this case, they're able to get a little bit of a push, but then end up getting punished, usually by the jungler, but this time by the support here. Is I was going to mention this before that action, is Rest is really putting the pressure onto 369 here in the top lane as well. Obviously having the advantage in the early game with this Jace, but that's going according to plan. Now Doggo is accelerated. And watch this one more time here, as Kaiwing is, of course, not rooted. Chris comes forward. Kaiwing's like, you're in range for my combo, and that's all that there is to it. Like, JackeyLove can cleanse, but the damage has been done, and Doggo has the ball up there. Nothing Crisp could do in return to Peel. Kanavi was nearby, so perhaps that's why they felt like they could be that far up, but just Kaiwing, simple as that, you know? Just the basic Alistar combo.
Yep, beautifully played. And 369 here taking a beating underneath the turret. The first plate does go over to Rest, as we could see there. And playing around winning lanes is working out here for CFO very, very well. And we've seen that they have been very good at translating this into just more victories around the map. They've been great at converting to objectives and things like this. And Junjie hasn't even really played too much of a part, and he is the catalyst for this team. So great to see that even just in basic laning, things are going okay for CFO. Having a look down the line when it comes to CS, things very even in the mid lane, top side with that big advantage like you were talking about. And the bottom lane, I think that Doggo kind of needed that with the amount of control that was sort of inherently there, and the fact that JackeyLove was doing quite well in farm, that is now all but evened up.
Yeah, it's going to be a Dragon taken here by TES. And they had the prio for this one. The Nidalee is there. I don't think contesting this is realistic. Even though Honkyu does have his ultimate, there's a Leona kind of standing guard, and getting over here is just not going to be possible. They had a control ward on the Dragon, so they knew this was a realistic take. Junjie looking to trade the objectives, though, and they're going to look for more.
Yeah, Doggo knows what's up here. Going to be arcane shifting. It's not exactly the greatest ability for getting out of spears, because if it is like, if you're like split second reacting, you're still just going to take the damage, which can be a little bit sad. Wave going to crash towards his bottom side though, so CFO going to need to get back here. Thankfully there's a cannon, but still it's going to be plates going over to Jackie, as Junjie are going to be able to grab all three of the grubs. So it is going to be a feat of strength on both sides. Or at least a third of one.
Yes, a third of one. A full objective taken on the grubs.
We are very, like, the gold is entirely even. Yeah. It's one kill apiece. It's one objective apiece. You can see it here, top left of your screen right now.
Well, if you're a big fan of early game explosive leads and snowballing games very quickly, I've got 3 tiers for you to cry with on this composition for CFO, because they are building 3 goddess tiers here, because all of their players are looking to spike a little bit later on. The Ezreal and the Jace in particular looking for that 2-item spike. And so, you know, it is going to be a slower going game, but I do think that TS haven't gotten enough of a lead here in this game. They're slightly behind on gold, in fact, and only Kanavi has a lead, which doesn't translate into, you know, snowballing games too well on the Nidalee. So it's not feeling great for them right now, as Junjie is up here on the top side, will zone away some farm here for JackeyLove, as well as give some additional plate gold. So even though JackeyLove got a plate, it will be returned here by Doggo as well, and perhaps even more as he grabs a second.
2 plates, actually a big deal, as this was sort of like the return play from CFO after that crash did come in. So the result is about 600 gold in the advantage for CFO. 369 moving up towards Rest here. He does have that acceleration gate, just looking to push out this wave so that he can choose to do whatever he would like. 369 not too happy about that, as you can see, just trying to annoy Rest as best he can.
They haven't really played through this top side too much. You know, it's just a single plate that went over. This is kind of a natural Jace advantage. 300 gold feels really nice, but 369 can be happy to just sit on Cassante and play a low eco game here. That's kind of the name of the game when you're playing Cassante into Jace. It's been all about the bottom lane. And that early Dragon, we'll see how much that ends up being important here for Top Esports. The fact they have that stack advantage could come into play later on, especially depending on Seoul.
Yep.
It's been a relatively quiet game, though. I mean, it really has.
It did start off very chaotically, so maybe that's in the back of the minds of especially the CFO players, who did lose first blood in like a minute. And then after that, they've just played some cool, calm, and collected League of Legends, which is great to see. Some of these, especially a team with such a young mid laner, a lot of, you know, mid lane is often a catalyst to play around with Honkyu there. Certainly could have a little bit of that young man energy, as Kaiwing could be in trouble. He is not the young man of the team. He's been around for a very long time.
Certainly has.
And ow. Spear's starting to hurt here.
Yeah.
We've got that burn urn and a mask. To quote my friend Wolf on that one.
I love the burn urn.
The burn urn is so good. It's one of my favorite names for an item that it's ever been.
It's just so satisfying because you just burn them and the damage number goes up. When the damage number goes up, the dopamine goes with it.
I think when rhymes happen, that's where my dopamine comes from. And that's all I really needed.
They have Prio on this objective.
Whoa, Kyling's going for it. He finds himself the pulverize. They've separated Chris. He doesn't have the aftershock anymore, and neither does he have his life. Is Junji going to be able to grab that one? Honkyu going to move out of the way of Cream here, who's just doing some investigating by the looks of things. Goes back to his soul, but I don't know about that one. And the ulti is picked up by Junjia. Will they be able to get the permafrost? The answer is no, because the flash comes through. They still get exactly what they want. That's triple flashes.
And if he wants to defend this bottom turret, he's going to have to teleport here. Otherwise, they could potentially look for more. But with potentially Kanavi being in the area, they hesitate for a moment. Honkyu channels his back, but he is going to try for this plate. Once they see Kanavi, though, clearing this ward, they will back away. So it could have been even worse if he did have to, expend his teleport there, but it's not going to end up mattering too much as Kanavi does come and bail them out to a certain extent here. Rest has been on these champions, by the way, where, he kind of default wins the lane. Like, he's played the Rumble, he ended up playing Karma top. It's the kind of champ where you should win, you should get an advantage, you are playing ranged. It's the kind of thing that top players who don't like to play ranged don't enjoy, but he's kind of doing everything by default what they need to be doing. And yeah, that hits hard.
What? Yeah, Doggo just took off most of the health bar of Jackie Love here. Kanavi having to use that Primal Surge to get that health back up to half.
It just feels like the one lane where no one's interacting really is where Jace gets a natural advantage, and otherwise CFO are just playing the map better. They're everywhere. They're making plays all over the map.
Yeah.
And now they're looking to get even more. I mean, they already had the first 3 grubs unlocked, and they're looking for full 6.
Yeah, Seismic Shove looking real good. 369 not with a lot of the blue stuff, as you can see here. Kaiwing looking to make his way forward. Come on, man. Surely you're going to press that headbutt pulverize button. But they don't have any minions underneath this turret. Cream is pushing forward as it's Rest that moves on up. Not going to get knocked up just now. As, yeah, they will find 369 away from his turret now, which is unfortunate. The ulti goes wide. Great flash to come out from 369, but it's not going to save this turret. And CFO using the pressure to get more, even if the pick didn't actually work out.
Okay, let's see what soul this is going to be, because it's 2 dragons to 6 grubs. And it is going to be Infernal Soul. So a high roll here for TES. This is really important because they ended up committing so much of the dragons, and we'll end up losing this turret, and maybe 369 as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. The headbutt does push him back. He's looking to try and get something done here. Permafrost is going to stop him in his tracks, though. There is so much CC. I don't think 369's going anywhere, even if he can ignore some of it. Never mind, though. The all-out just brings Kaiwing through the wall, but the cow, he's so sticky, and he just headbutts him into the wall. Finally, they managed to take down the Kazante.
CFO are just running circles around top esports on the map as well. Rest here looking like he might just be able to get out.
Yeah, trap does come on through there as Kanavi looking to try and land the spear, but he doesn't do so. Rest still trying to get out, and I don't know about that Solar Flare.
Yeah, Rest doesn't even have to flash with that Solar Flare, and they're going to try to trade the turret, but it takes so long because they don't have any grubs. And the way they set up that topside play, they backed with Rest, put Honkyu into the top lane so they don't lose any experience, they don't lose any farm, they can commit to that topside play. Then he teleports down to defend bottom. They don't end up getting any damage to that turret. Sure, they get the Dragon, but CFO have gotten so much more. For top esports now, you've got to play for Dragon. That is your way out of this one.
Yep. I do think that now the focus does turn towards that Dragon for CFO, as Deadly Flourish not going to find Doggo, who's playing very aggressively towards Jackie Love here. Trinity Force now completed into just the Collector done for Jackie. So Doggo feeling pretty good about the state of the game right now. Once that 2-item spike, and when that comes in, it'll be even more terrifying, but this feels pretty good as far as the first item completion is concerned.
In terms of hitting skill shots on slow 80 carries, Ezreal feels pretty good about just chucking those Mystic shots out of Jhin. This is not Doggo laning into a Varus. As, man, they're winning mid. They've got bottom side control here as well. TES coming up with nothing right now on the map.
These Void Mites, they are really getting to work here as one of the last plates does go down. Only one more remaining. Could be feats of strength on the cards as well, as both teams with a couple of stacks as far as objectives are concerned. But first turret will go over to the team with all the grubs. Does make a whole bunch of sense. And the plate money they've picked up as well is absurd.
Consider also as Cream, or Crisp rather.
Crisp is in a little bit of trouble. Of course, does have the Eclipse, but unfortunately, It's just not quite enough. Cream goes in, does find 2 with the ulti here, but he does have to get out. Now Kanavi, just denied by Kaiwing, and the curtains were called, but unfortunately it didn't really answer. As Jackie now looking to try and lock anyone down, but the Arctic Assault will get Junjia over that wall.
They all get out scot-free. I mean, sure, some resources had to be used to get them out. I won't say it's free, but it's a good deal. And here's the plate gold you just mentioned, 1,000, the advantage here for CFO. Going back to this play here, Crisp seen on this ward, commits to the clear here, did have flash available, and unfortunately it's just too late to use it here as he is just in a bouncy castle.
Oh dear. This is one of the more killable Casantes I've seen thus far, as 369 is dead yet again. And Honku and Rest, a lot of damage already, and that Black Cleaver rush from Rest as well, really helping take 369 down.
Well, he's like, if no one's going to come up here, and it's just going to be me against Casante the whole time, I'd like to have somebody to carve through those resistances. And, you know, I mean, Honkyu comes up and helps him out here. They will be able to get this inner turret. The gold lead is exploding here as we hit 15 minutes.
That's a big deal, man. It's over 4,000 gold now, the lead for CFO. And Kaiwing wanting to extend that, as I could feel it. This cow is ruthless.
Now, consider this, too, Atlas. With the Infernal Dragon as Soul, it means that with a 2-Drake lead, that can be a bit of a double-edged sword, because every single dragon that CFO picks up now, they could stack potentially 3 of those those dragons in stats. So the adaptability they're going to pick up from it is kind of insane. And I don't think that 369 expected this, but you know, he's just so far behind in this game.
Yeah.
And it's not that, like, he's Casante, but he's made a few decisions where I think he thinks Casante is a little bit more broken than all of us, especially with that teleport he decided to go with topside, but he's just been having a rough one. But he hasn't been given any help. He hasn't been given any resources, and that's how Casante is supposed to work. But as the game rolls away from you, I think there needs to be some more resources given to him as the map has fallen away.
Yeah, and the Unraveled Earth is just really difficult for a Casante to deal with as well. Yeah, you can mitigate some CC, but you're sort of standing still when it happens. So if you then dash afterwards, just not feeling so great.
We took a look at that MasterCard lane economy snapshot just a moment ago. You can see Kanavi with a tiny lead. He was the one who picked up first blood, but he hasn't been able to make an impact on this map otherwise since level 1. And his lead's going to fall.
And since the MasterCard lane economy snapshot came up, he's actually fallen behind in gold. So it's everyone that has an advantage. Let's see whether TES can pull it back here as a potential fight breaking out. 5 against 4 right now, but Rest is going to make his way in as we start a siege into this mid lane. Jackulov avoids at least part of the damage, but not all of it, as now the turret is taking a whole bunch here, and the range that you do have is Glacial Prison flies forward. I don't know about that one as far as the Seismic Shove is concerned, and the Solar Flare is going to connect. Junji is so tanky though as Kaiwing. He's gone completely off on his own. Crisp gets himself out of there, and the unbreakable will of this cow is actually going to work out. They pull the AD carry though, sorry, they pull Cream, and he is going to get taken out. Honkyu falling. And now Doggo trying to offer some damage back, but TES just better team fighting.
Critically here, it allows him to get soul point on the dragon as Doggo flying too close to the sun.
Yeah, not quite working out. Arcane shifting over the wall, but you can follow if you are the Yone. So Cream able to lock him down, gets back to work on this dragon as well, and he is now 1-0-2. And maybe a big way the top esports can get back into this game.
I'm not 100% sure about that one, Doggo. I mean, if he's able to maybe set up some sort of miracle steal there, it could be game-winning. Now, this is very greedy from CFO. Crisp gets caught, and the shove is a bit, you know, it's a bit off. It's not placed well, so Crisp actually is totally fine here. And now CFO are vastly overextended in this fight. Because they're so ahead, it's very difficult for TES to win the ensuing fight, and I think TES definitely wanted more out of this overextension, but ultimately they'll take the big prize of getting that soul point. So now they're one dragon away of a win con for them that really beefs up their late game.
Yeah, Doggo actually just walking back in after using his flash. So a little bit unfortunate. Wasn't going to be able to steal that one away, but sometimes you want to get opportunistic with it, and maybe just thought that there wasn't vision. So it is still going to be the Rift Herald going over to CFO. Junji are going to be able to pick up the eye. And now let's see whether they can get back on the horse, because that wasn't a great fight, but they still have a whole lot of control in a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, if you take a look at the top left, you see that turret's 4-1. I mean, there's not a whole lot to hit with the Rift Herald, so I'm curious to see how they're going to use it. in this game because they have such a massive map advantage.
Kaiwing's flank angle is kind of massive right now as the Zenith Blade is going to try and push him away. The Weaver's Wall comes down and they have their eye on the prize. The prize being Crisp, who is going to flash back towards Jackie Love, and now a teleport to come forward. Have they overstepped? That's the question. As Cream coming in, a teleport now as Rest just dives on top of the Yone. They push him away, but he does manage to use the ult to get himself out, and it's not enough. The empowered Shock Blast just destroys him.
That was such an opportunistic play from Cream, and I think you need to look for those types of angles in this game. You have a flanking Yone, CFO overextend, maybe you can make that work, but they weren't all on the same page. He was too disconnected, he was too cut off, and he gets punished. And I mean, Jackie Love's chunked down here. This is gonna be the Herald drop for Inner, and man, I couldn't really overstate how much map control that CFO have now, and that fourth dragon that we've been touting as maybe this comeback mechanic here, it just feels so far away. 3 minutes until it spawns. In those 3 minutes, we're gonna have to see TES wrestle back some control here. I like how they split this up and isolate Crisp here, but it gives an opportunity for that teleport to come through. But it's seen, of course, by this ward, so they know he's TPing. They can back up here. They're like, okay, we'll isolate him. He avoids the shove, but then Rest matches the TP and locks him up, and he's just unable to get away. Because of this great empowered Shock Blast, if Kanavi blocks that, he probably lives there, but...
And it was so close. That was pixels. For that Kitty Cat to be able to block it and keep his mid laner alive wasn't to be the case.
And Rest has really impressed me in this game. I mean, he's done a lot of what he's been doing this tournament, just winning the lane where he has the range advantage, you know. But then when it comes to these team fights and these skirmishes, he's hitting the mark. He's utilizing that gold incredibly well, has hit his 2-item spike, has his Swifties. And he's running around the map fast, making big plays.
Well, Headbutt Pulp to come through here is Chris. Not a whole lot he can do about that one. True Shot Barrage cut him in half. And then just a couple more autos and some Mystic Shots, and Doggo is able to take him down. 2-item spike now definitely there, and it looks like CFO want to turn this into an Otacon take as well, which could spell the end of an inhibitor turret for TES here.
TP for 369, they're going to try to contest here, but it's just so hard. I mean, not impossible.
Yeah, Kaiwing standing on top of a ward, but doesn't seem to care about it at all. Actually, it was a trap, but that's fine. Was discovered. Spear going to connect as CFO. They are still on it, and there is no way for Top Esports to make their way in. CFO have been clinical with their control of this game. They grab the Voracious Otacon. There's the Weaver's Wall to split up the fight, but Honkyu, he's on the northern side. I don't know about that one. He just withdraws, and sometimes you forget that the Voracious Otacon only means it's a couple of 100 gold, and then you can get back into the fight once again. Teleport available. He could come back immediately as Doggo is going insane underneath this turret. 369 trying to block, but Chris is still going to be cut down. Now Cream gets knocked up. Kaiwing looking to try and push him out of there. As I don't know about this one. Still, we are just going to try and kill 369 before we go down. The withdrawal comes through from Doggo. Kaiwing might be joining him now as Junja going to slow them as much as he can. Headbutts the wall, and speaking of headbutts, Kaiwing is going to try and send them packing. Honkyu, yeah, that was almost a spear as a welcome.
He wants to make sure he had to TP in here because the timing of this gets a little bit awkward with those withdrawals coming through. If the Dragon's up a little bit faster, maybe TS just rush over and try to take it, but they will ultimately have to reset now. 15 seconds until that big win con we've been talking so much about, but it just doesn't seem likely they'll be able to take it. I mean, what are you going to do in these situations? It takes so long to get to the Otacon. Now, Honkyu here is a bit ambitious. Like, he can make plays like this because he has withdraw. The question is, should he? I think the answer is no.
And you still give money over to your opposition, things like that.
Watch Doggo here. He's just got so much damage, and Crisp is like, 369, please!
Yeah.
But it's not enough. And Crisp is looking more like Raggedy Ann than Leona in this game, but it's not because he's playing badly, and I better not see any comments.
Oh dear. Cream is dead, ladies and gentlemen.
Down he goes.
Thankfully, it wasn't a cast to curse because that was Cream and not Crisp.
Yeah.
So we're fine. It was the other side of the Crispy Cream combo.
I was just gonna say that when you're a Leona, where all your turrets are gone and you got to get vision somewhere, you're gonna die. You know, you're gonna get picked. Yeah. You're gonna get caught up. These 4 deaths here, and CFO are looking to end this game.
Yeah, they're pushing forward. Honkyu gonna grab himself a spear, but also gets the flash out from Jackie Love. True Shot Barrage takes him down to 100 health, and that is gonna spell the end of this inhibitor turret. CFO have been just a well-oiled machine for the entirety of this game. We have to remember back to the fact that this 17-year-old player gets cut down for first blood at 1 minute into this game. there are, you know, much more mature teams, you know, that have fallen apart after something like that happens in the early game. And CFO instead, they're just, nah, just business as usual, guys. Keep your heads in the game. And their heads have well and truly been in this game from minute one.
Absolutely. And they snowballed the game well. They played some good macro. I mentioned some of the lane assignments they had, putting Honkyu top, allowing Rest to defend that turret bottom side. It just feels like with Kanavi on this Nidalee, when they lost control, he's been able to do very little. Because he doesn't have CC, he can't catch anybody, can't trap anybody. It's very difficult for him to punish overextensions. And Cream here
does some damage.
Yeah, he does. And Cream just thinks he can be further away from that turret than he can at this game state and is punished hard for it. Baron wasn't up. Like, they got an inhibitor Baronless. It's up in 50 here, and now CFO are looking to clear out vision.
And add insult to injury, it's the bottom inhibitor as well. So it's the worst one to deal with if you are going to be trying to contest for Baron, as Junja is going to be dashing forward, looking for Kanavi here. He will accept a crisp as a consolation prize, as Deadly Flourish coming on through the knockup, and the delivery of Kanavi as they all dive in. The seismic shove defensively is gorgeous from Honkyu as he then flashes over. Cream's in trouble. He's flashing away. 369 on the other side of the fight, trying to duel against Rest and Doggo, and I think I know where the smart money's at when it comes to that battle. He is going to try and get himself out of there. Will be successful for now, but can they save their inhibitor turret in mid lane?
Yeah, they're just going to look for the Weaver's Wall to cut him off.
Yep, Jackie, I don't know whether he's going to be flashing away from that one. Cooldown not up yet, and the inhibitor is going to fall down once more. And CFO are taking no unnecessary risks.
None.
They are making sure that they're pulling top esports to where they need them and then playing these skirmishes gorgeously.
And they know that TES have to rush over to Baron here. They even thought for a moment about setting a trap. As we go back to this play here, I mean, look, you're trying to fight for vision. This is another one of those moments for Crisp I'm talking about where he and Kanavi have to group up here and try to clear vision towards the Baron to make sure that they can have a chance to contest it. And then they're just isolated and taken out here. This comp is so good at single target isolation. You set up a Sejuani ult or a shove, that one target is just suddenly going to be chain CC'd to death. And when you have these massive damage dealers in Doggo and Rest, whoever gets caught is just going to get blown up. Jackie Love is the next target here. He's isolated with this Weaver's Wall, shoved and deleted. That's the second inhibitor before Baron spawns, and CFO certainly have their eyes on it. As they haven't cleared that last ward here in the pit. But now they will.
It is going to go down now, but it gives away the fact that this Baron has been started up. Rest chilling in the mid lane as True Shot Barrage gives information over to CFO. Haven't taken the ward out yet as the controller does go into the back of the pit. This Cow, the secret agent, is now Honkyu could be in a little bit of trouble. Glacial Prison going just wide as Kanavi is getting flanked. The Cow comes in. There's the Pulverize onto Crisp. Kanavi trying to pounce his way out of there. Crisp not going to have access to that ability, and so he's just dead. Once again, the 1v2 for 369 as he pulls Honkyu away, and Honkyu just goes golden. He should be A-okay here as Rest takes him out. Doggo is in a lot of trouble. Now just standing behind his teammates, making sure these curtains don't fall down on top of him, and CFO keep everyone alive. Rest now diving on top of Cream. Cream is maybe able to take this one as the captive audience not going to be killing Rest
This is
yet.
crazy greed from CFO, but because of Rest's heroic, almost near sacrifice there, they are going to look to try to rush this from down with low health bars. Kanavi could steal this.
Kaiwing should be able to get him out of this pit, as now Junja is almost just dead.
I actually think this is the right call. Like, you've got two inhibitor advantage, everybody's low. And
if that spear hadn't have hit onto Kaiwing, you best believe they are committing to that one, because then he can just headbutt Kanavi away if he's in that brush. This two-man shove, though, a beautiful start to this fight.
And Honkyu's so aware that this tanky front line can't threaten him, so he can actually just walk that far up as of Talia to look for these shoves. And it's just, again, flanked from Kaiwing. Jackie Love can't do anything. There's too many beefy targets in his face. And yes, they do end up doing a lot of damage here to the backline in the follow-up play. Doggo nearly dies, but they block for him. It prevents the Baron.
Junja, like, taking care of his two bottom lane kids.
Yeah.
As this curtain call unable to actually get through Bristle.
I mean, they end up stopping the Baron, but it doesn't stop the other problems. And this is going to be a dragon taken here. The second for Flying Oyster is that Seoul felt so close and now feels so much further away.
Junja looking for an opportunity here as Kaiwing once again with the perfect flank angle throws the ulti down to make sure he stays alive. and gets the two-man pulverized. Cream able to get himself out of there, had unbound the Seoul as 369. He's not frontlining anymore, and Kanavi is the one caught out. This War Machine will just eat whatever's in front of them as Honkyu looking for even more. Cream able to get himself just out of there, but they are limping back to the fountain right now, and this fresh inhibitor that only just came back to life is immediately put back in the dirt.
Yeah, down it goes. And CFO, they've got this one super minion here. They're trying to take out these Nexus turrets.
Yeah, 369 diving forward, but he's in the bouncy castle. The seismic shot was too good. He goes all out, but he is all out options. As now Cream back underneath this turret now, and Top Esports, they don't have the money, they don't have the way to get in, and CFO just too good here in this game one. Jackie gonna be taken out. Doggo is on an absolute rampage. It's a triple kill here, possibly even a quadra, unless Rest just decides to take that one away. And there it goes. Nexus now exposed, and CFO, my God, what an incredible performance from this team. Kanavi might also be taken down, but instead, the Nexus falls, and CFO are up 1-0.
A Baronless win, and not one player on CFO did not look incredible that game.
Yeah.
All 5 players, it does not look like there is any angle of attack here. And unfortunately, once again for Top Esports, Kanavi not making the impact that he needed to on this Nidalee, even with that extra first blood gold. And for KC fans, you're feeling really good about your chances, and for Flying Oyster fans, you're thinking this underdog story is over. This now is a dark horse team.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And if you have a look at the standings, right? CFO, they're 2-1. They're the only team that has this scoreline. They look absolutely incredible here in this game one. But have you heard? You can subscribe to All Esports on Twitch now to support your favorite teams, use custom emotes, and go ad-free on Twitch. Regular subscribers are also rewarded with the Vi Have You Heard in-game emote, and you can spam that to support the Oysters and to support KC, because that is their way of getting into the playoffs here at First Stand. Time for us to go to a short break before we get back to the space, and then game number 2. We'll see you there.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL esports. Get a browser built for League fans with a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
To face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Hey, Poppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
much weight. Take the weight off you. I came here to be great. You should be great too. I know you got much weight. Take the weight off you.
Easy. Okay. Easy. All right now. All right. This is intercourse of the intellect. Soul, spirit, liberate. Easy. Okay. You great man. Be great. You great woman. Be great.
Teleport now as Rest just dives on top of the Yone. They push him away, but he does manage to use the ult to get himself out, and it's not enough. The empowered Shock Blast just destroys him.
It allows him to get soul point on the Dragon as Doggo flying too close to the sun.
Yeah, not quite working out. Arcade shifting over the wall, but you can follow if you are the Yone. So Cream able to lock him down, gets back to work on this Dragon as well.
Yeah, they're just going to look for the Weaver as well to cut him off.
Yep, Jackie, I don't know whether he's going to be flashing away from that one. Cooldown not up yet, and the inhibitor is going to fall down once more.
Welcome back to First 10 2025, where CFO leads TES 1-0. And while CFO are already locked into playoffs, TES are looking for a reverse sweep to secure their seats. And guys, it is not looking good if you're an LPL supporter right now.
No,
it's really bad.
It is unlucky, as they say.
And we've talked about a lot of elements in the pre-show, talking about the mid lane, talking about the jungle impact. I do feel like things started to unravel from the bot lane here as well.
I mean, I think that was the other big thing that we called out, right? Was that this 2v2 bot lane had to perform better individually, and they just didn't. This was a lane that you really do want to get ahead in this matchup, and they end up getting 2v2 killed very early on, and this was after they'd actually gotten first blood for Kanavi as well. So I mean, with this composition that CFO had, they ended up going for so many of these skirmishes. And again, when you put these two compositions side by side, you want to be at least even with what TES had, right? And these are a lot of unforced errors too. That's really frustrating to watch when you know what these players are individually capable of.
Absolute demon game from Kaiwing, right? Like, he's the one that sets up so much of it. He's the one that starts off the bot lane snowball. And you look at TES, and it isn't even a scenario where I think we had the particular with the Cannon draft, where you're like, you know, some of those champions, like I think the Cannon, we haven't really seen prioritized since because it didn't look good. The Aurora is, I think, dropping in priority for the same reason. But with these champions, there's none of that, right? Like, this is the type of draft where you look at, and TES should just be able to execute, and it just doesn't happen at all.
Can I just say how cool it is to see Kaiwing pop off after all? You know how long he's been playing, and to be coached by Charlie, who was a mid laner back on HKA. They actually played together all the way back in 2018. They've both been playing for much longer. It's amazing to see him pop off. It's also amazing to see this guy do super, super well. His lane partner, Doggo, who I brought up in pre-show, did struggle in LPL, right? Like, he has lost a lot of games to Jackie Love when he came over. And this is another win for him against what a lot of people consider to be one of the best AD carries in the LPL.
And for me, we can talk about so much, right? There's 369 not performing, not respecting the map the way that I think TS, as you pointed out, particularly in lane swap meta, they were great at playing the map. The fact that Kanavi gets an early kill and doesn't do anything with it, and the fact that Crisp, I think, has kind of been, you know, one overzealous Renata game notwithstanding, kind of the rock for TES, even he was having a horrible game.
Yeah, and that's what's so frustrating, again, about watching this team, right? Because you do see these really smart plays they make domestically, I promise, guys, they happen. Like, they exist. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills every time TES are at an international event because I'm like, guys, this team is actually really smart. And everyone's like, are you sure? When they see them internationally. And that is another reason why it's so frustrating, right? Because their lane assignments were really good domestically. They were trading up around the map. Bot lane was just performing better. And they would come to team fight setups with more resources from lane swaps. This is TES finishes at international events. I wanted to pull this because
it's not a good look.
You
like suffering.
Like actually. I am a KT fan. I always love suffering.
No, but that's the thing. Like, it's generational. It's generational throughout the ages, throughout the rosters. And I'm just wondering, when you look at this iteration, is it a meta thing? Is it a patch thing? Is it an end of lane swap thing? What do you attribute this to?
It has to be mental, right? Like, again, because the gap between what we have seen domestically and this, yes, the lane swaps plays a part, but it's more than that. It's JackeyLove dying in the 2v2, and with the, getting ganked, I think can also be kind of a team issue where you don't track correctly, where your wave state isn't where it needed to be. But he was just legit. That is a lane that you pick against an Alistar in particular, but where you go Jhin Leona is so you can have lane pressure in bot, so that you can play through, and then you can take that pressure, use the rest of the map that should be strong with that Yone and that Nidalee, and then the Jhin backs it up. But instead, you lose the main pressure point on the map, and then the game falls apart.
As it is tradition, we will have a top sub. Rest will be subbed out in favor of Driver here. And one last chance, one last opportunity on the side of TS, who will be on blue side. One word, Emily, what do you want to see from them?
Something that is easy to execute, and bot lane, don't die 2v2.
Bot lane, don't die 2v2. Let's see if they can make it. It is the last chance for the first seed of the LPL to save their journey at first stand here. Let's see if they can make it happen. Let's see if they can give us a game 3. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, First Stand Spaces. It is now time for us to get in and see whether blue side can be the difference maker, can bring us to a potential game 3 here. The reverse sweep necessary, I guess a mini one here in best of 3 format, is what's required from Top Esports. Because remember, if Top Esports lose here, they're in free fall.
Yeah.
Team Liquid could just kick them out of the entire tournament.
It would be insane.
Like, it would be completely ridiculous. I think so many people just assumed that it would be Top Esports taking on Hummerlife Esports, and that would be our final, and it was done and dusted. Now, CFO well and truly looking like the second place team at this tournament. That is going to be the Zyra ban here as we dive into pick and ban once again.
Yeah.
Checking things out, of course. No more Alistar for Kaiwing is probably good news.
I think so. The Zyra ban, I mentioned it in game 1. They always ban it. Every team is banning against Jinjia. He's undefeated on it domestically, but on red side, a little bit tougher to ban. Now on blue side, with some of those champs removed as well, it's a pretty easy ban. They'll take away the Vi here as well, so really targeting him early on in this draft. And I do like that, but there's so many other factors here we do have to consider. Driver also being subbed in here means you're thinking about a different set of champions for the top lane.
Yep.
And we've seen this, tried and true method work very well for CFO. That's why they're one of the teams that's actually already in the bracket stage.
No, exactly right. Their utilization of this top lane sub has been absolutely fantastic. The fact that, there's no main top laner. It is just the game 1 top laner and the game 2 top laner. It just feels really, really cool. The Ashe going to be taken away from Jackie here, continuing the pressure towards that bottom side of the map, and it worked very well last time around. We'll see whether it is going to be you could throw out a Skarner ban if Kanavi doesn't want to play it, but of course a first pick Skarner would make a lot of sense if it isn't banned last year by Choi and the gang. When it comes to their side of the bans.
It's interesting to see the Vi ban too, because you're on blue side, you can make a bunch of different compositions with it, and it is Kanavi's most played this tournament. He's played it twice, everything else he's played a single time. So very surprising actually to see that ban come through when you're on blue side. See the Misfortune is taken away here, so a lot of 80 carries off the table when you consider also the Ezreal is gone by default by Fearless. Yep. And the Jhin is gone as well. Varus is now gone, so we're already basically off the meta in terms of bot lane.
Draven priority has never been this high ever. As we do zoom in on Jackie's face here, let's see whether that is going to be a consideration for a first pick. It is a dangerous one, as of course now we're in the territory where, things like Zeri start to crop up and stuff like that.
I would love to see Zeri, not necessarily as a first pick, but in a comp for TES, because I think their team fight is incredibly strong. And Rumble will come through here, which will give 369 the opportunity to win most lane matchups here.
This is the scary part.
Is left up, though. They banned the Vi, they banned the Zyra, first picked the Rumble, and now they get Honkyu's Azir, and Jujia gets to play Skarner. So Rumble, that's a great start, but they also got 2 amazing picks on their side as well.
Yeah, there is a lot of power in this one, too. The Sylas going to be coming through now, though. Sylas into Azir is something that we've been no stranger to throughout the years. Stealing away Emperor's Divide has been powerful, but it can be difficult somewhat in the laning phase. We'll see how Cream's going to do. Of course, an incredibly accomplished Sylas player. We've seen him already play it this tournament and looked real, real good. And we'll see whether the young 17-year-old will be able to put him through his paces. One last pick here before we get into our next round of bans from CFO.
Lock in your top laner here for Driver, and it's going to be the Scion. He's already played this pick.
He be driving.
Yep, and he likes to dance after he wins on this pick. And it's very, you know, obviously the Rumble's going to have a lot of advantages early, but like the Gasante could have done in Game 1 for 369, it could weather the storm, be low eco, and make an impact later on. It could also do some shenanigans at level 1. We'll see if they end up going for that later on. A lot of that will depend on the bottom lane matchup. So now, we've already gotten so many 80 carries banned away here, and we're going to just thin them out further. Supports also could be targeted here, but this is where things get a little bit weird, and we try to figure out which bottom lane champions actually suit these compositions. I mentioned before, I thought Zeri would be a pick I think TES can play well with their team fight ability. Now I'm not so sold on it for their composition.
Yeah, it is a little bit difficult. Of course, there's no, like, clear let's just lock down a Zeri type pick. If we see a Nautilus ban, then maybe Zeri feels a whole lot better. I actually think it works on CFO's side really effectively.
If you just ban Nautilus here, you have pick priority. Maybe they ban the Zeri, but then you get a free Zeri ban out of it. If you just ban Nautilus here, you threaten that, then you have support counter pick for Kaiwing as well. It's a really nice position and draft because they've already got a great frontline, great scaling. They take away the Draven, so they don't ban Nautilus, but Draven would be one of those other picks that can punish and push the Zeri in really hard early.
Yep, I actually really like the Draven ban away. Braum going to be taken away from Kaiwing here, but Braum doesn't feel like a Kaiwing champion. Feels like he wants to be on something that's a lot more about going forward, and we know Engage Braum is a myth. And not something that we should ever think actually exists. But Nautilus now is just a pick on 4. Could really work out because you pick the Nautilus, makes it a lot harder for your opponent to pick something like a Zeri.
Yeah. I feel like if you pick Nautilus, it's tough for them to play Zeri. Zeri doesn't suit their comp. You lock in Zeri as that 5th pick, and you feel good into almost anything. See what it ultimately ends up being here as time is out, and they're going to do exactly that. I mean, you and I are mind-linked on this, and I feel like CFO see the angle as well. It just feels so obvious here. The Braum ban just doesn't really hit for me, especially when you don't know what the bottom 2v2 is going to look like. It's not that strong of a pick at this moment in time necessarily, and they could have support counter pick anyways, so let's see what their answer is going to be. Is it going to be like Jinx Lulu? I mean, that kind of works for me here because you can set up those resets.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind something like that. Something with a little bit of extra power. Even if you just go Caitlyn Lux and say, yeah, bring it, you know, see what you can do.
I'm not sure if this one hits the mark for me, though, Atlas. Ooh. I like the Poppy a little bit more. It's strong into a lot of these champions, but the Corki is otherwise very risky.
Yeah, the Poppy is great denial. Would have been actually a decent pick for Kaiwing to go with as well, but instead it goes over to the other side. But it does open up the lane, right? You're not looking at Corki Poppy and being like, oh, I'm very scared of what they're going to be doing to me in the early game
I think
in the neutral.
You can pick so many picks here. The Zeri one feels the most obvious. Caitlyn was a good pick as well here, and will do very well into the Corki Poppy. You could have also gone for, if you want to be so bold and be so crazy, is to play something like Aphelios here, because you have so much frontline.
Yeah.
And even getting through some of the weaker points of Caitlyn won't necessarily be a problem here, as long as they have a stable early to mid game, which they were able to do despite giving up first blood in game 1. The one thing I'm worried about with the Caitlyn is when she's at her weakest is when some of these champions here for TS are going to be at the strongest. Right when Corki's hitting his 2-item spike, when Sylas is going to be looking to big skirmish, he's got a lot of great ultimates to steal here in this composition. So that's the danger point here, I feel, for CFO right around the mid game. But the scaling with this, when Caitlyn starts to really get online and the Scion becomes unkillable, the Skarner becomes unkillable, Honkyu's damage is insane, you can start matching in sides. That's when things get really scary for top esports. If they fall behind like they did in the mid game in game 1, I feel like there's no way out with this comp.
It is really difficult. One of the things that I will draw your attention to is the fact that last time we had that 3-threat comp that they've been really good at playing around. This is definitely 2 threat, and unfortunately it's kind of 1.5 threat when you're talking about that mid game that you were saying. And they've got like 1 item power spikes to come in, like the Rumble getting Leandri's, things like this. You've got the 2 items to come through from the Silas. It's so scary. You're exactly right. Like the mid game spike on top Esports' side is so scary. But they've weathered storms before, and CFO have been really, really smart in where they've executed on their compositions. I'm hoping that they know exactly when they're capable of executing this time around, what they need to give away and what they need to fight for, because this composition could certainly find itself in a bit of a slump that they cannot really get out. You know, like there's some big potholes in the road.
Yeah.
And thankfully they've got a guy called Driver. And so, like, when it comes to being able to get around these potholes, he wouldn't be named that if he couldn't navigate it. Right, Wolf?
That's right.
Let's have a listen, see whether these fan chants are going to work out. Not bad.
Solid.
Yeah, I reckon we got that. Like, nothing was really all that coordinated, but I think we all got the message. We figured it out.
We had 2 clear voices, or 2 groups of voices, rather.
Yeah,
They weren't all at the exact same time, but they were on the same.
There's 2 factions of both fandoms here in LoL Park today.
Yes.
Very, very cool stuff. I didn't know that there were multiple factions of the same team's fandom.
You know, we talked about the Zeri pick and how it's difficult to play it into the Nautilus. Corki also feels like he has that inherent safety with his Valkyrie, but if you get ulted and you Valk away, you're still going to get caught. You're still going to get knocked up. You're still going to be vulnerable. So somebody to consider as well with that pick. There's a bit of a look in here for Cream, but no level 1 shenanigans this time around.
Yeah, I thought he was going to do something weird. They decided against it, though, as we could see. Just
really,
a very defensive start on both sides.
Yeah, it's really important. You see where right now Crisp is, and they check up here as best as they can to figure out if Sion is doing anything funny at level 1, because sometimes you could just, especially with a Caitlyn, even like proxy between the turrets in the bottom lane and just zone the Corki out completely. They won't be doing anything like that. They do get this ward up. So we'll see Jinjia start Raptors here, get some additional information. So it feels good for TS, and Jackie can at least have one sigh of relief that it's not going to be that kind of laning phase where there's a Sion in this lane.
Well, let's have a look at how this one's going to go. If there's ever a time where Caitlyn has massive power over everyone, it is the early laning phase, as you just have a lot of extra units of range. Kaiwing not going to have accuracy on the anchor to start us off here. As you can see, the health bar is actually not quite working out. Doggo trying to get a few headshots here towards Crisp and Jackie, and it looks like they have managed to thin out the wave a little bit better. Another hook going to connect there. There's no steadfast presence just yet, but Kaiwing's lit on fire. And Doggo needing to really put on the pressure, try and lock something down.
Kaiwing feels okay with this, as Honkyu doesn't.
Oh dear, yep, there's a few minions trying to help him out here, as Honkyu just trying to turn it onto Cream as best he can. Arises another one of these Sand Soldiers, and Cream have to be a little careful, both of them drinking their potions, and now Cream with some chains, not going to land it, as Junjia comes in and just says, Kanavi, please leave.
In my experience watching...
Whoa, there's a flash forward. Shifting Sands comes out as Honkyu is going to keep himself alive. No flash required there. That's some killer instinct from Kanavi. I don't know whether it necessarily works. There's even more fighting, as now Driver is the one walking away, but he dealt with the minion wave, so I guess he's fine.
Ends up getting the stun here. The minions are on Driver's team on this one.
Yeah, the Flame Spitter is really hurting. Driver still sitting on both his Biscuit and his Potion. And now 369 landing basically everything. Good flash is going to get Drivers out as well.
That feels really nice here for 369. The wave's in a horrible place here for Driver as well. So really tough for him to actually get that farm. So now 369 will get that natural Rumble advantage he'd like to have in this lane. That flash from Kanavi earlier, I feel like it's one of those moments where it doesn't amount to anything too impactful right now, but it's a small zoom in on perhaps some of Kanavi's psyche in this series, where in Game 1 he got first blood but wasn't able to make a big impact. He's been one of the most heavily criticized players at this tournament, and he's like, I see an angle. I'm going to take that chance every time, and unfortunately doesn't come up big with it, but you respect the hustle, so to speak, but it will put him at a small disadvantage here. He's going to look for something else now as Driver shows back up at top lane, didn't teleport.
Oh dear.
Crisp is here too.
Yeah, they're pulling the wave. Driver knows exactly what's going on here. Wants to be able to get rid of these minions as quickly as possible. The heroic charge from Crisp as he dives in. They have to be wary. Will, of course, turn into a zombie, but it looks like they are not going to have the damage to take him out on this push. Now just waiting for this tower to reset. Slowing down Kanavi here as Driver Does go down for first blood, but 369's in trouble. Down extraordinarily low, but not going to fall. And now on the other side, let's see whether JackeyLove is going to survive this one. The flash comes out, the Valkyrie there as well. Stun comes on through as Kyling's going to be taken out. Jackie is still alive, and it's a disaster for CFO.
JackeyLove played it super well, too. Ends up surviving there. Nice fancy footwork, gets out of dodge, and this turns things on its head because that was the cross map that CFO were looking for, knowing Crisp was there on the top side. Man, every time I watch Honkyu on this Seer, he's just like constantly trading, constantly threatening kill pressure. And man, this could not be a worse start, unfortunately, here for how things are going for CFO. Now, Driver did not teleport to the top lane, so goes right back up here, but guess what? Kanavi also right back up here.
Yeah, Driver does have a level advantage, but I don't know how much that's going to matter as he's looking to try and escape only level 5, so cannot actually drive his way out of this. Even though he is walking pretty quickly, the flash does come forward. He's got the Soul Furnace shield, and he's fine. Never mind, it's a Scion.
He is unfortunately, though, now down his teleport, but he's up on CS. So at the end of the day, he's not feeling horrible. Actually still has a gold lead. After being killed there on the top side because of that CS advantage. So many minions were dropped by 369 trying to actually execute on those plays. So
and he only got an assist, right? It was Kanavi that grabbed the kill. So the gold lead is in the jungle, so it is still there, but not going to be felt as much in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi obviously took some of his minions too when he was proxying there to set up the dive as well. And things went really bad there on the bottom side, and JackeyLove is going to get a bit of a free pass here in lane, which is one of the tougher parts of playing Corki in this composition, is dealing with that Caitlyn and the potential pressure of the Skarner, but he played that bottom side dive so well that now, you know, he's got a gold advantage. Things are going to be feeling a lot more comfortable. He's already got his Sheen picked up, and that's a good boon for him.
Oh, yeah. Now, Doggo up here representing Deft with the DRX skin. You love to see it. And is just going to be catching this wave. Looks like the Grubs should be going over to top Esports, though. Not a lot of contest available here on the CFO side with how they're sort of feeling right now. Yeah, and Junjia not even going to risk anything. He's now going to move down towards the Dragon to see whether the cross map is going to be available. But you saw some pings out from top Esports. I think maybe considering going for a contest on that one as well.
Yeah, I think also for Junjia, you're like, oh, it's my cross map is a solo Chemtech Dragon, and it's just not the same sort of value for the composition.
Ooh, Chain's going to come on through here as the Emperor's Divide comes down. Cream grabs his own, but Kaiwing is going to turn up. Junjia doesn't have the Impale, but is at least going to get the flash out from Cream, who's playing real fast and loose. Hook, oh, just barely dodged out of the way from, and Cream not going to find his Emperor's Divide.
And while it is delayed, we do have a bit of a lane swap, right? In that JackeyLove has gone to the top side here, pushing into this Scion. Unfortunately, Driver doesn't have teleport, so he's lost a lot on the rotation over. And, you know, JackeyLove is just happy to sit here and hit a Scion and continue to generate gold. They still haven't taken the Dragon bottom side because Junjia went for that play towards mid, which was unsuccessful. And there's just not really a big cross-map opportunity here because Rumble can deal with this Caitlyn pressure a lot better. It can even just equalize the wave to ensure safety here. Everything is set up way better on the map this time around for top Esports, so they're just kind of chilling. And this is exactly where you want to be before you hit that 2-item spike on your Corki, before Cream starts to come online, and you could really punish that Caitlyn. So in this second game, things are going according to plan, finally here for top Esports.
Yeah, it's really interesting because when it comes to scaling, I think that you'd look at the CFO draft and be like, oh, if you get to ultra late game, it's going to be a disaster. As JackeyLove, once again, utilizing a really nice Valkyrie to get himself out of the way. But now, Junjia going to come in, and Jackie, no mana, no hope. Barrier not going to work out. I don't even think whether that Impale was necessary as Driver, once again with a phenomenally timed shield. And Kanavi, even with the ult, he's not going to be able to lock down any kills. Kaiwing getting himself out of there as his depth charge is stolen away.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously the Rumble, he can equalize that first wave, but now is under pressure here, so that means that Cream has to respond, and that's a free push for Honkyu here, who's just chilling, and he's like, all right, maybe we can catch somebody on rotation. I think he should be aware that he'll be the one caught if he actually ends up trying to play this one out, but it's a second failed flash opportunity for Kanavi, trying to make a play there on the top side. Driver plays all this incredibly well. He sells this so well, takes that extra auto, comes in for the ult. JackeyLove is like, bro, I have Valkyrie. I'm gonna kill you. But Junjia, because he's Skarner, can go over that fat wall and close the gap faster than JackeyLove can realize. And yes, Crisp and Kanavi were coming up, so JackeyLove probably felt like even if the Skarner was coming, he'd feel safe. But look at this shield, like you mentioned, from Driver here.
Oh,
Kanavi flashes for the play, was unable to get the Crescent Guard to split as the way he wanted to there, and ends up getting pushed away. Doesn't die, but his flash is once again down.
Yeah, so close. Bit unfortunate, but I just love how Driver plays this. Right on the edge on this Scion every single time. And he's absorbing all of this pressure. Cream now diving forward, does have that depth charge, gets the double knockup, which is really nice, but he gets one in return. There's the Emperor's Divide, and he's pushed into the turret. Honku will gladly take that kill. As Jackie not there for the follow-up damage. Kaiwing is just fine, over half health, still remaining on this Nautilus. As Top Esports are getting pushed away, and CFO, even as we start to get towards the mid-game, that's the time where they're starting to pick up some control.
Yeah. And Honku is just hard farming. Like, he's sitting at 1 kill off of that last play, but he's also just stacking CS. He's 20 CS up on this Silas, and that
just ballooned as well.
Yeah, like with the trough that we were talking about for Doggo, you know, the Silas needs to be relevant, and if he keeps getting this far behind, he won't be. And so that punish isn't necessarily going to be there. First Dragon is finally being taken here. It's super late into the game, but it goes over to CFO as well, which buys them some additional time. Going to be Chemtech into Infernal here. And man, things went from great here to really mediocre, unfortunately, for Top Esports. Now behind on gold as well in this game. They can certainly still come back with a good team fight here on these upcoming objectives, but it is looking tougher and tougher. And if they go for that big fight and fail it, it's looking like a 2-0. I mean, things could not be more on a knife's edge for them. They have to make some proactive play here to get back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I think they need to get items in order, right? Like we mentioned already, it's about item spikes here for Top Esports. You need that Trinity Force there, you need the Dash Cannon in, and you need the Leandries completed here for 369, and then you'll be so extraordinarily strong in a lot of these fights. But right now, it's not necessarily there yet, and as they sort of fail to act on these moments, that's when CFO starts to build like the first defensive item for drivers. Kaiwing? Hello? All right. Just hopped over there, activates the Hex Flash, and somehow it kind of works out as the Peacemaker comes in. Kaiwing down to 100 health. I'm still confused.
I mean, I think they wanted to make a play there, and they were like, okay, Crisp is probably coming. Let's wait and get some more information. A little bit hesitant there, though, means that nothing really comes of it, and it was not the most ideal for Kaiwing. Is 369.
Yeah, well, Drive is driving. And he's still driving. He's driving.
He should be able to get out.
And he gets a control ward on the Grump, and he gets himself out. So that's a way to avoid a gank, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's still going to be first turret going over here to CFO.
Still able to clear out the wave. Oh man, I have a feeling I know which streamer he's been watching. As Jackie Love going to be able to clear him up. And the turret does, in fact, fall down. So that is going to be first turret blood going down. And the
that's
kills
actually
also over to TES first, so feats of strength, 1 each.
So that was really impactful, actually. They didn't get the execute there or didn't escape and decided to proxy that 1 extra wave because that allowed Jackie Left to get that feats of warfare stacked to actually secure it. Because otherwise, with that turret going over, it looked really good for CFO there, but that was actually a really important moment there. Jackie Left picks up the gold and gets his team feats of strength, so big win here for Top Esports after what looked like just a bit of shenaniganry there, and a really nice macro play. Ends up kind of backfiring, unfortunately. Still, though, you know, he was able to make it look cool. Give a shout out to Baus.
Yeah. I like it. As soon as Sion gets picked, it's where your mind goes to, but not a lot of the time do you have the actual plays that he makes also somewhat replicated.
It may be in danger here. Still has his flash.
Yeah, Junjo going to be able to come over and steal away the Grump that does now have a control ward on it.
That control ward valuable here because he knows he can kind of just hang out as they clear this wave.
Yeah, Ace in the hole coming on through. Junjo going to be able to take that one down. So now, let's see whether 369 is going to be okay as Keys' verdict going to get channeled. And Crisp says, no thank you.
It's the second time Crisp has bailed out a dive target as well.
Unstoppable Onslaught is not available, but it is for Cream, who is going to be able to take him down with the Kingslayer. Driver, will he be able to find a few autos? Does find a few cheeky ones, but otherwise not too much more to happen.
These are the kind of moments, even though they've been a little bit sloppy, a little bit odd here, that Top Esports need to get back in this game. Huge wins here. They get feats of strength. Jackalov picks up the kill. They pick up a kill there onto the Scion again. They stop the dive topside. Great rotation from Crisp, knowing 369 was a potential dive target there. I mentioned he came bottom lane just moments before to stop that dive. The weird shenanigans with Kaiwing now saves 369, makes sure that dive is impossible. He can get that farm in. Has his Leandries online. Kanavi here, you know, is making a lot, like, he's making a lot larger impact than it looked like he was going to with some of the early plays where he was close to making them. And Kareem is about to be on that first time, actually, in fact, just picked it up. So this is where TES really hit their stride with this composition. They're behind on gold, but they can change that in these upcoming objective fights.
Yeah,
and they need to.
This is the best part, is the fact that they have 6 grubs. So that is 2 feats of strength, or 2/3 of a feat of strength that they've picked up already as far as those objectives. And they're hitting these items exactly a minute away from this dragon that's coming up. It's going to be Infernal. That's a great one. And as we have a look at the MasterCard Lane Economy snapshot, it is still going well for CFO, but the top side of the map might be where TES can find their ways back in with this Rumble that now has his Leandries try and cut down Shelly in that pit. So let's see what does happen as Driver. Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
Ooh, Chain's going to miss. He's got the Swifties as well. You can see how live he is on his feet right now.
Yeah, he's got a lot of magic resistance as well. He's ready to play.
Yeah. When I was watching Pacific Rim, you know, I thought that they were a bit lumbering, a little bit slow, but this guy making it look fast. As Cream is just going to walk away from him.
Yeah, he's respecting it. Dragon spawns in 5 seconds here, though, and this is where I think Top Esports really wanted to make that fight happen, right? The final feat of strength will be theirs, but they take it. And, you know, this is where the comp is really very strong.
Ooh, Doggo. Wow, that is a big old chunk from Jackie Love, who now does have his Trinity Force completed. Honkyu, he's got his Sun Disc set up.
He's trying to control bottom side prio here so he can wrap around the way he wants to, but now Top Esports are on this dragon here. And yeah, Jackie Love doesn't have 2 items, but he's still got that Triforce. He hits hard.
Haven't done a lot of homework though. Doggo and Kaiwing now unseen. They get the depth charge. It's a double knockup and it's really nice, but the interruption comes in. The Impale is so good. Chris Blast so incredibly long though, as Kanavi will get taken down in the end. Knockups are plenty here as Driver tries to get himself out, but the DPS from Top Esports is too high. They win out in the fight, and it is going to be the smite actually landing in favor of CFO. I thought maybe in the chaos Top Esports was able to take it down, but those feats of strength are still live.
Yeah, still live. Not actually fully secured just yet here by the side of Top Esports, even though they end up winning the ensuing fight. Take a look at that flank though from Kaiwing and Doggo, as well as that TP coming through from the Scion here. As you can see how low it gets, but it is smoked by Jinjia. Driver's on the backside here, and 369 just isn't able to really do damage. But at the same time, well, all it takes is a big turn here, and Jackie Love is just doing free damage. The target selection a little bit disjointed here on the side of CFO, and even though it was a big Emperor's Divide in terms of targets hit, it didn't hit the big one, which was that Corki that's still able to layer all that damage. Now, Jackie Love hits the 2 items. He won the fight without that Muramana. Now he's got it. He's one big tier stack away from actually transforming it as well. And now Top Esports are really hitting their stride. Despite, again, having a small gold deficit here, looking very good. They gave the objective, though, critically. Yep. Now looking to actually get that final one to secure the feats of strength here.
Yeah, Kaiwing moving on over, but I don't think there's going to be any commitment. I think this is smart from CFO, identifying the fact that, yeah, this is Muramana completion, the transformation there from Jackie Love as well. Drivers in the bottom lane. There's no way for them to get anything done, and some crucial flashes were utilized in that last fight for CFO. So they give away the feats of strength. Doggo's still wanting to position himself in this mid lane to try and take this down, as another engage from Kaiwing as he just walks it off. The Peacemaker's fantastic, and they take down the turret. That is a big deal here for CFO, especially if they can get away Kanavi a little bit too late on the wraparound.
This is a very close game still. I think one of the big things to mention is the lack of grubs for this Azir too. So if left in the side lane isn't really going to be hitting super hard, despite the fact that he went for a Nashor's Tooth. Like, he will hit decently hard. He is Azir in a side, but it's not like he's going to be making the turrets disappear in 2 seconds like Azir would be if he was the one who had the 6 grubs on his side.
Yep.
But I think that the game here is where Top Esports want it, but they need to keep it there. In a one-loss team fight, one mistake, one catch, you know, Jackie Love's bounty goes over, and then suddenly you're feeling really good about CFO's chances. The gold is even, and Top Esports need to wrestle control here in these next few objective fights. We're able to get this Herald. They can pick up some gold potentially here off of this wave they're stacking onto this turret.
All right, Kanavi is going to drive that one into the turret. As now Junjo looking for an opportunity. Should be able to find an Impale, but can he stay alive as the Equalizer is just cooking him? However, they just take down Jackie. The Keeper's Verdict gets rid of Kaiwing, but a lot of the damage has already been done. It's a 1-for-1. They don't manage to take out the turret. An ace in the hole. No one really wants to tank that one, as Honku going to be denied here by Chris. No real punishment, though, as the Azir was just fishing for an opportunity. CFO, it's a 1-for-1. They keep their turret alive, but the charge still does a fair bit of damage.
I feel like the damage done to the turret is significant, but losing JackeyLove and that shutdown going over as well really puts a big grind to a halt to your gears here of controlling this mid game. And they look for this pick on the Junja. Unfortunately, Junja is like basically the most fed member here for CFO. He's very difficult to kill. Ends up getting the shutdown as well onto the Corki here, and they don't end up getting the turret. If he was able to isolate anyone else in the front line with that charge from the Herald, I think it would be a good play here, but maybe should have slow played it to try to siege the turret instead, and they end up getting punished.
Well, you can see Doggo still parked in this mid lane, catching wave after wave, as he does have his turret still up. A little bit dangerous here for Jackie, as we can see, but he's got Barrier and Flash. Unfortunately, wasn't able to use them to keep himself alive in that last little skirmish. And Arakan is going to be on the Rift here in a couple of seconds, so even more options here as far as these objectives to fight over. It's Ruinous this time around as well. Wolf, is this your first time casting a Ruinous
Yeah,
Arakan?
it actually is. Well, I'm glad to get my flowers finally.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. And see when that fight will occur. As last game, I was hopeful maybe we would get it, but we ended up just having a little bit of withdrawals again.
Yeah. Driver is a level behind. 369 actually pretty powerful at the moment. 800 gold in the lead as far as his matchup is concerned, as Jackie taking so much damage. Doggo flashing out of the way of Crisp as well. Gives him the thumbs up. Man, Doggo kind of feeling himself here at the moment.
And I think he should. He trades Flash here.
Oh dear, Jackie in trouble. Honkyu gets the barrier around. There's the anchor to the head to take down the Corki.
I mean, Honkyu, he's already pretty big. He would love a little bit more gold, but I think he's still okay with Kaiwing picking this one up. That's no Corki on the map here as Dragon is up for CFO. And they're looking to take it here early. No real response, no way to get in here. Vision control right now for Flying Oyster means that there's just no way Top Esports can contest. There's no top side objective for Top Esports to take either. So a big win here.
Oh, Drive is driving.
He's
this
driving.
is a big moment. Gets the knock-up, gets another knock-up, and Cream's going to take some damage. I don't think he's going to die. Of course, the Kingslayer is available. The Driver is still just being frustrating. Chasing after him here. He's got his Rook Burn completed.
I mean, he's so tanky. He has so much magic resistance. It's hard to actually side lane against him. And if you get full comboed with the ult into the fully charged Q,
yeah,
you're just like, oh, that's half my health bar.
He doesn't even have his Titanic Hydra completed yet, which was his second. I think it was like Warden's Mail into Titanic Hydra last time around. And he does so much damage. You just destroy minion waves as well. It's really,
and
really
Cream
cool.
is doing so little damage to him.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're like, all right, finally your combo's done, it's my turn. As this is a great play from Doggo. Fantastic movement. Flash is there as well. Crisp trying to look for that play. And because of a greedy recall here for JackeyLove, he's taken down in part due to that great play there from Doggo moments before. So this is a huge pick which leads to Dragon.
Well, now let's see what's going to lead to an Arakan take. That's the question. As the turret does go down, that is a lot of space being bought here by CFO. Making the map for Top Esports as small as possible.
I mean, Doggo's hit 2 items here. He is going to be hitting hard.
Yeah, and with the Yuntal, I feel like it does help the 2-item spike for a Caitlyn. Often we talk about like 3 or 4 being the time where she's really happy. I think Collector Infinity Edge was okay, but also with the Yuntal Infinity Edge, you're feeling all right there as well, especially with the added attack speed. So nicely done there.
Yeah.
Decent spike.
This is... I don't think this can be a take here for Top Esports. For a second, I thought they were going to Hail Mary it, and I don't think the game state is that desperate, but they are going to try for this. And Driver does not have teleport. They're aware of that, and maybe they think they can actually burst this down quickly enough, but I'm not so sure myself, and I think they do tend to agree as they back away.
Yeah, he's got Unstoppable Onslaught. He can drive his way up there.
Yeah. Now, remember, this means 369, because Driver doesn't have teleport, has to walk up, can push for this bottom turret, so they get a tempo play out of it, but maybe a leash here as CFO are looking to turn this one around.
Yeah, this is a bit of a thanks for the leash question mark type situation here as Driver has such a phenomenal angle on the flank. 369's teleporting in, the Keeper's Verdict gets rid of the Nautilus, but the Smite is still there, and Kanabi just going to get thrown out. The Emperor's Divide goes down. That is going to be Junjia taking down the Arakan, but is it going to be enough to win them the fight? As the Impale onto Cream, that's going to take down the Silas. They do manage to get one back, but it's a triple for the young man in the mid lane from CFO. And they also get all of these flowers as well. Man, what an incredible turning point. They already had a slight lead, but now it's like 2.5K.
Yeah, it's massive here. And what this may be a bit of a tragic end to this series here for Top Esports as they commit to the Keeper's verdict. But unfortunately, they don't get the target that's really going to be a game changer here.
And Kanavi's in there by himself.
Kanavi's by himself because he knows they burnt it so low that he has to be there for the smite fight. He inevitably loses here. The equalizer is decent, but there's just not a lot of follow-up, and it's so late because 369 didn't have a great ward to teleport to where he could make an impact instantly. So yes, he has the slow teleport, comes over, the new teleport is a little bit slower, gets in there, doesn't actually have the ability to impact the team fight, and end up losing out. And knocking Nautilus away isn't really going to stop the fast burn on the Otacon there that CFO had. And Top Esports end up losing out in a huge way here.
Yeah. And it's kind of nutty. I actually really loved the trap wall from Doggo, making it really hard for them to get in regardless of what was going on. It's Kaiwing looking for another opportunity. Oh man, Kanavi just thrown into the wall, does get down the ulti, but now he's looking to try and go in. Crisp on an angle, wants to try and find a priority target. He gets Honkyu, gets him into the wall, and he should be taken down, but he goes golden before anything can happen. Driver going to be taken out, but Junja is so tanky. Driver is now the zombie mode, pushing them away here, and Doggo is still deadly on this Caitlyn, but a much better fight than what it could have been for Top Esports.
Crisp?
Oh, Crisp not going to die to that one. He's Poppy.
No Collector. And, you know, he is going to live. He is very tanky. But man, that was a little bit of a disrespectful fight for CFO, to be honest, because that's a Xin Zhao that you're locking down here, as Kaiwing does still have his ultimate, so he can absorb a ton of the damage here. And now you're actually funneling into an equalizer, so a bit haphazard here. I think really seeing blood in the water, but ultimately this ends up being a way better fight here for Top Esports. I think that they would be able to ordinarily get at this game state because of the geography at which CFO ended up taking this fight. Driver peels them away, or peels so they can get away. Otherwise, maybe they could have gotten more out of that, but CFO need to be careful, because a few more fights like that, and then suddenly Top Esports are back in this.
Do you know what? This might be like a little bit too much. You know, maybe it's not the decision-making that they were going through, but CFO at that point in time was 2 minutes away from this Cloud Soul point. You can kind of just throw something out there and see what sticks, right? They already had a lot of control. There wasn't a lot to fight for at that moment. And so now you can see all 5 of them back on the map, still with a lot of control. And if that play does work out, then you'll maybe able to take an inner turret and then get full control over this Dragon Pit.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, I mean, you just get to reset and then the Dragon is going to be up. So now we're fighting for Soul Point. TES just wanting to try and deny it as best they can. Oh man, just one extra link in that chain. And it would have been a good one. Crisp spotted on the flank angle as Kanavi in there. The Sand Soldiers doing some work. Cream with the Emperor's Divide already hijacked. But Junja just gets rid of him. They dive on top of the Silas. The Dragon's still at 4K as the fight continues to break out. Kaiwing should be eviscerated, but mid for support you'll take. Driver still extraordinarily low, and that's the Dragon denied as it goes over to Kanavi. It's once again another 1-for-1 as Junja looking to try and pick one off. Crisp could be the target, takes a boulder to the noggin, and Honkyu gonna push him away. So some Alcove Gaming not gonna work out here for the Poppy as CFO will grab a straggler.
That was such a great collapse onto Cream from CFO. And the fight ends up being pretty close, right? And ultimately they do end up winning in the kills, but they don't get the Dragon. So this buys some additional time here for Top Esports. They do have now a single Dragon to their name. But look at the chunking onto Cream. And then Junjia, with this control, has full vision, and he's just ready to go. They end up locking this one down. Now Top Esports respond in kind instantly here, and Kaiwing is taken down. Driver incredibly tanky, so difficult to lock him down and kill him, but it buys enough space as they push the front line away to get the Dragon. They know, though, against this double threat of this Fed Azir and Doggo, who's now fully online, they cannot win the ensuing fight, so have to then retreat. I think they played it about as well as they could have there after losing their mid laner.
Yeah, the problem is, it's only going to get worse here for Top Esports, right? Like, their sun is setting as far as this composition is concerned. And yeah, they do have like a fair bit of, you know, scaling opportunities. There's some poke to come through from the Corki, things like that you can talk about. But like, this is 2 mega tanks in the Skarner and the Scion. And Corki is not known for his tank busting. Yes, he's got a Lord Doms, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough steadfast presence. Maybe not as steadfast as Chris wants it to be as they do dive in. Junja going to be pulling back Kanavi, though, as the Equalizer burning down the Skarner. So the Skarner not going to get barbecued today. Not too worried about it as Cream spotted on that trinket.
Yeah, he's just going to have to leave here, and Baron is up. Junjia is fairly low here.
He's got 3 items, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is still kind of greedy. Let's see if Cream can find an angle. His hijack is just now available again.
Yep, Driver, I think with a health bar that is much larger than it has any right to be at this point in the game.
Just need to kind of reshuffle here and push Driver to block 369, and they can try to burn this down. Cream looking for the flank.
Oh, yeah, Honku almost actually caught out. There's Jackulov just scooped up, and Cream diving into the back. He wants to be the hero, but it's desperation from Top Esports. Another clean sweep for CFO. What is this?
I mean, CFO, I think, could do no wrong, it feels like today, and they pull it off again. And look at the setup here. Kaiming and Jinjia, I mean, they are just a two-man, block somebody down and kill them squad here. The Hex Flash over the wall. They find Kanavi, and yes, the Crescent Guard buys some time, but he is just pulled back, and the Impale is down. So you're feeling like, okay, maybe there's an angle here. Cream's on the flank, but he can't actually set anything up. Gets his hijack, grabs the Nautilus ult, but look at how Driver zones 369 out. They have the traps down as well. Honku finds Jackulov as he's trying to aggressively position to do damage, but Top Esports could not have been more split. And part of it was positional error, but I think a lot of it was the way that that was handled by CFO. Completely blocking the Rumble out, catching Jackulov there, and just saying, yeah, Cream, you've got the flank, but it's too late, buddy. There's nothing you can do. And down goes the Baron. Red Bull Baron power play here already stacking up at 2K, and man, Flying Oyster are flying away with this one.
They are looking so incredibly good. And I just want to say, as an Australian, these guys are now representing my region.
There you go.
There we go. Oh, man. Everybody else from OCE in the chat, please make yourselves known. This is our team, and they are doing the unthinkable here at First Stand. Absolutely incredible performance, only losing so far to Humble Life Esports, and I now want to see that rematch now that they've got their eyes in here at LOL Park. They're going to be taking down some inner turrets, and it looks like they're dotting some I's and crossing some T's. Is not going to get stunned up. Is this Scion? Doesn't really mind about it either because he looks pretty immortal. Is now just zoning away Jackulov, and Honku, he finds him. No flash can get you out of that one, and he goes golden to keep himself alive. They get a couple. There's a keeper's verdict from Chris, but unfortunately, he's not able to read the verdict. That is CFO that are capable of doing so. They're the last men standing. They get to write their history this time. As Minions getting pushed in, I think this is just going to be the Red Bull Baron power play that wins them this series.
It's looking like this is just the end of it. CFO, a huge performance here today, taking out Top Esports in a dominant 2-0. Also locking KC into the semifinals, a huge win for them. They were already locked in themselves. The stakes were not on them, they were on the remaining teams, but they played like it mattered, like this was a semifinal match. And man, Kaiwing was the only one to die in that last team fight. He took his hands off his keyboard, put him on the chair, and he had this big grin on his face because he knew it was over. He knew they took out old rivals here in Top Esports. And man, this team has gone from strength to strength, I feel, in some ways, but it's been incremental improvements throughout the entirety of First Stand. And that's the dance we've been waiting for.
There he is. Oh my God. What an incredible performance here from CFO. But it is now time for us to go to a short break. Before we come back, no one is eliminated yet. All right, break time, then the final series of groups.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LOL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With the custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LOL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
Noxus, you honor me this day. But we are not here for celebration. Not for spectacle or sport. No. We stand over this blood-soaked sand because it is our legacy. It reminds us of the taste of triumph. The roar of defiance. The strain of sacrifice. The story of our people from the beginning. And the only truth that matters when you face your reckoning. Strength above all.
Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and don't ceasefire. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah. I will arise. Yeah. And get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. I am divine. I am designed to only be broken and never defied. I conquered the earth, play with the stars and live in the sky. My power is flawless. I'm the strongest alive. Yeah. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah. I will arise. Yeah. And get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, I will arise. Take a look in my eyes. It's time for glory. The kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Life of the lawless. I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and don't ceasefire. Unlimited power, I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail. I will devour.
Unstoppable Onslaught is not available, but it is for Cream, who is going to be able to take him down with a Kingslayer. Driver, will he be able to find a few autos? Does find a few cheeky ones. He trades Flash here. Oh dear, Jackie in trouble. Honkyu gets the barrier around. There's the anchor to the head to take down the Corki.
Cream looking for the flank.
Oh yeah, Honkyu almost actually caught out. There's Jackie Love just scooped up, and Cream diving into the back. He wants to be a hero, but it's desperation from Top Esports. Another clean sweep for CFO. What is this?
Welcome back to First Stand 2025. Oh yeah, what a vibe! What a vibe from this guy. CFO wins the series 2-0, locking KC into semifinals. I'm trying not to smile too much here because I'm a very professional host.
This is your moment.
I'm so happy.
Take it, yeah. What?
Also,
You're
not
allowed to be happy.
Not a single TES fan will truly be surprised with this.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing. Yeah, and well, what a way to win this.
Yeah, I made a bet with Kobe that's going to be paid off later.
Want to
but
talk about this one?
I was going to have to take an ice bath. I bet that CFO were going to 2-0. I was like, I know TES.
TES fan.
I know TES.
TES fan.
Been there,
and
done
he
that.
was like, no, there's no way. 2-1. And now he has to eat something spicy. We basically traded weaknesses,
Yeah,
right?
Budak Ramyeon, one of the spiciest ramyeon you can find in Korea. We want to do this live. I know he's watching backstage, so now Twitch chat is aware, and we will make it happen.
There's no
Not
escaping.
today, because he has to cast
Can we
tomorrow.
get you, Kobe?
But yeah, Kobe. Sorry for you, but Team Liquid still has a chance. We'll talk about this a bit later, but let's talk a bit about CFO and the way they made this one happen. A bit more even game, I feel, this one, but man, the individual misplays from TES, I don't even know where to start here.
It's both things, right? Like we can talk about, and we should give CFO their flowers, because they have now 2-0'd all their opponents outside of Hanwha Live, right? Which is insane, like completely obliterating tournament expectations. But then on the flip side, a lot of the Kanavi flashing in early on the Zinzao. Jackie Love Wing basically into third range, flashing out and still dying. There was, unfortunately for TES, a lot that will haunt them in, I don't know, until the next international, probably.
It'll haunt us all, honestly.
Because they're still in, right? But like,
Yeah.
that is such a horrible
No
way.
one is eliminated for now. There's one team fight that we can look at, actually, if we want to talk about the misplays that TES made, and every second count. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, CFO leaves ruins in their wake topside, securing Autocan and punishing TES once again. That's what they kept on doing here.
And as the casters already highlighted, it started off with a thank you for the leash. Autocan is at 55. The big thing with this buff is that it really, really takes so much of a resistance away if you spend enough time. But if you get it at 55% HP, then obviously you're going to be fine. And then the hard force here, the fact that Cream dives into multiple people with a Skarner roll, when there was a low health Azir right there, that's not something you would have done domestically.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really rough to see, right? Because at this point in the game, like, they've already made so many other misplays to get to this point. And again, like, it's really sad for me as someone who has watched this team domestically for years, right? And does know that they're better than this, to see, in particular, Jackie Love, a player that I am, like, very, very fond of, continue to go to international events and really like underperform compared to expectations is really frustrating.
It's not over for them, though. Their fate is no longer in their hands, actually, heading into Team Liquid versus Hanwha Live Esports. A Liquid win here will secure the last seat for Team Liquid, and an HLE win is, spoiler, locking in TES. That's not great odds if you're a North American fan here, honestly.
So it's not looking great for that. It also, when we look forward, right, like what it sets up in semis is insane, because you have two of the tournament favorites facing off, and then CFO, who bailed out KC, will face off against one another. And I do think that Hanwha Live, they have their weak spots, so we can get into theoretically, maybe they can win.
We've talked about this earlier today, if you could not be with us on Countdown. Weird picks. Could be the enemy of HLE, Emily.
Yeah, and this is all the way back from Worlds last year, where FlyQuest kind of stymied HLE. I was actually watching this with Chronicler. We were on the desk for this, with some interesting picks. But I think the important thing is, with the Nunu that we saw here, with the Ivern that we saw from Yike yesterday, it also did really, really well. Attacked kind of what HLE want to do in these compositions. So it's not just weird picks, it's picks that in this case, the jungler is really good at with Inspired Ivern or Yike, Inspired Nunu and Yike Ivern. But it's also that it fits and it kind of stymies what HLE wants.
Not only that, K-Corp has also had an incredibly big improvement in form compared day 1 to 2 to the more recent days. And that is something that we're going to have to see from FLICKR as well if they want to remain in the tournament, because I think that really their entire top side has not performed up to par. And even if you get the cool picks, even if you get like the crazy counter matchups, if they continue to play the way that they have thus far, I don't think that just draft alone is ever going to be enough against Home Alive.
Yeah. I do think it was cool to see how KCU was able to regroup, though, because it's always sad to see a team underperform. We just finished talking about TES, right? It's always sad to see a team underperform compared to what the expectation was from their domestic play. And I did think they were playing below expectations in their first few series. So it was nice to see them bounce back and give HLE a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and then as much as I think KC improved, we also saw Hama kind of slide back to how they looked at the beginning of LCK Cup with Zeus just like, I think that's the worst Narg I've ever seen from him. Because his Nar is like the champion that he really had a breakout performance on, right? Peanut queuing into a turret to then immediately flash out, and just generally looking kind of out of sorts in terms of how they set up the fights. And that's something we saw from them early on. Didn't really see that in recent, which is why they were able to win the LCK Cup in the first place and why they've looked like the tournament favorite thus far.
Yeah, and the team being out of sync the way they were, especially yesterday, is really unlike them when you think about the first matches we saw from them into the level that they displayed against KC yesterday.
And they still won.
And they still
won.
Is the
big thing, right?
Yeah.
Like they dropped the game, but even that game ended up being like a crazy with triple inhib down and elder flips. But are they going to play like that 2 days in a row?
I would say no.
I would also say no.
Yeah. I think TL have a really, really tall task ahead of them.
Yeah.
HLE is still by far and away the best performing team at this event, and I would say the best performing team in the entire world right now. And with this, I think I'm really, really looking at topside. You already mentioned Zeus Chronicler.
Yeah, Zeus has been incredible. Impact has just not looked good, right? Even when he has gotten a lot of resources, when he got kills, not able to perform on the carries. And then Umti has also been, unfortunately, having a rough, not quite as rough as I think he was domestically, but still not great. However, any Brion fan will know that just once, very consistently, like 2 times a year, Umti shows up. He's done it to DK when they were the best team. He's done it to Gen G repeatedly. And that was the Gen G lineup with Peanut that then ended up winning. So that's the type of miracles that I think we're going to have to talk about here with the performance of these 2 teams so far being this far apart.
He's back at Low Park. Maybe the Low Park buff here. Any last advice that you would give Team Liquid, maybe, Emily?
I would say draft to your team strengths and pick good team fights.
Yeah, let's try to make sure Impact is not playing a carry versus carry matchup against Zeus, because I don't think that's going to end well.
We'll hear Isaac from here.
First step, all eyes on the draft. Drafting good win conditions that suit Team Liquid. Can they secure their seat into semi-final? HLE, the final boss with 2 health bars, stand in their way. Casters, take us into Champ Select.
Thank you so much, Spaces, for getting us ready for this matchup. So much on the line here for TL. And what I want to remind everyone of is the fact that there was disappointment after they lost to CFO. And we've just realized CFO are like the 2nd best team in the 2nd best region. And so losing to them, no worries at all. And they can shake that one off and just get down to business to see whether they can upset the tournament favorites.
For Team Liquid, I was disappointed in Champ Select. You know, I felt like this was a team that really had a pretty strong identity, and it was playing around Yun. And even when things got dire, when Yun was on a carry, as long as he wasn't too far behind, he popped off. When games he was ahead, like his Lucian performance,
oh yeah,
my God. I mean, we saw one of the most dominant AD carry performances we've seen all tournament, if not the most dominant performance. So putting him on Ziggs, putting him on Kai'Sa, where he was reliant on his team's dive, didn't really hit for me. He's played so many different champions. He's played 7 unique champions. He's got a wide pool. Played his first real Tier 1 Ziggs yesterday. But I'd love to see them play to him being the main character of this series, because I think that's what they need if they're going to upset and make it to semifinals.
Well, here we are into the draft for game number 1 already. A couple of key picks being taken away here. If you're thinking of Zeus, I mean, all they need to do is ban Aatrox, and it's his 3 most famous picks. But of course, the Yone is likely aimed towards Zeka. They're pretty greedy over the side of Humble Life Esports. They've taken the 2 best Yone players and put them on the 1 team.
I wonder if, because Varus is still available, they're considering just letting the Kalista through and playing Varus into it. They banned the Skarner, so Kalista is going to be up. We'll see if Team Liquid actually want to just go ahead and lock that in.
I mean, I think
they
should.
read this
Poppy and Talia are both taken away already. It's a lot of the things that this Kalista is afraid of. And you mentioned Yon, like, give him the priority pick and see whether he can carry. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Let's see if Viper just wants to snap this Varus in, or if he'd prefer to play the Ashe into this Kalista. The Varus will outrange, the Ashe obviously slows and makes Kalista's life miserable. It's one of the old school counters to this pick.
Yep.
Find out if they do lock that in just a moment. As Draven, so fighting fire with fire, that's the other option.
Yeah, that would certainly be a little bit more of an aggressive choice, as they are still considering it for the moment.
Yeah. Don't necessarily need to lock a support in.
You don't even need to lock in an 80 carry, to be honest. You can leave that one for as long as you like, at least until the next ban phase, like pick it on 3 if you'd like to. But things have kind of stopped here, just a little. And it is going to be the Vi that comes on in. So Vi, I think, has been under a lot of understandable flack. There's some criticism here for this champion. But Peanut's been really good at it.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very strong Vi player, even though he had a bit of a stinker on it, as the analyst did point out earlier. But it opens up so much of the champion pool we haven't really seen yet for Zeka. The Talia is a great pairing, obviously, but even something like the Ahri, even though it isn't tier 1 meta right now, still works incredibly well with both the Vi and the Draven, because you lock down a target, you charm them, there's the burst damage, the Draven gets the reset, or gets the stacks rather, gets the kill there, and then you end up having a strong mid-game where you can snowball incredibly well. Love the Cassante here, because the Cassante just says straight up, you know, it's going to be hard to break through this. Now, when the Renata was taken away, I was like, what can they win this matchup with? Because, you know, Kalista Renata beats almost anything, and Delight's got his hands on now an opportunity to potentially dwarf that, you know, get some nice hooks. Can also be a big roaming support on this pick, but I think when you're playing into Kalista Renata, you're probably not going to have that much free time to get out of the lane.
No. So the Pyke is going to be taken away here by Delight. Draven Pyke is an extraordinarily aggressive lane, but I can sense it. Like, I can feel it. I can hear Azael. He's like, yes, boys. This is what we want. Impact on a tank. We want Yon to have as much power as possible. And that man on your screen right there, yes, he looks very stressed, but that's just what Swiffer looks like most of the time.
That's true.
And so I think he's done a great job in the first half of the draft thus far. So the drafters ran away. There was a Tristana ban, so that is confirming that at least the Pyke is locked in, unless we did have that weird bug where, unfortunately, you can't, like, just accidentally lock the next champion along.
Okay.
But no, we're back up.
I think it was just fixing the countdown timer, so now we can actually see how much time remains, as that was being a little bit funky earlier. But Maokai's gone here now. Fantastic pairing with what Team Liquid already have, so I love that ban. Cassante kind of hard countered by one of Zeus' best champions. Like you mentioned with Peanut, like also one that you didn't perform that well on in the last time he played it, but obviously very strong.
He's had some great games on the Vi, so not one of those things that you're as worried about.
And like the Gnar is one of the best answers. It gives you so much flexibility in this draft. Can work well with the Vi. See what else they want to take away from him here. Silas, in fact, actually will be taken away. And that's great considering how powerful it is to steal the Renata ultimate in this draft and can really warp how the Kalista wants to play things out. If you actually berserk a Kalista and she starts ripping through your own team's backline, it's a disaster.
And I wonder whether they're going to focus on getting some sort of frontline here on the side of HLE. Like a Sion could just be locked in. You could just have a tank battle on the top side of the map, kind of ignoring each other, things like that. That could be a way that they could tackle this. Or they could just grab something that's a little bit more flexible, like an Aurora, for example, could go top or mid lane.
I'm concerned about Ahri because I don't think it's enough damage to break through this tanky Cassante necessarily. as we'll take that down for just a second again, but we'll get you guys an update when we can.
The draft is pretty shy in this particular game as we get into series number 2, and understandably so, right? There is so much on the line. All comes down to this, to see whether it's going to be TL that can drag themselves into the playoffs and thus kicking out Top Esports, or whether TL are going to be going home. Thankfully, everything is still in their hands. Like, if TES had won our first series, this would have meant not a whole lot, right? It's just Humble Life Esports building some momentum heading into the playoffs. And instead, we get Team Liquid with their life in their hands, trying to take down the Titans.
And
a lot of fun.
I feel like they have a pretty good start to this draft. We'll see how it eventuates, of course. But they had some good bans in the second phase. Big question for me is what Zeka is playing, obviously, because you have the Vi synergy with so many champions and so many champions that Zeka is known for, but they don't necessarily fit into Cassante. I think the Cassante is a big power point here for Team Liquid because they have a robust front line for Yun to carry on this Kalista.
Yep.
This is the kind of Team Liquid draft that you like if you've been following them domestically, you've been following them in their best games this tournament. This feels like a winning draft for them, a draft that plays to their best strengths. Impact on Cassante, I mean, that's exactly what you want. Not even as Azale is just going to be like, that's what I need, yes.
And I think that we've seen it a lot of times before, like on blue side, you grab Kalista, Renata, and Cassante. You haven't really given away too much about your composition, right? As we are getting back into Champion Select once again. We are going to travel all the way through. We'll see where the changes are going to occur, because league officials have restarted the draft with the same picks and bans to address the issue with what was going on. So we'll just go all the way through exactly the same ones. So if you want to sound really smart to the people that just tuned in now, Wolf, you can predict exactly what's going to be locked in.
So one of the things we could talk about here is the fact that Humble Life could have taken the Renata away, and it felt like a very intentional choice to grab Vi instead. And in order for that to make sense, we have to see what Zeka is going to be playing here. And they've kept it a bit hidden from us, right? We don't know just yet what he's going to go for. And that's the big X factor. I mean, that's the information we don't have. They could have locked it there as well and kept the Pyke hidden. They put that in face-up as well. So this is not how Korean teams normally draft. Normally, they would take the Renata away 100% in this scenario if they're going to play something like a Draven. They seem to have some sort of answer with this mid lane pick for Zeka. See the Gnar taken away because of the matchup into Cassante and Zeus' proficiency on it. The question really becomes, what are we going to see in terms of that mid lane matchup? And in just a second, we're going to find out.
Looking forward to it. The Maokai makes a lot of sense. Of course, Umti has really gravitated towards that pick. I think it's the only one that he's played more than once here at this tournament. And so not going to have that very sort of stable pick as Ryze. Yeah, that's an option. We are so mid-range. Like there is just not a massive amount of range on either side.
Yeah, no team is going to shoot far.
No.
At least so far. We'll see. That could change. But
unless we've got some The Shy energy, putting the Kalista into the top lane for impact, and it's going to be mid-lane Cassante like he used to be in the past, and Yon's going to play Caitlyn, and that would be a lot more range. But that sounds like a lot of things that aren't going to happen. As Ziggs, speaking in the mid-range, this is also APA Ziggs. This is huge comfort in this draft for TL.
This is what a lot of people were perhaps expecting to see yesterday, but it ended up being piloted by Yun. APA is very well known for playing his Ziggs, and it will be able to match a lot of the wave clear of the Ryze. So I think that's in part why they end up going with it. It's great for the damage profile as well. You know, you want to have a big mage in the mid lane when you have this Kalista and you have the Cassante locked in top side. And Pantheon will actually be the jungle round out here for Team Liquid. So a lot of global threat here as well. Long range engage, and also the ability to set up that follow-up bomb from APA. This draft looks phenomenal for Team Liquid.
I really like it. I actually feel like Pantheon as well suits Umti's playstyle really effectively, right? Like this is a guy that plays a lot of Xin Zhao.
No way!
That's Kale.
We have seen this before, but it has been a while, Atlas.
Yeah, I saw a bit of Kale being spoken about on Reddit a little while ago, but that is all I've really seen.
Yeah, get your clocks out, everybody.
Oh, God, yeah.
I gotta say,
the Monk and W's got to get in that chat.
I mean, it gives them the ability to follow up pretty well with the Kale ult with the Vi, and Realm Warp will be able to match some of the Pantheon. So it's not just like that Team Liquid can completely run around the map faster than Humble Life Esports. They have their own big global threat in the Ryze, and if they can get on top of the backline, this composition does wonders. I think the Ziggs is really what saves this draft for me for Team Liquid. It makes me feel like it's robust because it is not going to be shooting far, but it will be casting spells from far away and will allow you to kind of outrange. And if you can hit those skill shots repeatedly and kind of chunk away at HonorLife Esports before they actually go in for that engage, you're going to have a great time. And when they do decide to heavily commit, you have the Renata ult to deny that entry. So you can play it slow and then allow Yun to clean up after that Ziggs bomb chips away. I feel like this is going to come down to execution because the Kayle is also pretty weak early into this type of composition. So
I was here versus Genji. No. I believe in General Umpty. I don't know whether, like, okay, you might have been here for General Umpty, but what about Jinair Umpty, right? Remember, this is the guy that killed FLICKR in the jungle 94 minutes. Right? This, like 2018, million years ago, the longest game in League of Legends competitive history. And it was Umpty that pulled that final trigger. If there's ever more pressure than that, it doesn't exist in my book. So all of the naysayers, you've had some points, honestly, like throughout this tournament, but maybe not today.
Peanut is dead?
No, he's not. He respawned.
Well, he was dead.
Huh.
And I suppose we're going to replay what happened there.
No, I don't want to replay. I don't want to replay. Can we request no replay? I want you to try and surmise how this happened. Okay, we're going to replay.
I don't have to anymore, but no summoners otherwise used, and he just, I mean, yeah, it's Pantheon level 1. Okay, big win here for Team Liquid, and
Yun
picks up the first blood. Massive here for the Kalista start.
All right, so as far as things going about as well as they possibly can, that's a lot of boxes ticked.
Yes.
Here for TL thus far. We have, I do want to, be devil's advocate just a little bit, as APA's got a short fuse. That means that these trades early on work out very nicely for the Ziggs.
Remember, this is the #1 global power ranking team, by the way.
Yeah.
Life Esports, defending LCK Cup champions, defending LCK champions as well. Up against North America here, right? And TL being the representative from the LTA. And they have a great start. They have a fantastic draft as well.
And I do want to say that, okay, there's another handshake here as Delight's going to have to undertow back. And he will get some of that gray health back, as you can see, as he dips out of vision. So thankfully, Pyke is Pyke, so does have that regen available. But yeah, I think there was some liberties taken in this draft. Let's just say, like we need to address the elephant in the room.
I'm sure.
I think Dandy was a little bit lax on let's stick with the meta. Let's just say that. There's not a lot of tanks to speak of.
I mean, look.
And this isn't necessarily looking very standard.
I mean, look, HonorLife have first seed on lock already.
They do.
Now, they can go undefeated, of course, with the win here. They have first place, though, on lock, no matter what, because they have the head-to-head with CFO, who would have the even score with them if they end up losing this game. As I may have to hold my thoughts on this, as nope, we're not really going to have a battle.
Top of the morning to you, Umpty.
But I also spoke with Viper yesterday, kind of alluded that they've been practicing some eclectic picks of Zeka.
Yeah, gonna have to flash. A lot of respect to Umpty there, who does have point-and-click CC.
I mean, he just teleported back to lane. It's a huge chunk for APA to get before teleporting back himself. He went Comet. And so that's going to allow him to, with those early short fuses, trade really well.
Oh dear. Umpty already lit on fire here as the Vault Breaker comes down. Undertow going to be flashed out of the way of. So Umpty will survive for now as the handshake just barely going wide. Viper already down to about 50% in this lane, as we can see.
In defense of Umpty, I mean, this is normally what you want to be trying to do when you have a Kalista lane that has Prio in the 2v2 is start to get into the enemy jungle. Unfortunately, he and CoreJJ and Yun were a little bit disjointed, and the wave wasn't crashing or anything like that, so it was tough for them to come over and assist him instantly there. So he does end up getting punished. So losing Flash there, not ideal, but at least the game plan made sense, in theory.
Yeah.
I'm trying to always defend the general, you know.
No, absolutely. Sometimes he just doesn't need defense because he just makes the right calls. But other times, we do need to come to his aid. As he is now going to look for Zeka once again, wandering forwards. And Peanut might be able to contest this smite.
I mean, they have Prio in mid, they have Prio in bottom, so Umpty's trying to get what he can.
Oh, Peanut able to come over and take that one away.
Skates in.
Yeah, Umpty unable to press the smite button in time, unfortunately. Does mean that Peanut won't have it for this red buff, though. So maybe the last laugh will belong to the general. Stand aside, going to be used onto CoreJJ and Yun here as Delight tries to take down CoreJJ, who flashes out of the way of the turret here as the Rend. Not enough. And that's 2 turret shots taken from Yun.
Minus barrier 2 here. CoreJJ burning both summoners, and
In the meantime...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Umpty's using his Prio Atlas.
He is indeed. As APA throws flowers on the ground, and the back actually working out. Oh, beautiful
Good
use
handshake.
of the handshake.
And they know that Peanut's topside, so it's not going to be a huge deal or anything that there's a bit of a disconnect between these two players for just a moment, but it really takes the wind out of the sails. Remember, this was just seconds ago, a Draven that had to walk away from his turret and give up farm into a disaster.
Undertow going to go wide there as it's a great handshake, but Delight hadn't touched Core JJ yet. And so therefore the turret does not get upset. And he walks away.
This is one of the wildest and weirdest
It's so
bottom
weird,
lanes
man.
ever. We're just trading back and forth as now Peanut's got the advantage here.
Yeah, APA going to move over. Not a lot of blue stuff, so isn't going to commit to anything. Peanut will be able to steal away these wolves.
Umpty has unfortunately spent a lot of time trying to use the Prio, but has actually been unsuccessful in getting a lot of these big picks. So now he's going to lose some of his jungle here, and Peanut actually takes a significant farm lead. You can see, despite dying early, he's actually finding himself 250 gold up right now, at least for the moment, on Umpty. As after the shenanigans bottom lane, Hanwha got back control. Now they could take a reset here. They weren't able to get the kill on the Core JJ, but Delight didn't have to flash or anything like that, didn't pick up turret aggro, and Viper's going to now catch this wave. You can see the CS pretty even as this wave crashes here between the two. Then Umpty tried to use that Prio that they had, but it's not going to be as aggressive as it has been thus far. Impact's had a winning lane because it's early game KO. APA is outranging Zeka, laning really well, had that advantage there. So Umpty was constantly trying to use that, but just hasn't been able to find big solid advantages just yet, and the game remains even.
Yeah, Zeus managing to hit that first evolution. Of course, you really want to get to level 16 before you're absolutely terrifying. And even then, if the game state has fallen out of your favor, then it can be a little bit of an issue, as Viper is just wandering underneath the turret. Impact is just not really going to worry about it at all.
If you can't beat a Draven that hard with Kalista, go find the Kale. I bet you can win that one super hard.
You're definitely going to win that one. That being said, I mean, the Kalista matchup into Draven should be really hard for Kalista, but it isn't actually the case, as, of course, this Kalista did manage to get that first blood. Now also has the, like, steel caps? I don't know. Very aggressive, defensive choice, but will make sure that you're not taking too much damage from this this Draven. And they say that if you do have, like, a big extra advantage, investing in a defense is oftentimes more valuable.
Absolutely. I think that is definitely the truth, and Delight is aggressive here.
Yeah, he's like, actually, would prefer not to.
We have seen Delight a lot of the time in this game coming close to people, not hitting them, and then going away really fast.
Yeah. But that does feel like pipe.
But, you know, I think that while Kalista normally doesn't have a huge, you know, matchup win into Draven, when the Pyke is on the other side and isn't finding anything, and some of those trades are going forward, you have the Renata where you can always win that all-in with bailout. You have to respect it. But after some shenanigans, they end up going topside, getting some extra edges here, while Viper was bottom lane into the Cassante, and this gives Hanwha the opportunity now to reset and swap back, but they lost a little bit of tempo, so Yana's actually caught back up. His gold lead is going back up to that first blood lead he had earlier, after he had dropped down quite substantially, and the CS was even. Now he pulls ahead a little bit once again, so some good macro here from Team Liquid, what they're known for. Yes, lane swaps in the traditional early game sense have been removed from the game, but you can still swap later on. And do things like this. So a good tempo move from TL now.
Oh dear, there's a handshake. It's very polite, but maybe not so much, as Delight is going to be able to at least escape for the moment. Does get into the mists.
It was a firm handshake, Alex.
That was a very firm handshake. That's the kind of one where obviously the dad doesn't want you dating his daughter. Is okay. Peanut diving forward, finds a cease and desist, but Young gets underneath his turret, and now the grand skyfall comes down. Umpty going to be able to grab Peanut one more time for the second kill. We're getting close to picking up one of these feats of strength as Viper not going to get caught by the ultimate from this Renata. They are going to be able to disengage, but not without losing their jungler.
Yeah, that showcases so well what Team Liquid's comp can do. They have Fate's Call to buy some additional time, and then the global presence of the Pantheon. You can turn on a dime so incredibly well with this, and they do just that. And with the Prio they've had, I mean, APA is there, has the follow-up, and end up grabbing that kill. Phenomenal start here, Umpty. The big ultimate, utilizing this Pantheon early. Maybe not in some of those early Prio advantages, but otherwise, and now look, Viper is struggling.
Yeah, that bouncing bomb, lots of damage. And didn't have the ultimate No, so it wasn't quite off cooldown just yet, and so therefore Viper is allowed to live. Still had flash available, things like that. But let's check out this fight one more time.
I mean, you have Realm Warp. Seems like massive advantage Huddle Light, 4v2, but APA is rotating over. Realm Warp was used, but he can actually just come up here so quickly when they buy time with the Fate's Call and have the Pantheon. And then, yeah, you can hook Umpty, but he just doesn't care.
Yeah, and he also
tanky.
He also gets to jump back at the same time. So even though they displaced him, it wasn't enough to actually cause anything. So really nicely played from TL, getting them to 1 kill away from those feats of warfare.
This is looking really good for Team Liquid thus far. Big advantages almost everywhere. And with some of the lane swaps, Impact did take a little bit of the brunt of that. You can see he's a little bit behind Zeus, but again, we've always talked about how Cassante is a low eco champion, and with the advantages Team Liquid have, they may be able to start to snowball this game before Zeus really comes online. Looking for that level 11 first as Umpty's lurking.
Yeah, Umpty is behind enemy lines right now. I wonder whether, now that he's been in North America for a while, he's got a good Owen Wilson impression. As Peanut going to be pushed away, but I don't think loses out on that one. Flash used by Viper here to avoid the handshake. And Umpty and Peanut just continuing to fight. Smite going to be utilized there as Umpty just dives on top. And these health bars were already low. Peanut in trouble and he's dead again!
This is looking really rough here for Hanwha Life Esports. Another kill goes over to Team Liquid here. Not picked up by Yun, unfortunately, for TL, but still taking the jungler out of the map again. And despite having a farm lead here, Peanut is just not able to make the same impact as this Pantheon can. This time not even about the global, just utilizing that lane prio so incredibly well. And Team Liquid is so known for intelligent macro plays, great lane swaps, right? People were saying after that had been removed from the game, we wouldn't see too much of that, but they still swapped, albeit late. They're playing the map incredibly well. And yes, Impact is taking the brunt of this because he has no resources here, and this is giving Zeus some free scaling, and he's just getting through the laning phase for free. But that might not be enough later on when Leon is starting to get big, APA is getting bigger, and Umpty is just making plays everywhere as they get more plays topside.
Zeus might kill Impact here, though. This could be a bit of a problem as Impact trying to get himself away, but he's still skewered, and Zeus grabs the kill. Yun going to be moving down here, looking to try and grab some revenge for his top laner. As Delight now to get dove on. I think Zeus might be dead, ladies and gentlemen. Does have divine intervention, but sometimes even the gods cannot save you. And Yun going to be able to pull those sticks out, and that's going to grab that kill. Peanut could be in trouble as well as Yun is dancing around with that martial poise. Grabs a double now on this Kalista, and that satchel's gorgeous. Never doubt APA's Ziggs, as they're able to grab a triple kill for the hard carry of this team.
Such an incredible start here for Team Liquid. And even though it looked like it was looking very good there for Zeus, setting up that play bottom side with Delight, Impact does end up getting taken down, but it takes so long in order to do so. Look at where Yun is with Core JJ on the map. They're running down the river, and yes, Impact will die here, and his flash doesn't end up saving him. Feels bad, but now, okay, you're a little bit outnumbered. Peanut and Viper are coming down, but it takes so long for them to arrive. It's just the tempo advantage here with the prio they have. Also, don't forget, APA has teleport, so in this longer fight, you can actually just TP his way down here, and Hanwha Life Esports are overpriced into this play. Meanwhile,
and Delight is dead. So Core JJ, the one to grab that one. 4-0-2 now for Yun as well. And this Kalista now with Blade of the Ruined King completed. TL are in so much control in this game. It is close to a 3,000 gold lead, now looking to augment what they have already by taking down some of these structures, grabbing themselves some dragons. One more objective, and they will be able to grab the feats of strength outright.
It's crazy TL didn't draft like this yesterday. This is what we were all asking for. Play for prio, play for the map.
And they even got the Ziggs, and then it was Yun playing it.
I know. And this is why everyone's like, why isn't APA playing it?
Yeah.
Watch him play it.
And we're still even more quizzical because now that he is playing it, it's looking great.
Yes. And I mean, look.
Oh, and it's a Cloud Soul.
It's a Cloud Soul.
It's my day today. As, all right, Zeka is going to get pushed into APA. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. It's a fair bit of damage onto Delight, but that is going to be the ulti, and Delight should just die here as Umpty just combos him down. Zeka could be in trouble now as well as Core JJ comes through. The handshake is going to be landed, but Umpty is in turret range, does manage to walk out as Peanut A little bit anemic at this point in time. Zeka unable to walk up, but still throwing the spell flux through.
Yun's here.
Oh, okay. Zeka actually taking a lot of damage now, trying to realm warp his way out. Will be able to escape for now and takes Peanut with him.
My God, that was so close. Zeka just barely gets his way out of that one. Super close to being another kill, going over to this 4-kill Kalista. But even still, things looking dire. Viper tried to ult in there and pick up one of those kills because he so desperately needs a cash in, but he's not able to secure it. And that's really the big issue for me here. Beyond all the other small things, so the big advantage that TL have picked up is the Raven hasn't died yet, right? We saw yesterday with Kalista playing it, if you end up getting taken out multiple times in the game, you can never really come online. You're never really relevant. He hasn't died yet, but he just is put so far on the back foot throughout this entire game. And while TL are winning on the map constantly with plays like this, you're just never necessarily going to find that opportunity. As you can see here, his ult misses. He's able to secure a kill with it. Perhaps you feel really good about this as Hanwha Life. Instead, it's just once again a 2 steps forward and maybe 2 steps forward and maybe 3 steps back.
Well, you can see Zeus has made it to level 11, which is a pretty scary time for the Kayle, but 1 versus 2, not going to be able to do too much. You can see when he does get some auto attacks off, it is very, very scary. And the more we sort of ignore the fact that this Kayle exists, the more existing she is going to do.
That's true.
So we'll just have to remember to keep our eye on what Zeus is getting up to. Remember, this is our second T1 top lane, or former T1 top lane battle that we have here.
That's true.
In Zeus versus Impact.
With Kana happening just yesterday.
Yep.
And this feels very Khan-esque to just pull out the Kayle in a game like this.
Yeah.
If you've been watching Khan back in his older days, especially his time on D+ Kia, where some shenanigans did ensue, but he hits level 11, has his Rage Blade online, and is looking to start to become a big terror, but we're not there just yet. And the problem is the map is slowly fading away, you know? Can hide behind turret and farm for a while until your turrets disappear.
And you also often want to hide behind tank in teamfight as well, and they don't have any of those. So how the game is going to play out for HLE later in the game is something we'll have to find out later in the game, because I have no idea how they're going to make it work.
Peanut really wants to stick this Rift Herald here. It's a bit risky, especially with APA here. Zeka finally does come down. Remember, if Viper commits to the fight and dies, getting the Rift Herald will never be worth it.
Well, Umpty has found Viper. Zion's going to get pulled back. The Bone Skewer going to be working really nicely. He does have a blast going to get himself out of the way. As the MasterCard lane economy snapshot showing us that Yun is in a great spot, but maybe not right now, as not going to get slowed down. So Zeus missing that one after the flash feels pretty bad. Hi, Umpty. How you doing? Just wanted his presence to be known. That is going to give away the Rift Herald to Peanut.
So really, unfortunately, at least Yun gets away. But they wanted to win the fight topside there. A little bit disjointed from Team Liquid.
Oh dear.
Delight.
Yeah, there's the flash. Bone Skewer comes on through. APA respecting the undertow. Gets out of the way immediately. Rift Herald does go down as Umpty wants a little bit more. Zeus pushing on this turret. That is going to be a dead outer in the mid lane.
Now the gold's even.
Yeah.
In fact, Han with a slight lead.
Oh dear. Umpty able to get out of the way of the Bone Skewer this time. There is still a turret that's up and available. Peanut's coming down. Teleported is not going to be enough as Delight delivers a bunch of money over to his teammates. Mega Inferno Bomb coming down. Delight taking some damage from that one. As Zeus also a little worse for wear. It should be that HLE can get themselves out.
They end up getting the mid turret. They end up getting the Herald right after that skirmish.
And that's going to give HLE the gold lead as well.
Yeah, exactly. So they take a gold lead. It's pretty significant now as well. All they need to really take back control of this game is for that cash-in to happen for Viper, you know? And still a ways away from that.
Peanut just took a whole lot of damage on his way in. Went through all of the mines as well as great handshake as APA should be able to take him down, but the divine intervention onto Peanut. They just wait it out. He does eventually die. I don't know whether that bailout is going to necessarily work as Delight. He's just slinked into stealth and he'll be okay as well as Core JJ just wanted to walk this one off. Handshake going to connect, but so does the Bone Skewer as Viper really wanting to grab another one, but no need to be greedy. He already managed to cash in those adoration stacks and that gold advantage to the tune of 1,000 now. Make that close to 2 as they take another turret.
And Viper in a really good spot here now. If they can get through this mid game, as now this Raven is going to be a bit of a threat. I mean, look at the gold difference. It was 1,500 before for Yun. Now it's dropped down to 500. It's a big cash in. And Viper is really going to be, for Hanwha Life Esports, the way back in. And because of the Kayle composition, kind of like Bailout. Like, basically, Kale is Rel in this situation and can make him in team fights so difficult to kill. He can just run you down, and it can be quite challenging to space against this, especially with a fairly low-range composition like what TL have, as the Ziggs can poke, but won't be able to kind of kite away in team fights. As we watch this one more time, TP comes through from the Kale here, and it's to hook onto APA. Bailout isn't really all too helpful with the Ziggs, unfortunately, because he doesn't do a lot.
APA is dead. So is Zeka, though. Never mind. Maybe not, as Umpty wanted to grab that stun once again, but Peanut says no, not today, and maybe he's just going to die. Instead, he's got the spear. Then he's able to take down Zeka. Now trying to taxi his way out to these Krogs, as Peanut really wants to get that Vault Breaker back. He gets underneath the turret, but the stun is almost back up, and Umpty will survive the whirling death. They should be able to communicate this. And so Umpty just continues walking, and the General will survive once again.
Getting out with his life here. Taking stock, though. Team Liquid.
All right, Core JJ spots him out here as Yun is their target. Delight diving forward as well. Cease and assist goes down. Barrier is decent. Has the bailout, but it's not enough. And it's another kill and a shutdown to Zeus. Oh dear, this Kale is going to be a problem if she wasn't already. That's 2 kills. He's got 3 on the board now. And he's 3.6 thousand gold ahead.
Yeah, he had a pretty significant lead from the early parts of the game over Impact, because Impact was just kind of sitting down, had no resources, but it's starting to get huge. This is going to be Otacon going over to Hanwha Life Esports as well. There's just no way to contest this. And man, TL had so many leads. They had such a great early game, but a few small mistakes around the map, and Hanwha Life just strike back again. And it's not the first time this tournament we've seen Hanwha Life struggle in the early game and just be the better team later and outplay. And that group up there behind the Dragon Pit ended up being a bit of a disaster. This is moments before when APA ends up getting solo killed by Zeka.
Oh dear, yeah.
He's
Zeka
got the
gets,
shield.
And the phase rush means that Mega Inferno Bomb does not land. And I thought that Zeka was going to immediately die. Thankfully he does eventually. But this is all just a lot of stuff happening all over the map.
Yeah.
And for these 1-for-1 trades, then just slowly but surely Kale reaching critical mass.
Yeah, and the more important replay I feel is what happened right after that, right? Behind the Dragon Pit, where TL getting caught, Kale getting so much gold, and Zeus is such a huge threat already.
Yeah.
And once he hits 16, I mean, it's almost lights out, you know?
And it's already sort of feeling like that as Yun is underneath the turret. The Rend not enough to take down Viper, but he is pushed away from this turret. And Zeka, I don't know about that position. That's hyper-aggressive, but he's got the Divine Intervention. And Cease and Assist on top of Yun will be the demise of him. Zeus now going to be the focus zone. He'll get shut down as Impact trying to get aggressive, and now Delight. He's hitting the resets. His health bar is so low, but Umpty cannot get in range, and Viper gets another one. Umpty knew he wanted to kill. Will be able to take him down, but he's still going to lose the fight ultimately. And HLE, they grab an ace, and now what are they going to collect? Not a lot on the map right now, but they should be able to grab this inner turret.
It's a tragedy for Team Liquid after such a great start. Look at this ward behind Team Liquid. They commit so heavily. They're trying to take Viper out, and they get so their eyes are way too big for the stomach here. Look at this teleport flank here. As Zeka comes in with a Realm Warp, the Berserk comes in, but look at this ult from Peanut. The carries are just taken out right away.
And the melee range Kale as he flashes to be the savior of his mid laner. That was absolutely beautiful from Zeus.
And if TL were playing a little bit slower, I don't think Hanwha Life could necessarily punish the same way as Delight gives a clap. But if you just play it slow, you're starting to lose control of this game. The Kale is scaling. Zeus is getting to be such a... I mean, he is frankly already a menace, but it doesn't get easier. So you feel priced into making a play like that, trying to kill...
How is it a 7,000 gold lead?
Well, I mean, there have been a lot of snowbally fights that Hanwha Life Esports have run away with. And taking objectives, too.
Oh, man. Immediate flash from APA. That is a lot of respect, as Delight is instilling fear in his opposition. Umpty, not as scared, as we can see here, running pretty quickly, but yeah, fast running is something that a Pyke can certainly do. Impact going to get pushed away here by Peanut. And so not going to have any weird deaths at this point in time, but TL really need to make something happen.
And they tried to kill Viper, they tried to make something happen in the mid lane just moments ago. It all went wrong. And they're trying again to try to push for that advantage.
Yep, some question marks here from Yun as they're playing protect the president as best they can. Fate's call to try and save Core JJ as Viper. He's going to be cleansing. Zeus currently untouched as there's the ultimate from Core JJ, but it doesn't quite do enough. Peanut dead yet again, but Zeus is free hitting Umpty, just trying to get him out of here, trying to zone. And I don't know whether it's necessarily working because Divine Intervention is on HLE's side and it's Reset City for Delight. APA has to run himself out of there, and HLE yet another team fight win.
Zeus just once again takes all the aggro and then presses R.
Oh no, the Pierce is gonna go wide.
Oh, it's again a tragedy here. Zeus is 16. And I mean, at this point, that might have been TL's last chance to take a big fight. You know, I don't know if they get another opportunity like that, but just wasn't as coordinated as it needed to be, and the lead is just too big here for Hanwha Life. They played the map incredibly well, but the team fights have been so good. And you see, once again, TL are pushing, trying to use their wave clear in mid lane to set up a pick. Impact comes in on the flank here. Viper cleanses and backs away. Look at how much damage Core JJ has taken here. His ult also pretty low impact. And Zeus is just ready to come in here and start ripping through people. Zeka buys time, and then they turn on to Zeus, but Zeus just is like, I press R. I don't care. You can't kill me. And yes, Yun survives, but he can't get back in there. The fight is done.
Yeah. And yep, the damage deal is surviving, but they have no way to actually do the damage. Just because if they walk in range to do so, Kale's in range, and so you're dead. Is kind of how that one worked, and we did see that as Yun was picked off just after that replay had occurred. And just to do a bit of a Zeus check, it's currently 4,100 gold that he has in advantage. That is close to half just the overall gold lead for HLE
he finished
at this point in time.
Void Staff and then grabbed a needlessly large rod.
That's not a bad back.
Yeah, needlessly large lead
yes.
is kind of how I would describe the matchup here. As naturally, you know, you should be able to get that advantage into a Cassante in isolation, but it's just been the team fights where Hanwha Life Esports have swept the floor with some overextensions from TL. And for now, I mean, trying to group on Baron and forcing a turn. I mean, the comp does have fantastic turn. This might be the best thing that TL could do here is to try to force Hanwha Life to respond and look for a good turn. They've got the Sentinel here. They've got good vision on the entryway.
Yeah, Peanut actually trying to escape that vision, as we can see Whirling Death just to soften them up as Delight finds himself yet another Bone Skewer. And, oh man, into the bouncy castle goes APA. Viper gets the Divine Intervention. He's frontlining. That's their tank. Their tank is a Kale ultimate. As down goes Cassante. Impact lying on the ground, as is Core JJ, and it's a triple for this Kale that is now entirely out of control. Yun able to avoid the Bone Skewer, but not able to do enough damage to Delight to kill him, as Zeka is just walking forward like the orange tank that represents Hanwha Life Esports. And now I think they may just be done with game one. It was such a weird draft. It was such a poor start for HLE. But unfortunately for TL fans, it was not enough to stop them from winning.
Not enough. Hanwha Life Esports with a massive comeback win here on the back of this. Kale from Zeus, another pick for him here in 2025. We haven't seen him play it just yet, but he played it incredibly well. Playing as the tank, his ultimate really made anyone unkillable at the right possible moment.
We worked it out. I'm so glad that we worked it out in the end, exactly how this composition was supposed to work. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go to a break. Thankfully, TL not out of it just yet, but they have to win 2 more games. After the break, it will be the space, and then we'll have that game number 2.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With the custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Hey, Poppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Flashback, what you got, man? You can crack that. In and out of dolo when a new man to the fuego, only when you crack that. Man, I don't act like heads off, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. Till the game on the head is all mad at, mad at, mad at.
I think he's dead.
Nice.
Fight the flash, fight dead, I think. Okay. I have W.
Watch him. Nice.
Keep going forward.
Fight
the flash.
I
the flash.
10 seconds. I couldn't know.
Back in the flash.
Nice job.
Dribble the flash.
Yeah. Nice.
Stop.
All right, Zeka is going to get pushed into APA. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. It's a fair bit of damage onto Delight, but that is going to be the ulti, and Delight should just die here, as that's their tank. Their tank is a Kale ultimate, as down goes Cassante, and it's a triple for this Kale that is now entirely out of control.
Welcome back to First 10 2025. The boss may bleed, but they still stand strong. Hanwha Life Esports take down Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. And although HLE is already qualified, if they're luck for semifinals, but a win for them would lock out Team Liquid. So I want to ask you guys, we set the stage here at the beginning of the series. What do Team Liquid need to do here? Emily, do you feel like they did what we previewed in terms of draft first?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is something that they were super comfortable with, right? I actually thought their early game was really good. Like, the first blood is like the core JJ classic, right? Where he's trying to look for those kind of picks if he feels like they have a composition to be able to do so. I liked seeing that. APA Ziggs, I think you kind of saw the difference as to why you want Yawn on something like a carry, like Kalista, and APA on his famous Ziggs. They also have plays like this where you can see this is how this composition can work out really well.
Yeah, and Delight, who I think has had some great Pyke games, not his best in this one. He did kind of recuperate, but things like holding his Q for too long and then flash canceling and really doing anything is a rough one. What is big for me, though, and I hope that TL can take this into the second game, because, you know, getting the most games will be the most fun. Obviously, I want Hanwha to win, let's be real. Is that the early skirmishes from them were actually great. I think the issue that you always have when you play against a team like Hanwha Live is you literally, it doesn't matter how much of these you have, you cannot at any point mess up. And I think that's kind of what happens when we get to mid to late, particularly when there's an R5 kill in the game, which we haven't talked about yet, but that is a big problem.
So whenever people talk about Fearless Draft, they're like, we're going to see such wacky picks when we get to Game 4, Game 5. I feel like we've seen the wackiest picks from Hanwha Life in Games 1 and 2. In this, I think the Kale pick is really interesting because obviously it gives them so much late game assurance, but to your point, like, you really, really can't mess up. And even though I thought some of their early lane assignments were really good, some of their early skirmishing was really good, they did end up making a lot of mid-game mistakes, both in skirmishes and then in particular that TP ward where HLE were able to flank. That was something that we kind of saw them making mistakes like that domestically as well. And that was tough to see, right? Because it's so punishing when you go up against a team that's as good as Hanwha is.
Yeah, and particularly, like, both Delight and Peanut are having really rough games. Peanut was what, like 0-3, still flashing his penguin emoji as he does. Delight was missing a lot of combos.
Stealing, yeah.
I don't know if you're going to get that in another game, right? Like, that is really the scary part, is that all that happened, and still, once we got to like mid-game, it felt like Hanwha Life were still not really getting pressured to the point that they need to if TL want to keep their lives in this tournament alive.
What Vladdy was telling me yesterday after the series is that the hardest part when it comes to playing against Hanwha Life is staying on tempo. And guys, I feel like when you look at Zeka, the late game potential he has with this pick, especially in our HyperX reflex replay, I don't know what you can do when you know that a Ryze is going to scale up like this.
Yeah, and I mean, he is able to dodge out and then transform this play. I mean, I think this is another one of those things, right, where TL think it's going to go one way. He manages to escape on the back half of this. Here we go. And it's just the mechanical outplays that you see in some of these, like, these are the best players in the world, right? Like, on Hanwha. And so, again, it's just so punishing if you can't sync up perfectly, because, again, something like that can happen, and it can just be better coordination plus individual outplays.
And the matchup, obviously, in this one was cursed. Like, I don't really think there's ever a way, particularly with Impact's performance compared to Zeus's performance, that was going to work out. But the way in which it went is like the kill was one issue, but the Ryze didn't actually end up even mattering that much. But even a Ryze alone is such a consistent late game win condition that Hanwha didn't even need to rely on, right? Like, we because Zayaswood eventually was level 16. He was TPing in deep. He was flashing. And I understand why TL is going to go to the blue side. I feel like blue side is still strong. It feels like you want to be on red side to avoid that counter pick, but that alone, I don't know if that's enough.
And it doesn't just come down to discipline. It doesn't just come down to draft. It comes down to being proactive against a team like this and staying on tempo and actually being able to plan for the plays rather than following HLE's plays and what they do themselves. Are they going to be able to do it? Or will HLE succeed in playing spoiler for Team Liquid? Casters, over to you for Game 2. And hopefully Game 3 after that.
Thank you very much, Law. Yes, indeed. Hopefully, we do manage to make it to a Game 3. But right now, it is not looking too likely. HLE not finding out just yet, but certainly doing the former. Let's dive in to Champion Select and see what TL's changes are going to be moving into Game 2 of this Fearless Draft. Again, will we have things like the Cassante and the Callista thrown around and no more Kales and strange stuff.
It's so demoralizing to lose a game like that to a Hanwha Life Esports draft where they're messing around a little bit, right? They had a fantastic early game, Team Liquid did. They had all the leads you could want to ask for, a 4-kill Callista, but then you get outplayed through the mid game, your macro gets a little bit stunted, and then you end up losing. Your tournament life's on the line. It's rough. If they come back and reverse sweep this series, it will definitely be one of the most memorable series of the year, I imagine, for most people watching. Once again, we see the Yone and the Jace taken away. No surprises there. Talia gone, Rumble gone here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. I don't know if Team Liquid get a more Team Liquid draft than they had in Game 1. I don't know if that's possible, but we'll see what they have cooked up here because I still want to see Lane Prio, if possible. I still want to see Yun on a big carry where he can get it done because he had all the tools in the last game. Maybe in Game 2, he'll have something that can actually get that extra oomph, that extra push through the mid game.
Yeah, what I want to see is as much like simple team fighting as possible. Avaris certainly fits into that. You give yourself a lot of ability to play throughout, the mid game as well, and you've got poke potential, fits into a lot of different drafts. Does make a lot of sense there. Doesn't give away too much, and I feel like there's still a lot of priority picks left up and available.
It outranges the Ashe, and it makes the Ezreal basically unplayable, so Viper will go a completely different direction here and grab the Jhin.
Yeah, a pick that we haven't seen find a lot of success today.
Yeah, but it has been a pick he found success a lot on in the past. Was one of the picks he got to the LCK Summer Finals on back in 2024. So, yep, a pick he's really well versed on.
Yeah, last time it was not him playing it, which may make a little bit of an impact here. Wait, never mind. He might be playing Tristana. That could be top lane Jhin. Zayas has been trying to play as many different things as possible this tournament. You never know.
Picks like the Ivern, actually, the stocks of them go way up when you have double AD carry like this and you have a Tristana. A lot of 2024 Ivern picks were dominated by double.
Yeah, a tree. Grab any tree. Any tree is okay, Umpty. Just lock a tree. There it is.
Okay, so...
You could even lock the other tree as well. What's better than one tree? 2 trees.
Maybe not in this Team Liquid draft, I would say, but maybe perhaps in the series.
I mean, it's still a flex Maokai, right? You can go top or support.
You could play it support, that's true. I hope he doesn't in this case, CoreJJ, please. Let's see what they do want to lock in here because, you could end up with something like an Azir pick for APA. You have a lot of scaling with this. Or you just go Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I think Cassiopeia is the other obvious choice here to be locked in immediately. Of course, Quad is over there. And so there's been a lot of Cassiopeias slithering around the rift.
This is laughing when he sees this. It will keep Tristan a little bit grounded as Zyra gets
This is TL's chance. This is TL's chance right now. Peanut has locked in the Zyra, and if you haven't been watching the LCK, this is not his best champion.
Not right now.
No.
It has been solid for him in the past at times, but I feel like
this year is not year of the plant.
No, it's not our favorite.
For Peanut.
Jax will get banned away from Impact, which Azale will probably see as a positive, but I do think it works well with their comp. I think it's a smart ban. And I think when you look at this draft here for Hanwha Life Esports, it's still incredibly flexible in terms of what it can do. It's got great damage profile. You could go for a tank top, or you could just go for a counter matchup into what Impact plays, and you have enough damage to get through almost anything.
Yeah, I really like the Alistar ban here. You might be able to get rid of something like a Rel at the same time. And there were weird supports in game number 1, right? So like you still have Leona and Rel and all these sorts of things. And maybe TL don't want to ban either of those because they seem to be the last ones remaining after that Nautilus does get banned away.
See if Zeus wants to blind something here and then give counterpick to Delight to make sure that that bottom lane goes swimmingly. I think that's probably what we're looking for. So you could even just ban something like a Gnar here and feel comfortable with it. Targeting Delight's pool, we can't predict what that's going to be. Only TL know what they want to play. They will ban the Gnar as I suggested instead, though. There are a few other picks that you can blind here that feel pretty safe, though, for Zeus. Even the Ambessa actually feels pretty good in this situation against a Varus, who's fairly immobile. As long as you can avoid the Maokai ultimate with your own ult, public execution can be a great way to lock down both of these carries.
Yeah, you're right. Ambessa didn't even cross my mind that she's still available. Zeus could lock that one away if he'd like. We'll see whether he does. As right now, he's looking... Yeah, like he's giggling a little bit. It's going to be Rel instead. So we're saving a top lane pick until last.
Is it a Vayne game?
Yeah, I'm worried about that. There's already 280 carries. Yeah. Yeah, you might be onto something there, Wolf. We'll just have to see.
Is it a Jhin game as you originally predicted?
Yeah.
Let's see what TL have in mind here for Core JJ, though. Now that they know there's a Rel here, the Alistar they banned would have been a great pick, but it's gone now. So I like that kind of change up here in the draft for Hanwha Life instead of getting counters to pick. It's going to be taking the Rakan here, one of Delight's favorites in his own right, and Renekton for Core JJ. So wins a lot of matchups here. What is going to be the response for Zeus? I mean, would he be so bold as to play a GP here? Something squishy? You could even play the Kennen into this.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that he could do. Not a bad Vayne matchup.
Well,
no, it is not. It's not great.
I'm not. Let's not ask any particular top laners from our region how they feel about how that one would go.
Oh, it's Quinn. It's Quinn. Never mind. It was going to be an carry, guys. It was. This is the one that really makes Renekton's day awful.
You know what? Even though he didn't make it here, he was a big part of Hanwha Life's run last year. It's such a Doran pick for that last one. You know, the former Hanwha Life Esports player who loved to play Quinn into Renekton. Doran was the guy for that. But Zeus is once again just going to take the fun counter pick here. And it's basically now 380 carries, a Zyra and a Rel. But they have a lot of setup here in this comp between the Rel and the Zyra ultimate. There's a lot of ways to lock down these carries, but I think on paper I have to lean towards Team Liquid. Their comp is so much more multifaceted. It's got a decent early game, and then the Cassiopeia and Varus are going to be so powerful later on.
Yeah, and it's really, really hard to utilize a lot of the extra mobility that you do get, especially with something like a Tristana when the miasma is all over the ground. So I think APA going to be really, really important in this one in making sure that they can get the first few picks. Because otherwise, I mean, this composition from HLE doesn't team fight. It just kind of doesn't. What they want to do is they want to pick you off. They want to go in for these little dives, like they're like seagulls, you know. And of course, I've got Valor on the mind because Quinn was just locked in. But that is kind of how you want to play. You want to peck at them. You want to try and take the side lanes out. It's largely like a 1-3-1 composition because you're basically made out of paper. There is not a lot of tankiness, and this is just your stock standard front-to-back composition. TL, I mean, I have the same opinion as game number 1, Wolf, and let's see whether this time they can get it across the line. Ooh, absolutely nailed it with the second fan chant there. You love to see it.
I mean, look.
Wait, it's HLE, so obviously they're pretty good at coordinating.
Uh-oh, Yun.
Well, Deadly Flourish is going to lock him down where he stands. Delight just a little bit too far away as the thumbs up does come on through. And Piercing Arrow going to be avoided, and that does mean that Yun is able to get himself out. So, Deadly Flourish missing.
Ooh, pretty good angle on it, though.
Yeah, not bad.
It's...
Oh, here we go, the plant battle.
Oh my god, this is such an umpty move.
Christmas Tree versus Fire Tree. Oh no, he doesn't see the Quinn.
No, he has no idea, of course. He only has vision of the red buff.
Flashing?
I think that's the plan. Otherwise, I don't know why he'd stand there.
Oh no, and the Quinn went back. Oh my goodness.
This is such an umpty move.
Oh, this would be so cheeky. You can see Peanut gets into the brush.
It would be so huge for him.
In he comes. All right, Bramble Smash, and he steals it away. Peanut now in trouble as the Twisted Advance is going to lock him down. That's going to get the flash out as well. Obviously, it's a flash for flash, but now Umpty's going to take 2 camps.
Yeah, this is completely stifling Peanut's jungle here. He is not going to be able to get the insane clear that you want to have as a Zyra here. Is going to be completely slowed down. It's a massive win for Umpty here.
Oh my, and he's
going
splashing. You love to see it. Noxious Blast connecting onto Zeka here, but it looks like Zeka's just going to be moving forward.
Level 2.
Yeah, Twin Fangs coming on through now. So, yeah, just trying to get back to his own jungle. And Umpty, phenomenal start here in game number 2. That's a flash, and it's traded immediately here. Okay. And we are so antsy this game. This series is weird, Wolf.
I mean, look, this is a really important matchup for TL. You know, HLE are playing a little bit fast and loose with some of these drafts, right? This tournament.
Yeah.
Little laissez-faire, little happy gaming, as we like to call it in the LCK. And for TL, you're like, I'm really trying to win this. This is actually do or die for me. You can feel the tension for them. I mean, you have so many incredibly talented players who've spent a large portion of their career in Korea, going back to the Champions days. But you have Impact, you have poor JJ on this team playing in front of a Korean crowd for the first time in a while.
So many Umpty as well, yeah, he's getting up there.
And you've got so many Korean fans cheering this roster on, as meanwhile in the top lane.
Oh, Impact in trouble. That's going to be one more auto as the flash comes out. Oh, man. Not wanting to risk it, and that does make some sense. In the meantime, though, APA actually doing a really great job, even though Peanut was in the vicinity. Oh, as Umpty had his saplings lying in wait. He's even going to get some extra. That's 6 gold just by wandering through. And I've seen this from Impact before, overstaying towards the top side. This time around, though, Zeus not going to be executing him underneath the turret.
He does have, right now, the big teleport advantage, since Zeus has to go cleanse here.
The Hex Flash out of the brush there from Delight. That was probably why he flashed earlier.
100%. That's the rules.
Yep, that's how it goes.
Peanut's going to come over here and try to strike back. Hard to win this fight alone, though.
Yeah, see who manages to get this smite down. It is going to be Umpty, but can he keep himself alive? That's the question. Just running out, and he should be A-OK. Yeah, Zeka, no Buster Shot, of course, only level 4 on this Tristana.
Hard to win against good old Bramble.
Indeed.
He's going to smash it, he's going to smite it, he's going to take it. Scary there for Umpty for a second because APA was backed, and so that gave Zeka free roam over there to try to impact the play. Look at all the vision that Peanut has set up as well in the jungle, so they're tracking Umpty incredibly well here. Have topside control.
Ooh, Zeka actually was hit by that Noxious Blast, and now he's taking so much damage. The Twin Fangs coming through as APA gets the ward down. Wanting to know whether flashing after this guy is going to be a good idea. Never mind, he doesn't actually have that one up and available.
And Zeka doesn't need to use it though. Scary there for a moment, and a really nice trade for APA. Zeka does not have teleport, so this is going to feel really nice for APA striking back in a big way.
This is one of the best laning phases we've seen out of APA so far this tournament, though.
I agree.
As this Cassiopeia difficult to move at the best of times, but right now Zeka losing out on some of these trades.
Once again, TL are going to swap here. Yun to the top lane to lane against the Quinn. Put Impact in the bottom lane against Viper, so they're faster on that swap. Get a little bit of a tempo advantage here. Get Impact out of the gutter.
It's a little bit unfair right now as well as, okay, Impact diving forward onto Viper here. Does manage to get that Ruthless Predator down. And he's culling the Meek as well.
Before Quinn has ult, you know, she can't really get back to lane quickly. And she doesn't have teleport because she has to go cleanse into this Renekton. So at any point, Impact could just TP back to the top lane and swap again. So this is actually a really good call here by TL. Delight is going to come up here now, though, and assist Zeus. So it's not going to be a pushing lane for Yun.
Yeah. Not so much as the wave does fly on forward. And TL just going to pick that one up before it crashes, and things will be absolutely fine. Some more Miasma landing on the ground, but Zeka, he cannot walk across it. So it makes things kind of awkward. Still, this control ward will be taken out.
All right, Tristana versus Cassiopeia is such a volatile matchup.
Yeah.
It's you know, you end up getting a lead in it, and you just run away with it, even in those trades. So you have to be so careful, Zeka, as Zeka was in that moment. Pretty incredibly close mid lane between these two right now. Dead even in CS. As you see, the junglers also meeting up. Peanut caught.
Another time. That is the Twisted Advance forward. And Peanut, not a lot of way out of this one. That is going to be the poison picking it up for APA. As now Zeka also trying to deal with him. Not enough damage. And there's Core JJ with the grand entrance. Not wanting to risk it there as he throws up the T1 emote for some reason or other. And look, once again, TL have an advantage. And in game one, I was very confident in saying this looks really great. Now I have no idea, Wolf.
I mean, I do feel like this is once again a really good situation for them, especially when you consider the fact that Impact... hold up.
Yeah, that is going to be CoreJJ lit on fire and does throw down the heel. Is the last tick going to be enough? And the answer is no. That's why you drink your potions, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, scary there.
Yeah.
Had a refillable one, so is going to be A-okay there. I don't know if A-okay is the right word, but will be alive.
He will be alive, yes. He manages to limp away. As we're going to check this fight out one more time.
Umpty here comes over, controller, as soon as he sees Peanut, he and AP are like, well, this is a kill. This is guaranteed. Grounding comes in onto Peanut. Not really anything he can do. Delight wants to come over just a little bit too slow here. And Zeka, tons of damage, but unfortunately not quite enough. And the timing on the Buster Shot isn't the execute there onto APA. And it is a kill given over, fortunately not to APA, but he did pick one up moments before. So he's got a kill on the board, 700 gold up now. Impact behind in this game, still significantly behind in CS, but I feel like this could have gone even worse with how the lane was looking until that swap came through. Yun has an advantage as well over Viper as hold up.
Yep, Delight had his flash off cooldown, so obviously he's pressing that button yet again. Peanut thrown out of the battle though, as the Brambles are thrown out over the corpse of APA. Unfortunately, could not survive. There is still so much damage here in this HLE composition. Needs to be respected. And once again, Delight is just not afraid of pulling every trigger that's ever presented to him, ever.
He certainly is not. And for TL here, not able to end up making anything of this. Just a disengage there from Umpty with his ult to get them out. But now his ult is down for the Dragon they want to take. APA going in.
Yeah, there's a beautiful ultimate as well as the Petrifying Gaze onto Zeka. The flash forward from APA gives him the double thumbs up, and that is a solo kill for Yapton America.
Beautifully played from APA there. Sets up the miasma so he can't jump after the stun.
Oh, great interruption there from CoreJJ, but he's interrupted. Never mind, gets out with the battle dance.
And that should just be the Dragon going over to TL here. Even without Umpty's ultimate, they're able to secure it. And unfortunately for Peanut, he's not able to make anything of this bottom side potential play. So a bit of back and forth in this one. It's a lead here for TL, but it's not an insurmountable one. But if you're an LTA fan, if you're a TL fan, you're really still feeling pretty good about how this draft is going so far, as long as you can forget what happened in game one.
And I think as well, like, in this game, they're not as priced in to sort of winning earlier on. They have range advantages. They have very simple engage options by just pressing R on a Maokai. We've seen that Umpty is very happy to get this done as Impact able to get aggressive onto Zeus with that Bolt now on cooldown. Does mean that he might be able to get something done here as Peanut unable to land the Grasping Roots, but that Stranglethorns does so much work, softening up TL. Delight Magnus on Montez 3 though, as he's underneath the turret, it just may not matter. Viper diving forward as well, manages to take down Yun, as Zeka diving on in. Umpty underneath this turret, he's out of the captive audience range, as is everyone else actually, as this is super awkward. Twisted advance as Umpty's dead. That was so heroic.
Well, Impact is here. I think that's what he wanted to maybe set up for, but this might just be another handbag to the collection.
Never mind, APA's moving down. Let's see whether the Snake and the Crocodile can get something done. The answer is at least they're hit. That's a flash forward. Okay, Slice and Dyson looking all cool. Unfortunately, he's still dead underneath the turret. And Viper, he just wanted out.
Yeah, he gets the execute, so gets away. APA wanted much more than what he ended up getting, but at least he picks up a third kill here. He is what has to be the saving grace here for TL in this game now. To go all the way back to this, it looked like the play should be over. You know, there's not much you can get done here anymore. As you know, HLE, Yun is able to avoid the ult here. And then Delight says, you know what? I think I've got an angle. He always has an angle.
He had an angle.
And Viper just barely gets the kill as Delight holds the turret aggro, and they go for the redive. Meanwhile, in live, TL grouped up.
Yeah, Twisted Advance going to follow Zeka there as he's in amongst 4 people. He's really dead. APA going to grab his 4th off the back of that one.
The Miasma is so frustrating to play against as a Tristana because you always feel like you have that inherent safety of being able to get away. It just keeps preventing him from escaping, and Zeka gets taken out a 3rd time here. That's 4 kills now for this Cassiopeia, and some grubs will come with it. Looked like maybe Hondo Life Esports are getting back a grip on this game, but it's just still so back and forth. My biggest issue here for TL is that the gap between Zeus and Impact continues to widen, And the Croc here hasn't really made too much of an impact in this game, no pun intended, but I think it gets harder and harder from here, as he's just going to be a stun button later on, and 2 of his opponents he wants to stun have cleanse. So it's going to be quite tricky. I think the Renekton being irrelevant in this game is going to be the biggest thing that TL is going to have to overcome, and APA is definitely going to have to be the one to fill that gap here. He has a massive lead over Zeka. He is quite large on this Cassiopeia. He has to basically alone get it done.
Yeah, I do have to say, when the cleanse is on cooldown, though, for any of these players, and with the fact that, like, Grasping Roots exists, the Nature's Grasp, exists, you can get cleanses quite comfortably, and you don't need to overcommit for it. And speaking of committing, there's a quickness thrown down just to make sure that Delight cannot press any of his buttons. And that is probably worth it there as well from Core JJ. So in the meantime, we have a look down here towards the bottom side. But yeah, if these cleanses are on cooldown, then Impact becomes so much more deadly. Yeah. Because they can really kill a single target exceptionally quickly, especially with Miasma available as soon as that Summoner spell is not available, on top of the Flash as well.
He does have ult here, so if Viper and Delight got the wrong idea, it might be able to turn this into something, which is I think why Yun and Core JJ were trying to push something there, but really well read by Hanwha Life Esports. Not going to get tricked. Cole about to finish for Zeus as well. It'll be a big influx of gold to this Quinn. Going back to this play here, Zeka ends up getting over the wall. In fact, actually, we came into this one a little bit late, but is now grounded and taken out. So just more TL members there. Zeka playing a little bit greedy. And this kind of setup here for TL is just find target, kill target. Is speaking of kill target.
Yeah, Ruthless Predator out from Impact, trying to trade back, but of course Zeus is Quinn, so just has the mobility advantage. Impact should be kind of fine in this matchup though, as Zeus is going to mount up and just see where else he wants to impact the map. We mentioned earlier on that this is a composition that won't really be going for 5v5s on the HLE side of things unless you can get yourself an initial pick to really sort of screw up the phalanx that TL can set up for themselves.
Okay, Core JJ is still here.
Yeah, there's that Cull cash in that we were talking about. As Delight coming on down, plate money going over to Impact as Umpty is in the area. Could be a Quinn that they're looking for. Umpty playing this one very patiently. Throws a present into the brush though.
A little bit of plate gold here for Team Liquid.
The gold is completely even.
It's dead even. Again, you have a big lead for Cassiopeia. Everyone else pretty significantly behind on TL's side. So it's a much more even spread for Hanwha Life Esports, which is usually a good sign, especially with picks that allow you to catch that Cassiopeia potentially. As Zeus is just having a great time here into this Renekton. Putting the pressure on to Umpty now, is trying to secure Dragon.
Oh dear, Yun gonna have to flash out of the way, but does so beautifully. Still going to get hit by that Deadly Flourish, but isn't actually going to die or anything like that, as now Zeus looking for impact, and the curtains have been called. So is the Nature's Grasp though, and that is gonna guarantee the Dragon. Oh, everyone's rooted, and there's the quickness into the back line. They get the knockdown, and Piercing Arrow cuts through Peanut. This Zyro not working once again, unfortunately.
Yeah, and now
APA
Zeus
walking towards Zeus, yeah, exactly, and oh, the Petrifying Gaze instantly cleansed there by Zeus. Looked very cool, but unfortunately, I think he's still going to die, as the Grand Entrance cannot be flashed out of, and Impact just culls the meek indeed. They should be able to take themselves a turret off the back of this one, and Zeka is just licking his wounds after falling so far behind in this early game.
Yeah, Pizza strength picked up here though.
Oh, are they going to be able to take this turret? They should.
Yeah, it is.
Pete's obviously already
Pete's
gone.
already locked up here for TL though, so not that significant here. I was looking back at this fight, it looks a little bit risky here with Zeus actually pushing Impact out, but Umpty just says no one can come over here, and already Viper committed his ult. Double Root comes through here as they're a little bit greedy on the position. Viper gets out, but you see the follow-up onto Peanut, and TL get both the Dragon and the kill there, then turn their eyes onto Zeus, secure an additional kill. Now they're back in the lead.
There's the flash forward, but Impact is going to survive. And so many times we've come out of a replay and Impact has just died. And this time,
he lived.
He didn't. Maybe that is the first sign that this game is going to go way different to what we saw in game number 1.
And look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. You know, we've been saying it all the time. APA against the world. APA, the hero of TL here. The rest of the team will be relevant if he can help get them there. If he can actually win some team fights for Yun on this Forest and get him back into the game. Impact may find himself in trouble here. They don't have vision.
Yeah, he was spotted. This is a very healthy turret. as Zayas is coming on over. CoreJJ coming down as well, though, does get the information that Impact is going to be in trouble. And now Zeka coming down as well. So he's going to rocket jump over. There's the Dominus as Quickness going to come on through as well. They do manage to take down the Crocodile as Delight almost just dies to the turret. The ramping damage almost killing Peanut there as well. As Zayas is just going to kill the Rakan. And in the meantime, the Rift Herald is going to be thrown into the mid lane. So with these 6 scrubs, TL should be able to take this one down no problem. But unfortunately, the turret still falls in the bottom lane.
Maybe an additional charge, though. Viper can't stop this, so yeah, that's a big win. And I like the idea here from Hanwha Life Esports because you know you have a weak point on the bottom side of the map. You can push onto this Renekton. Initially, there's no inherent risk because there's no push in the top lane, so that top turret is safe. The problem is that that Rift Herald is in the hands of TL, so they're going to be able to get something as Yun is in danger.
Yeah, the curtains have been called. He's hit by one of them. There's the Chains of Corruption as Umpty being the hero, but now Peanut, he's going to need to be smoked to keep him out of here. Yun not going to be helping out in this fight as the Blast Cone gets Umpty to safety, but that is control of the river going over to HLE. They do retain a slight gold advantage, but it's like 200, so who really cares? And it's about how these compositions are going to work later in the game. And this is something that I've been trying to talk about for a while, but
it's tough with all these fights and skirmishes.
It's been real weird, you're exactly right, but this is not a Kale situation.
No, it's
right.
not.
Like Quinn
it's a
scales, but she doesn't scale quite the same way.
Yeah, Renekton doesn't scale incredibly well either, unfortunately, but still can be a lot of utility here, especially when there's a lot of setup between a Rakan, even the Varus ultimate, the you know, the gaze from APA. But there's a lot of ways to chain some CC together here against Hanwha Life Esports, and Impact will be able to at least have some value in this game in 5v5 team fights that so far Hanwha Life Esports have mostly been able to avoid. But they're also getting this strong late-game Tristana angle online. The big deal here, though, is that APA is actually putting him down pretty hard. He's actually now winning in sides against this Tristana because he's so significantly ahead. He has 2 items. He's already working on his 3rd here, that he can just kind of push into Zeka in any scenario 1v1, which forces more members of Hanwha Life around the map. So they can't have that side lane control they want to necessarily have with the Quinn. As I mean, just look at this damage.
Yeah. APA is no joke right now. And when he has Leandri's completed, like, that's going to be massive amounts of neutral objective damage as well. So being able to take down things like a Baron is going to be a very quick affair for TL.
And Atlas, they have a 2 Drake lead. Dragon spawns here in 3rd. They have a lot of prio, a lot of vision, as this isn't going to matter too much here. Yep. But they have a lot of vision, they have a lot of control. They're going to commit a TP as well pretty early. I think they're just going to try to rush this Dragon down on spawn, and I just don't think there's anything that Hanwha Life Esports can do about it. And if Hanwha try to contest, it's not going to be a favorable fight. Zayas also can't TP it into the fight at all. And so he's going to try to get something done here in the top lane.
Yep, and Cannon is going to go to Impact. Very nice. And yeah, this is what Zayas has to do all game, right? He has to just be annoying inside lanes, utilize his extra mobility in order to take whatever they can.
He's a Crocodile Hunter.
Yeah.
That's his job.
And it's smoke and mirrors here for this guy. Right now it is working.
Looks like TL want the fight more than they want the Dragon. As they're not going to start it, they're looking for the fight.
Yeah, there's a twisted advance forward onto Delight. He's taking a fair bit of damage here, as we can see. This poison is really a worry.
Zeka loses his ultimate here as he tries to push APA away, and that should just be the Drake going over. I think they wanted more than the Dragon, but it is going to be their prize here, Soul Point.
Yeah, and the presence coming in. Umpty, of course, still has the ultimate up.
Well, they're not focusing the Dragon.
But any time they want to pull the trigger, Umpty should be able to just say, no, you're not allowed in here, as the quickness flies forward. Zayas finding an opportunity is so difficult, as Impact just says, no, you're not allowed in. Zeka now off to the side of the fight, but it's CoreJJ that goes down first, and Zeka has made it to safety. These health bars are so low, and this is actually the kind of fight that HLE really want to look for. Zayas now fighting against Otacon as well. This is insanity, and Zayas so extraordinarily low. Eyes on the prize, though. TL will be able to take down the Dragon. Otacon continues to be annoyed. But Zayas down to 200 will be able to live.
Oh, man, you couldn't have had a more split-up fight there for TL, trying to both take the Dragon initially and then look for a turn, and then having multiple different target selections in the fight. As you watch this happen, you can see, okay, Dragon's half health. CoreJJ wants to go in, but the follow-up isn't there. you know, you see the roots come through, you do see the chain come out from Yun, but then everything's split. Zeka's off on one side against Umpty, you can't kill the Tristana, so now your jungler's on the wrong side of the fight. Yun and Impact are zoned away. Delight is ready to engage here for Zeus, comes over, and yes, APA is full health, and he does a ton of damage, but he can't hit anybody. There's no one to actually hit. His damage is wasted, so finally he just decides to hit the dragon, and they end up taking that one out, but I feel like that is not how TL wanted that to go. They're going to now put their eyes towards a Hail Mary Otacon.
And this is like...
tournament lives on the line.
This is a Cassiopeia. She does so much damage to this, so as you can see, it's already down to half health. Zeus is on the top side of the map.
They're giving it.
And Zeka's there as well. So yeah, Ruinous Otacon is going to go over to TL. So that's going to mean a whole bunch of extra levels and damage and things like this, and we'll see whether HLE can get enough off the back of it, because they do manage to take down some turrets. Outer goes down in the mid lane, Inner goes down on the top side.
Look at the XP they'll pick up here. APA, for a moment,
the
3 levels up.
gardening as well, which is kind of ironic and beautiful to watch there as Umpty picks up all of those extra stats.
I mean, APA just continues to be so far ahead of Zeka, not only in gold, but in experience as well. We'll hit level 16 fairly soon here. Just don't know if this is enough for TL.
Yeah, and they're now 4,000 gold behind, close to, which I just wasn't expecting when I looked up to the top of the screen.
It's because Hanwha got so much out of that when they Hail Married the Otacon. Hanwha got so much of the map, picked up some additional turrets. Now a 4-2 turret lead, which is really where all that gold is. And again, the gold is spread pretty evenly across Hanwha Life Esports, where again, it's just the one-man show of APA here. Yun is on 2 items now, is starting to become more relevant on this lethality Varus. Still going to be able to follow up on some of those you know, engages that we can see from Umpty, where he can set up APA to get on top, and then Yun layers that damage, but we're not in a comfortable position by any means right now, because Impact is 3,000 gold behind still on this Renekton, has never been allowed to play the game.
And it's not, like, the thing is, okay, the thing is that Core JJ takes half of his health bar. He'll be fine. Gleaming Quill gives him a bunch of his health back. Zeus also just going to say goodbye Impact. But this is the matchup I wanted to talk about, because in game 1, it was backbreaking. In this game, it's not as much. I think you can just be a handbag and just get carried in this game if you are Impact, because APA is getting these advantages. And in the 5v5, this composition will still work, even if you have a Renekton that's really far behind, because ultimately in the end he's got a W button, and the W button will do what it says on the tin. As Umpty,
this is a good angle here.
Yeah, looking for the wraparound, and if they don't get the kill onto Zeka, they should still be able to just take down this turret. So really nice play here from TL. Drag that gold back towards their way another little bit. So under 3,000 now is the lead.
2 minutes until, or just under 2, until what could be Mountain Soul here. For APA, having that additional set of resistances, having the shield, can allow him to just be battle Cassiopeia in these fights. He already has Archangels, so he is very difficult to kill or focus down here, especially with this kind of wonky composition from Hanwha Life, where their best engage is Rel. But if that's out of reach, you kind of have to throw in Peanut's ultimate and hope for the best. So he's going to have a lot of agency. It's really important that he's the one who has this lead. I feel like if the Varus had this lead, it would be big, but not necessarily with this scenario as strong. APA has a massive level advantage, so he could still continue to side lane. If you're a TL fan, you're really hoping this guy's going to get it done, because he has all the right tools to do so. It's a tough game state in general, but he alone has everything he needs to carry in these upcoming team fights. Hanwha Life have so far pretty much avoided. Now we're getting towards the big objectives. They got Otacon for free. They got all those extra experiences. They have 3 dragons plus the extra resistances that are coming from that Otacon. And now Baron is something Hanwha Life cannot avoid. And with the damage that TL have, they can rush it down quickly. So Hanwha need to be really careful about how they play out these next few scenarios, because if they get caught on the map and TL are on Baron, it's just gone. They have some vision now, but if TL can start playing around vision and threatening those fights and threatening some turns, especially when you consider that the Quinn doesn't have teleport, there are ways for TL to just kind of rip that rug out from underneath Hanwha Life, take that Baron, and use that to win the game.
And TL have been so good at being on the objective first. Is now JJ's diving in. Chains of Corruption avoided there by the flash. Peanuts out of the fight, and they instead just go for Delight. Another Magnet Storm, but this time it's not enough. And Zeus just there a little bit late. However, this AoE damage kind of massive, as Zeka wanting to press that rocket jump button, but TL have successfully disengaged.
I mean, this is a Zyra. They can't just go Dragon, because HLE will be like, we got Tristana, we got Zyra, we'll trade for Baron. I think TL, but split here.
Yeah, Buster shot Umpty, and he should still go down.
APA is getting Dragon. APA is getting Dragon this whole time. It's at half health, and now they have to try to stop this Baron, though. I mean, Mountain Soul is permanent, Baron is not, but you do not want to give this over to Hanwha Life.
Yeah, and they also cannot lose multiple members as well, because then you cannot defend against it. Still, the Baron doing a fair bit of damage here, as it only has just spawned a minute ago.
There's those shields.
Yeah, they're diving forward. Double knock up there from Core JJ's into the back of the pit. They go. That is the Baron over to HLE, but now Impact presses the Dominus button and looks to try and lock down the fight. The flash out from Yon to try and keep himself alive, and Seka is going bonkers in the fight. APA, he'll turn up at the miasma a little bit too late.
I think they gotta get out of here.
Yeah, you have to run as quickly as you can, but instead they realize that maybe they have not been able to. That dodge was gorgeous, but still, APA is standing. He goes golden, and Zeus is just melting to the poison damage. APA will eventually go down, as Zeka does have his bead drawn now. And TL, they do have Soul, but now they're without a Baron, and this gold lead is only going to extend for HLE.
Umpty wants to try to get on top of Zeka here. He is low on mana, but has enough to try to get out.
Yeah, he's still going to be able to press that ulti button, but the walk to the right strategy from Zeka is just a little bit too powerful.
Umpty just wants to try to burn as much Baron time here as he can. 2 minutes left on it. A really crazy call there from APA. Breaks his arm guard to actually try to outplay and carry there, but unfortunately is unable to do so. This ends up being so close. But obviously, without a smite here, it's going to be the objective is always going to HLE. But because APA committed the Dragon, he's not there, so they kind of have to buy time. And unfortunately, it's just not quite enough. You see, by the time APA gets here, Hanwha Life have just so much control. Zeka is able to get away with that rocket jump. And now APA has a difficult decision to make. Does he go in, or does he actually decide to run away? He decides to go in. Zeus, amazing dodge there on the ultimate, just out of range of it. Otherwise, he dies 100%. And then APA is just left to the Wolves here. He tries to stopwatch to get his way out, but there's just too much damage. He's buying time, though, against that Baron, and time is what TL need. 1 minute 15 to try to keep these inhibitors alive. Core JJ on a crazy flank.
Yeah, this is a mental flank, and you can see he is unseen on his way forward. Delight now in trouble as the quickness into the back line locks down Zeka and Peanut. The Petrifying Gaze not doing too much, but the Magnastorm only onto one, and they know exactly who the carry is as APA takes all of these ultimates to the face, and TL are just cleaning up the rift of HLE. The Baron's now just not really doing anything at all. The triple kill for Giannis. Now he is definitely online. 7-3-1 for this Varus.
Huge play by Core JJ on the flank. Look at this, blast cones his way in. APA is ready, and sure, the ultimate from APA isn't what we're really going to be writing home about, but he does a ton of damage, and they split Zeka and Peanut away with that ult. Viper then is isolated against a Renekton, and yes, Impact will still do things on a Renekton in this game. Takes out the Jhin.
Zeus flaps down to the bottom lane, sees what's going on, and says, I will have no part in this, and then flies away.
Quinn's got the pizza delivery, but doesn't like what she sees. And you know, I think if APA doesn't have Mountain Soul there, doesn't have the Archangel Shield, he might go down. It's fairly close, but he's so big in this game. He's so fed. And that was a great play from Core JJ. And then the follow-up ult, even though it doesn't really hit anybody, really cuts the team in half. And Team Liquid just hanging on. So again, tournament life on the line. One loss away from not making that top four. APA's gold lead, though, has faded.
The thing is, I still think that with the compositions, TL in the late game with Mountain Soul should just be able to win. As Chains of Corruption was optimistic at best, Grasping Roots is going to be grasping at straws there for Peanut. I don't know why he was there.
Every single person who this entire tournament has been warning against Peanut having a tough time and saying, see, I told you!
Yeah, especially when it comes to Zyra. It turns out that that was still correct. Zeus and Impact is still going the same way that it was before. TL able to push up in this mid lane. Delight taking a bit of damage here.
It matters less and less when a Quinn bullies a Renekton, when she can't really get more out of it than just pushing him into his inhibitor turret than having to leave. Meanwhile, a really relevant 4-man push here in mid is starting to actually make a dent into this inhibitor turret as APA TP's in.
Yeah, and remember, the Baron just went over to HLE as well as Deadly Flourish. That is very scary as Jan getting this explosive charge charged up, doing a fair bit of work there as he does decide to invest his barrier. And Zeus, once again, this is not where the pizza goes. Wrong house, wrong address, and he's now going to head back towards the Crocodile.
Impact can TP. He can flank if they can set up some wards. They have a ward set up just north of the Rafter Pit. If we see Hanwha overextend, maybe he can flank that way. There's one thing that Quinn can't do. She can rotate very quickly, but she's not going to be able to teleport on a flank, at all. And look at the items here for Zeka. he's able to now, despite being down an item technically, kind of go more toe-to-toe with APA. He's a real team fight threat. One reset for him. If they kill APA first in the fight, even if they kill Yun, I don't know if APA necessarily is going to be able to get it done alone against this many threats.
I mean, technically it's toe-to-tail, isn't it?
True. That's a good point.
I don't want to nitpick or anything like that.
No, that's, I mean,
Yeah.
it's fair, yeah.
Yeah.
But toe-to-tail may be what Zeka is looking for here. Still 2 levels down, but this fight, Elder, 35 seconds till it spawns, both up. Whoever wins the fight, if you win it cleanly, gets Exodia and ends the game. You have to be so cautious. And right now, Quinn pushing topside, but not able to threaten anything. You know, if she's threatening an inhibitor, it's a different story, but Impact can just show up in a moment's notice. They have so much prio here.
Yeah, the teleport advantage going to be such a big deal.
He's heading over already, though. Zeus, he's going to get here first.
And now Delight in position. Teleport from Zeka towards that bottom lane. And TL, they just need to hold the line. Need to hold it. They need to try and take whoever oversteps.
Zeka pushing
get that
bottom.
lockdown. There's Yun. I don't know about the flank angle on the Varus, but he gets back to the rest of his teammates.
This is so tense. APA just hanging on the edge here, does so much damage to the objective. Just putting Hanwha Life on the clock, saying you will eventually have to come over here. You will eventually have to take this away from us.
Yeah.
Zeus remounts.
Zek on this flank angle, but you can see control wards everywhere. TL have done their homework this time as Viper is in trouble. Below half health now. As Delight as well, keeping his health bar as high as possible so he can actually engage. Deadly Flourish not doing too much.
Hanwha running out of time.
Yeah. And it's the Nature's Grasp that you have to watch out for. Umpty holding on to that one. He's got that one in the barrel.
This Elder's getting very low. Peanut just looking for a steal. That's all he's got.
Yeah, Curtain Call does absolutely nothing in this fight at the same time, so Viper won't have access to that.
Bit of a reset.
Yeah, this reset on the Elder is a big deal. But if TL focus this, it goes down so fast.
They've got the health bar advantage. They might be able to
with
catch
the wrap
Zeus.
around, he gets the knockout, and there is the quickness, and Yun able to take him out before he can do anything. Petrifying Gaze as the Buster Shot gets rid of APA, but Delight is dead. No Magnus Storm for you. TL just find the perfect team fight, and this should win them the game.
Absolutely. Huge win here for TL. So patient. You know, you're back against the wall in this game. Your tournament life is on the line. You don't choke. You play it slow. You watch your flanks. They spot Zeus on the flank, take him out, and that is all they needed to do. They used the health bar of the Elder against Hanwha Life Esports, and it looks like we are going to Game 3. Atlas.
Thank goodness, because this game, it was another crazy draft. But man, TL, they look so good. And the fact that they were still behind, they still held on, they got those objectives, they did what they needed to do. Delight going to respawn, but his Nexus is not going to until Game 3. And TL, they're still alive here at First Stand. And I can feel it. Top Esports has started to sweat, Wolf.
Oh, no doubt, man. But what an
incredibly weird game.
What an incredibly earned game from TL. They had the tools to win, but I think every single person had doubts that they could pull it off, especially after they had way more tools to win in Game 1 and couldn't do it. They had APA super fed. He lost his gold lead, but was still up on experience. They played the side lanes well. They dealt with the Quinn in the late game incredibly well, incredibly patiently. They were able to do things like put Cassiopeia on Dragon and then rush to Baron to try to stop it. They played the map so well. I walk away from this game feeling impressed. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I'm just so happy that TL have been able to put it together. Umpty on the tree, man. It's absolutely fantastic, and it's fearless. So we're going to get some even wackier drafts as we move towards game number 3. But now it is time for the Spacers to give us all of that hopium. How does TL actually get the reverse sweep? Please,
It is
tell
not.
us.
It is not hopium. It is not copium. It is hope for NA fans. They can do it.
I know what they need. They just need Peanut to somehow lock in Shyvana. It's done.
It's done.
You know,
It's
the
a done
Zyra,
deal.
the Zyra
It
was
is a done
so
deal.
No.
Bro, as a Zyra OTP, I'm offended by what I just saw, honestly. But thank you, Peanut. Thank you, Peanut. Thank you, APA. Thank you, Team Liquid. The hope is alive here. We're going to game 3, guys.
Yeah, I'm so happy for them, right? Because like this was another team that I thought in some of their performances performed like yesterday against CFO. I thought they were really hesitant about choosing fights. This was a problem for them domestically. Seeing APA just land that Casio all in the Dragon Pit was so satisfying. Like,
Beautiful.
I'm so happy for him.
Yeah, and I'm glad Emily's taking which I think is very valid, giving TL the credit they deserve, which allows me to go in on Hanwha Live, because I told everyone the moment it was locked in, guys, his Zyra is legendary.
I've seen
for
it.
all the wrong reasons. And then they also, what? Okay, I want you to answer. What does this comp actually do?
I don't
what does
know.
it mean?
What does
waiting
it
for
mean?
you to explain
It's
it to
triple
me.
80 carry.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they wanted to. They were wondering what can they get away with. Turns out we got an answer, but what an amazing performance from Team Liquid. Exactly what we wanted from them here.
Yeah, again, just the way you choose your team fights, having a composition where people are on stuff that they are comfortable with, even with, you know, the Quinn pick. And I still don't think Impact had a great performance, but he wasn't nearly as much of a liability as maybe we've seen in some of the previous games. And yeah, I mean, APA is one of those people who, like, everyone thinks like, oh, maybe he can only play ASOL, maybe he can only play Ziggs. Casio is one of these things he's been playing for a really long time, incredibly comfortable on the champ. So yeah, it was really, really nice. And then yeah, Umti back on the old reliable Sejuani or Mauk.
And it works. Yeah. And it works. And honestly, after game one, we were talking about the fact that after a good early game, they were not able to keep up the pace. They were not able to maintain that pressure. And I will give you the fact that Hanwha Life Esports composition maybe helped them here, but you gotta be able to seize those opportunities, Chronicler.
Yeah, and also the reason why this comp from Hanwha felt even more useless, which was fully to credit to TL, is that they got Mountain Soul. Umti's atomization did leave something to be desired. I feel like if you're playing the triple AD carry, probably buy armor earlier. But outside of that, like, Mountain Soul makes such a big difference, because one of the opportunities as we see Hanwha Life try in these late game fights is just desperately try to throw poke. Even Zyra, I think, gets a lot of her power from that. Yeah. There's a Mountain Shield on the enemy team. There's just nothing that you can do. And we've been singing his praises this entire tournament. But again, hats off to Jan.
Yep.
Been doing incredibly well. And the Varus is one of the strongest picks in the meta at the moment. So having him have a great game on that, especially alongside Core JJ, whose engages were, you know, like 1 out of 3 was a little bit overzealous, but he was the one that found the flank in the end that actually cemented the game.
My question is, can they do it again? Can they be creative enough to come up with a strong draft and give us actually hope, give hope for the entire LTA region? Emily, I'm turning to you here. After all we've seen, after all they've been through, pulling a performance like this, do you give them the momentum to take it till the end?
I think they're capable. I think the problem is they are going to have to, oh no.
Hopium, Emily?
I'm good.
Some grade A hopium? Do we have any
Wait, is
true
this
Team Liquid believers here? Emily, I think I've got some right here. Take a little hit of this. You can predict the TL win.
I'm terrified.
Chronicler, you want to predict the Team Liquid win? Huh?
No.
Huh? Say it with me.
Kobe.
Let's go,
Yeah, give me that hopium. Give me that hopium.
Yeah.
I will take it, and I will keep this one with me. And for all the NA fans believing here, thank you so much, Kobe, for the hope. You should have seen him backstage, actually. He was losing his mind.
He was losing it. I kept telling him.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
I kept telling him, you know, it was 0-4. Now it's 0-5. The Zyra, they got it. But in the end, I think TL, what a story it will be if they actually do manage to get the upset on Hanwha. They'd be the first team to knock them down and cement their own fate by going into semis.
We have Hanwha Life Esports choosing blue side here. What does it mean for what they want to implement for this draft, maybe, Emily?
Well, I mean, it means they don't have to stick with certain bans, right? Like, I still think they probably stick with the Taliyah ban if TL don't end up banning it on red side. But for me, it's still such a tough ask, right? Before I was so interrupted from Kobe, because I think the big thing is, no, it was great. The big thing is, I love Kobe. The big thing is, like, they need to have a composition that they can play out really well, right? And then they also need to make fewer mistakes than they made in game one, for example, where things were a lot more even, right? Even with, like, the Kale pick kind of coming out of left field a little bit. So that's what I'm concerned about. I think it's, like, possible. Like, I think this team is capable of it. I just think it's still not very likely.
Do they have the discipline for this? Because they showed us that they can keep the ball running in the early game. It's what happens after that that's problematic.
I kind of want to flip it around. I want to ask if Hanwha Life have the discipline, because if they do, I think for Hanwha Life, even in that game, they were up, what, like 4.5, 5K gold. And part of that is because they were playing the Queen, which obviously is going to have a lot of sideline pressure. But I think Hanwha Life have been getting progressively looser and looser in their gameplay. If they tighten up, I think it's very hard to actually find consistent openings against this team.
Well, and we've seen this before, right? When they have been pushed like this, I think that FlyQuest series that we brought up way before was actually a really good example of them getting smacked down and then adjusting and coming out much stronger and more disciplined.
They went to 5 games in so many of their series, but in the end, it was always them that persevered.
NA fans, LTA fans, grab your heart monitors, grab your copium, grab your hopium. One more game. It is theirs for the taking. We'll see if Team Liquid can secure that last semi-final spot after the break.
Poppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, honey.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Raise a glass for the snakes in the grass. Give a toast to the fakes in the past. Now the ghosts blowing smoke, got a gas. Throwing stones out of house made of glass. Swerving in my lane, I'm living fast. I'm all in my bag, ain't looking back. I was down the hill, ain't going back. I got it out of mud, now I'm on track.
This ain't not enough. All tears gone down. Saying see you at the bottom, on my way up. Young killer, no doubt. Go hard and get out, listen, I'll get tough. And nothing I'm afraid of. And still what I made of. Though I get rough. Young killer, no doubt. At the top and never came.
Watch how I run it like bases. I'ma take it back to the basics. I'm the one they want, yeah, I got it out the basement. Now I'm sky high when I pull up in the spaceship. Face it, racks on 100, they ain't see me coming. Creeping on the comer bay summer, now I'm stunting. I ain't never coming down, I'm on the summit, running. They mad at you winning, they love to hate ya. They jealous inside, it's just in their nature. Don't pay it no mind, don't let it phase ya. They monitor these moves that we make it major. They mad at you winning, they love to hate ya. They jealous inside, it's just in their nature. Don't pay it no mind, and don't let it phase ya. Don't let it phase ya.
Not enough. All tears gone down. Saying see you at the bottom, on my way up. Young killer, no doubt. Go hard and get out, listen, I'll get tough. And nothing I'm
for the Dragon they want to take. APA going in.
Yeah, there's a beautiful ultimate as well as the Petrifying Gaze onto second. The flash forward from APA gives him the double thumbs up, and that is a solo kill.
I'm looking left side first. Looking back line after. Looking back side. Trisana. Jin go inside. Okay.
Jin flash.
About Jin.
Jin. Hitting Jin. Jin, I'm with you. Titan on flash now.
Because Jin.
I'm marking Quinn. Titan on flash. What's up? There we go, keep. We go keep. Going around now. Champion. I'm looking. Let's go. This now. Yeah, we can go mid after. Nice. Good job.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand. We're here, the final game of the day. TL, their fate's still in their hands. One game to go. HLE, they've been drafting some champions that have looked quite odd. We'll see whether that continues now that their backs are against the wall. We're diving into Champion Select here to see who is going to be able to take it. Is TES going home, or are TL going to have their final game right here?
This is what we are looking to find out. TL, huge lead in game one, amazing draft. Game two, a little bit riskier, down in gold massively, but made all the right calls in tense moments to actually take the win. Great flank from Core JJ, really patient play around the Elder. As we move into Hanwha Life's blue side draft pick here, see if the bans change, because the targets have otherwise been the Yone, the Jace here. That remains the same, even on blue side, because Kallista's gone. She's already been played.
Yep. And of course, you know, Poppy and Talia have been just pretty strong so far this tournament, so it makes sense to get rid of them. It does mean that Dashi champions are feeling a little bit better. I wonder whether we're going to get down to the, you know, the Zeri Lucians again, whether we're going to have Valdez sort of rocking back and forth saying, you know, Zeri, Yumi, Lucian, Nami.
Could happen.
More. It could happen, certainly could. We have seen it before.
Sejuani taken away here from Umpty as the final ban for Hanwha Life Esports. Rumble going to be another consistent fixture here. I think that's a wise ban, considering Zeus has first pick priority here, and that's one of the strongest picks left available. So 3 bans technically against Zeus here with the Yone, and it's going to be Skarner that Peanut picks up. Now, for those who don't know, Peanut played Skarner before the rework incredibly well, and was one of the only players playing it back then.
And he looks pretty good on the champion. We've seen it already this tournament, and even though the nerfs did come through, it doesn't seem to matter. And because it's so powerful, we have just gotten immediately out of the draft. It's blown up the draft with its just sheer power. Never mind, we're back. As we can see now,
Ezreal.
It's getting back into it. And the Ezreal is going to be picked up here.
I love this pick because it's great into Skarner. You can avoid his Impale pretty easily. You can avoid him knocking you into the wall. There's no Varus. There's no Kalista. Both of those champions are the bane of Ezreal's existence. It's a carry pick that Young can pop off on. Fantastic to grab here. Leona still available. They could just snap lock that in right now if they want that extra safety. It's one of the strongest duos you could have with Ezreal. It may be stolen away if they don't, and they will grab it.
I think Leona makes a lot of sense. You also don't show your hand, really. Of course, Ezreal Leona kind of fits into everything and should just be pretty stock standard. Let's see what Peanut and Zeka are going to lock away here to round out their first round of picks, though, because interestingly enough, there have been about 1 billion 80 carries that have been picked up, but just not a lot of them are the standard ones.
Yeah.
So things like Kai'Sa still up and available.
That's true.
Viper could go towards it if he would like to. Plenty of options here for Viper, and you know, Viper likes to play pretty much everything anyway, so it doesn't even really matter.
Yeah, I mean, he has a pretty wide champion pool, likes to play even some of the mages in the bottom lane, has played Teemo professionally.
On purpose.
On purpose, as a choice, a decision he made.
And Talia.
That's right. Although that one didn't work out as well.
It did not work out as well. I still blame LS for that draft, as I believe he used it when he was coaching BBQ in Challenger, and then CV Max was like, that's a great idea. And then Viper and Lehens did it 3 games in a row or something in the finals and just lost to T1. But that was many years ago now, and we'll see whether he has anything in store for us.
While we have a short little break here, I think it's a big opportunity to remind fans of the stakes if you're just tuning in. TL in this 3rd game have the opportunity to join KC, have 2 Western teams in the top 4, along with Flying Oyster and Hanwha Life Esports already have their spots secured. if they win, they will also eliminate Top Esports from top 4.
Yeah.
A loss, though, and they're out. Top Esports will be that final team. So that is what this third and final game is all about here. You've got Team Liquid fans here from all over the world. You've got Team Liquid fans, I think, who've been watching some of these players for years. Umpty in Korea, of course, you know,
Absolutely.
Core JJ, world champion, Impact in the top lane. I mean, there's so much to root for. And then, of course, you've got the Hanwha fans, defending LCK Cup champions. This is the pride of their region on the line. Going undefeated would be what they're looking for here. And I mean, it's a big game.
It is, and it's kind of crazy that TL is only missing, like, as far as world champions are concerned, they only have one less than HLE, which is one of the most ridiculous super teams we've seen put together for a very long time here in the LCK. And, you know, Impact and Core JJ, they've done it before. We'll see whether they can do it again here. Moving into the playoffs here at First Stand would be one of a few steps that they would have to make. And I think it might be a rematch that they get themselves towards if they do ever make it to the final. But looking to get back into this draft as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that could have been Umpty's family. I can't confirm or deny, but looked like it probably was.
And they don't get a lot of opportunities to watch his games these days.
Yeah, and if you want to watch him play in LTA, you got to stay up late or wake up really early.
Yeah.
So that's really awesome to see. Core JJ, the man of the hour, the flank on the recon to bring us here. He nods. He's like, that was right. That was me. I did it.
I feel like he's nodding off rather than nodding at the camera.
We did have a pretty quick start to the day, so it's not like we're getting incredibly late here or anything like that. In Seoul, it's 8:44 p.m. local time. And
I did hear some of the HLE players backstage just saying, like, I would like to go home, you know? Like, I think it's starting to get to home time for some of these guys, as we have been at it quite some time.
Yeah. It's such an interesting storyline, too, to see generationally. Core JJ, who's considered one of the best supports, you know, in his era, when he ends up picking up a Worlds title almost 8 years ago, I guess, or 7.5 years ago, some odd years.
Yep.
And then Delight, who's this new up-and-comer who came from Bro to then become an LCK champion.
Formerly Umpty's teammate, which is, like, so cool.
Draft is back, but I mean, Delight might be on the verge of picking up an international title here if Hanwha Life can continue the reign of terror. But I think they're going to focus on this Game 3, getting the undefeated finish first.
Yeah, that's probably a good start. Having a look at Peanut here, he was the one that reported a little bit of an issue not being able to make his mouse work. Having a mouse that works is generally good for League of Legends, so we're going to make sure that he does have one of those. He wasn't quite able to select his champion in time. So now that we have probably just grabbed his backup mouse out of the box, everything should be A-OK, and we'll just have the same pick and ban redone for you guys. And here we go, speed round.
So Skarner into the Ezreal pick here for TL.
Yep, and then Leona.
Leona locked in.
That's my prediction.
Yes. Let's see what happens next here, because I don't believe we actually had the next pick to come through.
Nope.
As it was Peanut's lock, and his mouse wasn't responding, so the issue has been resolved. So we'll see what they want to go with here. If you want to grab an AD carry that you think is going to be banned away, that you think is strong to Ezreal, now is the time to do it, because you won't get another opportunity. And this Ezreal pick will be protected by that second ban phase. And it's going to be Sivir that they opt into. This isn't really one that I think of. The old days of Lethality Sivir and some of the old iterations of Sivir where she could just chunk an Ezreal out of lane, we're not quite living in that era right now.
I do want to remind you, though, this was the AD carry matchup in the 94-minute game that Umpty managed to win.
That is true.
Okay, unfortunately the Ezreal was on the losing side of that matchup, but I'm not gonna, like, let's not focus on that, right? Let's focus on the fact that Umpty was in that game and that was the matchup. There is the Ivern.
The Ivern, and so not with the Tristana this time, but it's already hard enough to catch this Ezreal with the comp that we have here for Hanwha Life, and he's got the Leona as kind of a bodyguard in the laning phase as a drive deterrent, and now they have this extra shield on top of that as well here. And a jungler that can clear camps quite quickly. As Zeka's Akali is denied.
Don't mind that one. And you can really, like, the Akali can kind of pop off in a composition like this, so it makes some sense. And he's got a skin on the champion, so respecting it also works out. See where TL do go with this draft, though, just because Ivern can fit into a lot of different things.
I mean, the Corki is, I think, the obvious one. If you don't have the Tristana, even though Corki is not as strong as he used to be, He's still one of those double 80 carry picks that can go into the mid lane and feel really good.
If you were to play an 80 carry in the mid lane, though, what do you do now?
Well,
right?
I mean,
There's
I
not a
think
lot more solo lane versions of it available.
even though it's not necessarily the same type of 80 carry, something like a Smolder could kind of fit the bill here. You know, I feel like APA is the type of player whose champion pool is so wide and so eclectic, and he sees these angles. I feel like Zeka, even though we say now that he has a much wider pool than he used to, isn't as creative when given the opportunity, which is why you see the picks, his iconic picks, taken away here as the pool is thinned. No more Silas, no more Akali. Those are two great picks into the Azir, which is now banned away from APA. So APA, what will the choice be? Because this could be another series-defining pick, just like the Cassiopeia, but it's just got to be Victor.
Okay, the Victor coming in instead. Man, I feel like the Smolder could have been an absolutely incredible angle, but it would be definitely risky, especially to pick it here. But with top lane being a point of problem for Impact here in this matchup, of course, for anyone playing into Zeus, it is just really, really difficult. So wanting to protect him makes a lot of sense. It's okay, that's Kassadin. Zeka pretty good at melee mages, as you can see with the Silas and Akali ban. Unfortunately, Kassadin's still there. This has been something that Showmaker has been playing a lot.
Yes.
Just like across the years here in the LCK.
The Ambessa doesn't fill me with a ton of joy because there's a lot of ways to stop it from being successful, plus the Ezreal is hard to lock down anyways, but it feels like a safe blind pick, and I guess that's the reason why it is going to come through here. The Gnar is available for Impact if he wants to just try to Gnar his way through to an advantage. They could opt into something like a Kennen, but I think you might even want to go AD Kennen in that situation. You have the Ivern to kind of back it up here.
Yeah, I kind of like that, actually.
It's a lot of AP damage otherwise, though. And he will go for the Jax that was banned away. Bit of a controversial pick for Impact, depending on who you ask, but it does feel like it can do very well into the Ambessa and is going to be a huge side lane threat later on. It can be backed up very well by the Ivern here. In terms of scaling, both compositions scale incredibly well. You have the Victor, you have the Ezreal. Yes. Late game is going to be incredible for you. Hard to kill the Ezreal. A lot of support for the Victor. Side lane, though, really going to be quite strong for this Jax. But you're looking at a side lane in Kassadin that's relatively safe because he could just realm walk his way out of any situation. He's going to be incredibly powerful later on. Sivir's wave clear in the mid lane, also going to be a problem to deal with here for TL. So they need to make sure they don't find themselves behind the 8-ball, because if Umpty's trying to put out fires in this game, it gets caught by a Skarner. There is so much follow-up damage here on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. We're in for a banger Game 3, though, Atlas. I feel like both of these drafts are similar in their identity, but obviously on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, you're trying to go in a little bit harder. On the opposite side, you're trying to survive and get to that stable 2 hyper carry composition with the late game Victor, late game Ezreal.
Yeah, I do want to say, though, this looks a little bit like Dandy was saying, you guys have had your fun, we're winning this game. Locking down a whole bunch of champions that are right at the tippy top of the tier list, and it feels like this composition also does definitely do what it says on the tin. And yes, praying like that is maybe what is required for TL. However, Kassadin is always a gamble, right? You do need to make it to that late game. It's another one of those Monk and W pointing at the watch type situations. The last time that was scary. All right, I like it. TL fans managing to coordinate a little bit better that time, as Viper has picked the best skin for Sivir that everyone seems to pass the test of. Pack Sivir is by far the greatest.
It is.
Outside of the sneaky Sivir skin, you like that one as well.
Pizza decent.
Yep, the pizza one's good.
We don't have skin bans yet, so you can always pick packs, though, so you do just roll high every time.
No, it's real good.
I do like the first strike here for APA in the early game, trying to get as much of an advantage as you can and generate that gold, and the early Kassadin levels feels pretty fantastic. It is difficult to gank Kassadin, especially as an Ivern. Nailed it indeed. No first strike for Yun, unfortunately, so just be getting a little extra damage. But I do think that, Zeka should be relatively safe here as long as he doesn't play too aggressively in this matchup, but that Prio should always be there for APA in the early game.
It should. And, of course, Kassadin was sort of built like an anti-mage, right? So you do have the shielding available and things like that that can work quite nicely into a lot of these mages, but you're still very, very melee. There was actually a time where Cassidy was really good into AD melee matchups just because of how well he traded with his W. As Impact, actually, speaking of trading, doing decently well here at this stage of the game. But we are going to have a microscope on this top lane. Like, we were talking about being able to hear Azael from here. Well, the Jax lock-in, there is a lot of worry. There's also a Kobe somewhere as well that's wondering, you know, whether it's going to work this time, because this is not really what success has looked like in the past for Impact.
None of them are near me physically at the moment, but I can see my phone blowing up with a lot of messages about it. And I think people are talking about his APA over here trying to steal away or disrupt Peanut.
Almost got a bit of a reset thingy.
Yeah.
Didn't quite work out.
Not quite. Bit of an engage.
Yeah, Viper getting a bunch of his health back though, with the shield working out for him. And it's kind of annoying to utilize the shield if you are the Sivir into Leona, just because Zenith Blade can then pop it, and then you've got the Shield of Daybreak to then be the issue. But he actually managed to time it so that it was the Shield of Daybreak that he mitigated. And
Impact?
that's the biggest stuff.
Come over here, try to get some additional information, sees that ward, sees Peanut. Some pings going down as Umpty is going to come over and try to create some disruption on this blue buff. He has Smite available and some extra time he could take it. But just wants to actually fight Peanut straight up.
And Umpty is going to try and make friends with this Sentinel.
Yeah, if he can, he could just steal it away with Smite, but it's a bit of a channel.
Yeah. All right, there's the Zenith Blade as Viper is immediately cleansing.
Umpty got it, by the way.
Oh, nicely done.
Got him!
I do like that Umpty has played 2 trees in a row.
That's true.
Maybe that's the winning formula. We've been focusing on the fact that this Jax exists. Nah.
It's such a treat to watch him.
There is another tree as he walks onto a ward and is not going to be able to take down Zeus this time around. Gives away his position though, as now Peanut should have a little bit more of a good time around the map.
I think it will definitely be a lasting controversial pick, at least until the next season of LTA starts up. If Impact loses on this one, he's struggling a little bit here in this early laning phase. But he has the opportunity as hold up.
Don't know about this one, as CoreJJ is actually extraordinarily tanky, has Aftershock and Eclipse, so never mind.
He's fine.
He is fine.
But this is an opportunity for Impact to change the narrative. If we can have a really huge pop-off game on this Jax here, Zeus will take a lot of turret damage.
Oh my goodness, that was a ramped turret as well, so that's a bit scary.
Yeah, like, Impact's sitting on a cookie and a pot. Thought maybe he'd try to make something happen there, but decides not to risk it, even with the biscuit.
Yep. Oh, I liked that, Wolf. That was really nicely done. There's Umpty, gets a control ward into the... Oh, we might be naming that one. That could be Agnes the ward.
It could be.
As Umpty makes friends with some Raptors, and Peanut, unfortunately, is just going to give it top of the morning as he realizes that they're gone.
Really nice pathing here from Umpty, creating a lot of disruption against this Skarner. Very difficult to land a counter-strike on Mbessa because she's just kind of dashing around all the time.
It's a release date problem, I think.
Yeah. You can, of course, if you wait out the dashes, if you could force them some other way, just leave strike on top of her and end up setting up the counter-strike if you time it all. But it's very challenging, obviously. And APA, 200 gold lead here, doing exactly what you're supposed to do in the early game of this matchup. That part's going well.
The first strike value that he's getting is that it, like, the entirety of this lead. You can see
exactly.
Like, the CS is even. So really making sure he maximizes that extra money. It's really good to see.
Or JJ coming up here with Delight. Zeka, I think, wisely will respect the missing Leona in the bottom lane. But that's going to be a dragon.
Yeah, Umpty should be able to grab that one there. As, okay, Gravity Field going to go down as APA with his Death Ray. Going to be able to do a lot of work onto Delight, who will flash. But if just one more piece of damage comes through, he should be dead, and the Death Ray is what secures it. CoreJJ able to survive there as well, and that is first blood going over to TL. Peanut should be able to answer with these Void Grubs, but the Dragon's going down on the bottom side, and TL, that is a really good first exchange.
Yeah, really huge for them. Does feel bad that you're not going to have those grubs for your Jax later on, but I think
Glorious
well worth
evolution. All right, Riftwalk is now available for Zeka, and so this is where things start to become a little bit of a problem. APA still trading okay.
Mountain into Cloud here, start things off as Impact's going in.
Yeah, Grandmaster's Might is down as Zeus can be very tricky as Peanut, he turns up. The flash is going to be used by Impact to get himself out of there. Impact wanting a 1v1 as CoreJJ in position once again. They go for this dive, it's certainly dangerous, and CoreJJ flashes in, Zeus. Not a lot of options, but he does have dashes for days. So he will make it out. Still, Impact survives. That is a big deal. All right, more fighting here as Daisy, Yun, and Umpty getting to work down here. Daisy gonna be taken out.
Sad.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate.
A lot of vision here for Umpty in the jungle. He's going to clear this ward as well. Look at all the control wards they have around that red buff. I mean, he's just got tons of information about what Peanut is doing on the bottom side, which allows Yun to continue put that pressure on. Obviously, the new Peanut was top. There's APA.
Yeah, Gravity Well in a pretty good spot here.
He's like, cool, thanks for the first strike goal.
Yeah. He's got enough of that. It's 500 gold.
I mean, he's really just generating the lead off of the rune alone.
It's like when you watch like Gangplank matchups and Twisted Fate matchups, you know, it's just kind of unfair that they get more money. It's a rune now, so yeah, APA in this one being able to eke out that little bit more. I want him to build a cull at the same time, go full investment strategy. That's probably not going to happen.
A lot of vision here in this jungle, but can't really be utilized too much outside of, you know, Yun being able to continue to push for a long time there, and then they saw Peanut topside and knew he was mid, and just been tracking him very well here, but there isn't anything they can necessarily gain from that at the moment, as I don't think Umpty can make an impact here on the top side against Zeus, and so he's just going to go ahead and take a back and get his cooldown boots already, and we'll just get a Kindle Gem on top of his impact. Once again, going to look for an aggressive trade. Fall back to the minions instead, though.
Yeah. Power damage starting to stack up here. Doesn't even have a Sheen yet, and you can see Zeus taking the worst end of that trade, at least for now.
Yeah, really well played there from Impact. Delight. He's trying to come up here. I mean, there's been a lot of action not leading to kills here in this top side.
I do just really like that Impact is just playing it on the back foot, just picking up the farm where he can. Of course, not winning out, but he isn't losing either, which is certainly good news. As Umpty's going to move in on top of some vision right now. Zeus taking some damage. Delight going to be moving up as Umpty turns up as well. There is going to be a Skarner here pretty soon. But Daisy trying to stack up that 3-hit. And may have got a knockup, but didn't actually see.
I mean, things are looking decent here for TL, considering Jax is behind, but the pressure's been staved off here. And Delight being topside means that Yun can continue to actually apply pressure down here, get plate gold. APA generating more gold, but he may be in trouble now.
Yep, there's a good flash to get out of the Winter's Bite, as the Rift Walk will allow Kassadin to get out of the Chaos Storm. APA actually been playing a pretty good mid lane here. The problem is that as soon as Kassadin's kind of even, and I know the first strike is meaning that APA is ahead in gold, but it's still just a free farming Kassadin at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, I mean, you want to get more, ideally. And even though Yun's been given some extra time here to try to push turret plates, hold up.
I'm seeing a little bit of trouble. Trigger Seed does come on through as APA, another Gravity Well that works extraordinarily nicely. Zeka taking a fair bit of damage, but
he's full mana.
The mobility is pretty silly. Yeah, exactly.
He is not really too concerned. Impact may need to be.
Yep, there's a flash forward. Grandmaster's Might comes down. He does have the counter-strike, but Peanut gets in there, and there goes the kill. Zeus picks up one onto his... Oh, True Shot Barrage, and that is going to secure it for Yun.
Big kill for Yun there in the top lane.
And the assist goes over to Impact, so that helps Band-Aid it. And now, perhaps, there is going to be Peanut in some trouble. Does flash away as Teleport gets Zeus towards Zeka towards the top lane.
Very tense moment there on the top side of the map.
Still, I think...
I mean, we're not done yet.
Yep, TL still have a slight gold advantage. We'll see whether they can actually get in and take away any of these grubs. Remember, they took the first 3.
Impact teleported bottom side here, trying to put some pressure on the plates, but Zeus does have TP, so they need to be aware of this.
Yeah, APA turning up. TL have invested a lot in this already, as now Zeka on the flank angle will get pushed away. But with 2 grubs remaining, HLE, they don't even really need to worry about it. 5 grubs, that feels all right.
Does feel really strong.
It's not going to get the feats of strength, you know?
And, you know, they end up getting this. There's no teleport from Zeus, but they had a really nice setup to pressure that bottom lane, pull Zeus down bottom side. Now they're going to try to get plate gold here top side, maybe even set up for a dive.
Yeah, Daisy getting a little bit aggressive here as Delight might get knocked up, but does not. Dragon turning up here as Peanut going to join. CoreJJ wanting to be the one that soaks all of this CC, and that Solar Flare was gorgeous. just to buy some space for TL. Successful disengage.
Get out here. Yun doesn't quite pick up the plate he wanted, but happy with the pressure they applied either way. Impact down here does have the Sheen. Maybe a trade.
Yeah, that Counter-Strike timing was better than some others.
APA's continue to build this lead, just kind of free farming here in mid. It's going to be a force to be reckoned with before the Kassadin is fully online. In that mid game, especially if we could see Yun hit that 2-item spike around the same time and really start to take over this game. Impact is 0-1-1, but he's also a bigger side lane threat, especially the Grub setup that they have. So still feeling good as APA.
Yeah, Delight ulted him. As there's the public execution, that's how they're able to get that man advantage. But Zeus is burning down. The Impale is so good and Delight will survive. However, Impact just flashes on top of him. Can he get another? The answer's no, as Zeus just dances around the Jax and picks up the kill to boot.
Really unfortunate passage of play here from TL. Fantastic ultimate from Zeus here.
Might be the punishment though, as Umpty is spotted. And the Hex Flash, Core JJ unable to get on top of him. There wasn't a lot of damage
if he had,
and the idol.
If he had a normal flash, and if he had Solar Flare, which he does have now, maybe they could have done something with that, but Hex Flash a little bit too slow. As this is just really greedy pathing here from APA to try to punish, because he had so much prio, and he just ends up walking straight into Delight, who buys enough time here. Then Zeus' ult is fantastic. And it seems like maybe we're going to trade until Peanut says, Impale? More like Impeel.
Yeah, I like that one too. You are on the ball with these these puns, Wolf. I like it.
They still end up getting the kill onto Delight, but it's a way bigger trade up here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. As TL look to grab the second dragon.
Yep, that'll be their second as well. They were able to grab the first, so this is certainly good news. I'll take that one down. It's going to be an Ocean Soul, maybe a bit of a groan, but when you've got an Ivern, maybe you're actually okay with it, as you can sort of like build yourself some spaces to regen back up again, stuff like that. Certainly could be a method.
It's not horrible, but it's definitely not what you were hoping for.
Yeah.
I think ideally looking for something like a Hex Tech with the slows and the value that's going to bring into this composition that's so melee heavy would have been perfect, but at least they get Mountain and Cloud worth of stats, and that is going to be still pretty huge for them. Small plate advantage here for them as well.
Man, there were not a lot of plates that went down this game.
He lives in the top lane this game around.
Oh, Core JJ going to move out as Zeka has Rift Walk, which is an ability that allows you to escape from any situation you are ever in.
It is kind of like the balance of Kassadin, as Impact is in
maybe
danger.
some trouble. He's just going to try and clear out the wave. He's doing his best to ignore the fact that these champions are here. As the Winter's Bite, Concussive Blow's not stacked up. And Impact given a little bit of space here. Peanut by himself shouldn't be enough, but he's able to hold him in position for so extraordinarily long. And there's the public execution, and it was definitely public because there were 4 people surrounding him.
Yeah, it ends up being a long and heavy commitment, though. That does mean that on the bottom lane, we are going to see a turret taken by APA. It's a trade of turrets, of course, but still a lot of money on this Victor. It's not quite the same type of incredible lead because of the scaling element here that we had in Game 2, but once again finds himself the center of attention in a really pivotal game here for Team Liquid. Generates so much gold off of first strike, as Peanut is very tanky.
He is, but so's Daisy, who is just trying to interrupt him as best she can. Unfortunately, Peanut has the ability to just drive through walls if he would like to.
Hit a bit of a wall there.
Yeah. A little unfortunate, but that's fine.
Moving into this mid-game, when fights start happening here for TL, they need to try to win them pretty convincingly. Getting the objectives alone will feel nice, but winning the fight is what you really want, because you really want to start to get accelerated. And you can try to pull them around the map and force fights in your favor with his Jax when he's ahead, but he doesn't have enough of a lead on Zeus to where he can really start to put the big threat on yet. He's getting closer to that angle, but not quite there yet. And TL just need to look to force any fight they can before this Kassadin becomes a huge menace. I mean, we've been talking about stuff like this all series long, between the Kayle, the Kassadin now, the Quinn falling off.
Ooh, Yun needs to be a little bit careful, but so far able to stand his ground. And when you've got these shields from Umpty, it can mean that you have a bit more longevity in a bunch of these fights. Zeus holding onto the wave here. They do get priority in that mid lane. He's getting antsy. You can feel it. There is a fight a brewing.
I mean, they just kind of looked for a fight, but he couldn't find it. Yun lost half his health bar. Now the objective is just going over to Hanwha Life Esports for free. And this is worst case scenario, I feel, here for TL, outside of losing a fight, is just not getting the opportunity to take one. As yes, Hanwha Life had to group for this, and that means they're missing members on the map, but there's no side lane pressure. I mean, Impact is out here in a side, but it's not like he's threatening a turret. It's not like you see APA, yes, he's farming, but he's also not threatening a turret. So Hanwha Life kind of get a freebie here. That's free time. Zeka's already hit 11 on the clock, which means he's basically halfway there.
It's feeling a bit scary. And in a long lane like this, the victor is never going to have a good time. That's why you can see APA not walking up, just unable to do so right now. As Zeka will move on in. You do get if you get the drop on him, then you're able to get some work done, as we can see there from APA.
Yeah, 13 extra gold picked up as well.
As all right, on the hunt, is going to get procced here, as Viper not able to really get too much done. Great route to come out from Umpty to stop Peanut from coming forward, but now Zeka is going to turn up. The Arcane Shift, Yun, not a whole lot of places to go in that flash. Wasn't great either, but the knockups are coming in, and Yun survives for so incredibly long. Impact turning up, trying to take down Zeka, but another Rift Walk gets him to safety, and finally Impact gets here. Peanut flashing away to get himself to safety, and HLE, they just had more people there more quickly.
Yeah, exactly. They just had a numbers advantage, and they were ahead on the tempo. If everyone was set up on the play there for Team Liquid, I think maybe they actually win that fight. I think likely they would win that fight, but APA teleports in so late. Now his teleport is expended as well, and really getting nothing out of it. So going back to this here, you can see Viper is able to press his ult button. They're looking to go in. Zeka on the flank here. But look at APA, he's inside, right? Impact is coming, but very late. He's so deep into the lane that by the time he gets here, it's far too late. And with Yun out of the picture, they don't have enough damage until APA shows up, and that's when Hanwha Life are already out of there.
Yeah, that was a pretty difficult situation, and the fact that HLE are just able to see a target and say, you are going to die first, is a very scary situation. As now Zeka in trouble. Zenith Blade going to connect there from Core JJ, but he flashes, and he rift walks.
It's just so hard to chase down a Kassadin, and now this Herald is going to crash mid, and Hanwha Life are trying to wrestle that Dragon Prio away.
Oh, public execution as well as Impact underneath the turret. Viper not going to stick around, but it is still going to be this turret lying on the floor pretty soon. Core JJ going in once again as a solar flare onto it. Skarner is maybe not the priority target here as Zeka turns up once again. APA in that backline. Let's see how much TL can actually get done. Azeus getting spotted there by Impact. And Core JJ's trying desperately to tank things up. These health bars are getting so extraordinarily low, but it's Zeka that takes down the Leona, and TL are pushed away. Peanut smacks them into the wall, and TL just get their backs broken in this mid-game. A triple kill for Zeka's Kassadin. And that's not a great sign. Make it a quadra, make it an ace. And HLE, I think they've decided they want to win this series.
The backs are broken. I think the Copium tank is empty, Atlas.
Yeah,
that might have just been the end of TL in First Stand 2025 as the engage comes through. But remember, Viper shows up here, can join the fight so quickly with his ultimate, and watch him just rip through these health bars on Sivir. It's not even late game Sivir just yet, but he can do so much consistent damage here. And even though there's an attempt to engage here from Core JJ, there's no follow-up. There's nobody doing damage to him. Zeka isn't really taking that much himself, and APA, there's so many threats he can't get into the backline, and then this is when it ends with the collapse from Zeus and Peanut, and Zeka presses R on top of all of Team Liquid's hopes and dreams, picks up a quadra, and is no longer the Kassadin in the early game. He's accelerated. He's 3 Rod of Ages stacks away from getting an additional level to skip that road to 16. And with so much money in his pocket, he's got an extra blasting wall on top of the extra survivability he has too, and the completed Seraphs. Killing this Kassadin was hard before, now feels nigh impossible.
This is going to be a very tall order if TL are going to make this one happen. They do still have, you know, the feats of strength went their way, but as you can see, I mean, there are bounties set up on these turrets, on these objectives around the map. And Otacon, maybe that's going to be an opportunity. Solar Flare going to get eaten by that spell shield from Viper. And TL just going to have to slink back towards their side of the map. Starting fights anywhere away from the Kassadin might be a decent idea, but he'll have teleport back up relatively soon. And then there is going to be nowhere on the map that is safe here for TL.
It just feels horrible when you're the Jax. 1.2k down, catching the waves in the side and not pushing them in. Impact 2 levels down on Zeus here. And he's just not able to do anything. He's getting cut down.
It's pretty absurd. And, I mean, Zeus has been playing some weird champions so far. It was Kale and then Quinn in this series. This is, you know, one of the more coveted of the champions here, as Impact just getting dove underneath his turret by Zeus alone. And he walks it off. No worries at all. The rest of TL now wanting to try and find a cross-map play.
Zeus has TP, so you're never going to have a numbers advantage. And Hano Life say, this is my moment to take Otacon. APA can, of course, join his teammates as well here with his own TP.
Yeah.
Looking for a kill on the Zeus first, but I just don't think you can lock down this dashy champion.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to kill him. Does stop the recall, I guess, as now the flash comes out. Peanut still just flashing forward. They get the suppress. Down goes Umpty. No more spite for TL. As at least they get some decent damage onto Zeka, but he's still rift walking forward. Core JJ just standing his ground, says, Yon, you must live. He'll live, but I don't think Otacon will.
Down go TL again. Teleport coming through here from Zeus to continue the pressure inside. Otacon could be taken without him here. You can see a TP from Zeka into the top lane. He's looking to push the inner. The whole map is falling apart, and Yun's just taking what he can in the mid lane. Maybe, if he gets enough time, he can get a bounty here while Otacon is being taken, but contesting, not even a dream, not even a concept here for TL at this point. He's just going to walk away, let that wave crash in mid as the Otacon goes down. Ruinous here for Hanwha Life, and extra levels for a Kassadin who's already accelerated and already has a Rod of Ages. Things have gone from bad to worse. I think they already went. Now they've gone from worse to unthinkable here. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, as this is a replay of, fortunately, Impact getting solo killed, super far behind in the lane.
Yeah, the public execution feeling like it's named in a far too appropriate way feels almost mean, as the flash impale just means that Peanut selects his target and Umpty goes down.
And APA shows up to get blasted. You know, there's so much tempo in this comp when you have Viper's ultimate to keep everybody moving forward. The flash impale, the chase is easy, and by the time the victor shows up, he's just run down.
And that's level 15 for Zeka. 7-0-3. Malignance now completed.
I mean, he's like 10% away from 16. I mean, less than 10%. He's basically got it.
Yeah.
On a mini wave.
And Zeus already has it. So the public execution is even more scary. He's 3 levels above Impact. Viper will turn up here as well. And this is the problem, right? Like, Siva and Kassadin are 2 of just the hardest scaling champions in the game. Staring down the barrel of this composition is difficult at the best of times, and now you've lost back-to-back team fights. TL just have no way back onto the map. As on the hunt, it's the donkey whistle here from Viper, dodging all of the skill shots there as well as Gorgeous, as there's a public execution. The door is given to them as well as Yon is just picked off and destroyed. The same fate lies for Impact as Core JJ's able to walk it off. But TL, I mean, they just have to watch as their friends are torn to shreds this game.
I guess he didn't have the shift at the moment. He had it seconds later, used it, but didn't use it to avoid. That one is taken out at max range from another ultimate from Zeus. He's had so many good ones this game. And I think this is the beginning of the end, Atlas.
Yeah, there's the force pulse. Core JJ slammed into his Nexus. APA, not a lot of buttons remain here as Peanut can tank these turrets for way longer than he could when he was playing Zyra in the previous game. They'll settle for an inhibitor for now. The Baron up and available. They can take that if they feel like it. But let's have a look at this once again.
Yeah, it's on the hunt to chase forward here. Some good dodges from Viper, but it's this ultimate here that unfortunately Yun either couldn't dodge with his E or didn't, or just opted to not to because he thought he was just out of range. On the max range takes him out. That's so much of the damage gone. That leads to the inhibitor.
He didn't have very many opportunities to either because, of course, the public execution holds him in place and then the impale was pretty much right there.
Yeah.
So,
the
just,
strong combo.
Yeah, up a creek without a paddle as Umpty just not allowed to be there. And Zeus shows him exactly why. Zeka is now going to punish Yon for it as well as he just waits for another Rift Walk. And Yon knows exactly what's going to happen here. Force Pulse to kill him.
It's just an absolute bullying here.
0-4. Oh, man.
This is the happy game Hanwha were searching for, and I think they found it, Atlas.
They did. They're just like, okay, why don't we have maybe only a couple of players play those champions that they have a lot of fun on, and the other ones can do the things that are just good in the meta at this point in time. And also, let's have a composition that does a thing that looks planned. That works.
3.5 items. Sivir is going to make quick work of this Baron, so the side laners can continue to actually set up those Baron waves for the last 2 inhibitors remaining here for TL. Baron gets taken over. Now they're looking for more.
Yeah, Zeka he's still Kassadin, isn't he? So I guess he can do this time. On his Silas, he was making those plays and getting punished. And I guess now he just doesn't. Zeus may, though, as he is underneath the turret here. Zeka is chasing after APA, and APA just takes 1 billion damage. Is trying to kite, but sometimes you press R in his general vicinity and he pops like a balloon. Umpty also going to suffer the same fate as Zeka gets himself out of there, using his health bar as a resource, ladies and gentlemen, as Zeus takes down Impact. I think this series is over as HLE. An absolute statement here in the final game. I'm glad they had a bunch of fun. TL also showing a phenomenal game number 2. But HLE showing exactly why they're the favorites here on their home turf, as they'll take down the final nexus of the group stage and move on to the playoffs pretty comfortably after this win. And big congratulations now as HLE eliminate TL from the tournament.
And HLE, it was an eclectic series. They had their fun, but they definitely proved why they are the top seed, undefeated, moving into the bracket stage. And you can see it on their faces. I think you'll see it all over the internet, and every fan who writes about this series will wonder what could have been with a Game 1 lead that was so massive, but they couldn't actually get it done. They win Game 2 in a clutch one, but Game 3 is all HLE. And TL, a valiant effort, but it's all Hanwha in the end. And our top 4 is decided, Atlas.
It is. TES, a big sigh of relief as they got very, very close to being eliminated by this team. They'll get a big cheer from the crowd here. I think game number 2 gave us a lot of hope. We saw what could it be from TL, but unfortunately it just wasn't to be the case. HLE, I think, all business in game number 3, as Zeus is just a sponsor this tournament. Last time was Red Bull, now it's, I think it was Razer, as they are, of course, one of the sponsors of HLE. Just, you know, the man likes to make sure that he gets those things sorted out.
Zeka, very modest after
very modest.
Very pop-off performance. Careful who you bully in lane. See what happens in the mid to late game with all those Otacon pedals.
I think it's a bit sheepish here from a lot of the HLE players after some interesting games in the first couple. But now it is time to throw it back to the space to say goodbye, unfortunately, to TL, but to get ready for our semifinals that are going to be coming up in some marathon best of 5s. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Atlas. A respectable showing for Team Liquid today, but it is HLE that ends up victorious here. Welcome to First 10 Cooldown, where I will be joined by Jisun, Emily, and Chronicler. It is an LCK cooldown today.
Yeah.
We won!
Welcome to
the
space.
Welcome to the space. Welcome to the stand space. What did you think about the series, Jisun?
Very interesting, very exciting to watch. Also, every single game feels like they unlock a new champion. So I think they are kind of trying to have as many chances possible before the best of 5 fearless starts. And I think most of them were working. So I think it's a very good sign for Hanwha Live.
Interesting approach here in this game 3. You have thoughts, Chronicler. So I'm going to give it to you here.
It's what Jason is saying, right? Because one of the big things that you always see teams talk about is that scrim games just don't translate to stage, right? There can be a really big disconnect. We've seen a lot of teams completely collapse or kind of have surges because of the disconnect between the two. So actually getting in stage games, and some of those champions, I'm like, the Vlad, I'm like 100%. They actually think a champion is good in the right scenario. I think the Kayle, particularly against a Cassandra, is a bit of an angle. And then there's things like the Zed and the Quinn, where I'm like, I don't think we're actually going to see those. But still, in a fearless best of 5 format, you're going to take them into account.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think we might see the Quinn, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we know the matchup.
The Zed a little bit less. There are other picks.
A little bit less.
Not at all.
Some other champions that we
I don't expect to see the Zed. But also, I think it is nice to see still something kind of creative and off base in the Kassadin coming out. That was still going to be really strong in this draft. And HLE locked in a bit in this game after game 2. Even though TL did not go quietly.
They made them sweat. That's for sure. Chronicler, I want to take back the expectations that we had coming into this series with HLE being a bit disjointed, I want to say, compared to what we've seen in LCK. How do you feel after a series like this?
To be honest, I don't feel any different. I think in Humble Life, over as soon as they were, which happened relatively early, were kind of a lock for making it through. I think the only thing this team cares about is winning the tournament. I don't really think they care how they do it. I don't think they care how many games they play. Again, domestically, they played so many 5 out of 5 games. And obviously, if you can win more easily, they'd love to. But I don't really have changed my opinion. I still think they're the front runner. I just think you kind of see them loosen the reins, and then when it's necessary, they do immediately show that they still have the level of play. Because even between the Pi game, right, like game 1 and this, there was a pretty big difference in the level of gameplay that we saw from the Live, for example.
Yeah, and I think they were also just, as we go through this highlights, I think they were also able to be more patient when they needed to, right? Because you are kind of waiting for the Kassadin and the Sivir to scale up. So I do think it's cool how you, I'm glad you brought up all of their domestic series, right? Because I agree with you. I don't think they care how many games they play as long as they win the tournament. And that's something really interesting that I think is more specific to Fearless than standard draft, but I am curious to see how that evolves as HLE goes into the bracket stage.
Have you been able to talk to the players or hear anything about the players and the level of confidence they have?
There's a really famous screenshot of Zeka from his stream, actually, because the fans were asking him question. Do not get nervous when you go into game 5. He was reacting like, what? It's more fun.
What do you mean?
He was like, wait, I mean, I get to enjoy a lot more because I don't feel the nerves getting me, It's just a lot more fun, a lot more intense. I love it. He was smiling. He didn't even, as if he was not getting the intention of the question. So he's a very, very, clutch guy.
Well, we actually have Zeka here with us right now for an interview. So I'm going to lane swap over there with my colleagues and welcome him.
Lane swap detected.
To
We're gonna
the space. Because we have a lot of questions, obviously. Thank you so much for joining us, Zeka. 소개 축하드립니다. Congrats on taking down Team Liquid. Tell us about what you thought about your level of confidence this series, from winning game 1, losing the second game, and the approach you had in game 3.
오늘 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 오늘 경기 하시면서 좀 자신감이 어떻게 변화되는지 궁금한데요. 1세트 승리 뒤에 또 2세트는 패배하셨잖아요. 3세트 어떤 식으로 또 들어가셨는지 전반적으로 플레이하시면서 어떠셨나요?
일단 오늘 경기 같은 경우에 저희가 좀 뱀픽적으로 다양한 시도를 하면서 좀 1, 2, 3세트 전부 다 좀 뭔가 좀 쉽지 않은 부분이 있었는데 그래도 게임 내에서 다 같이 잘 풀었다 생각해서 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
We wanted to focus on trying new stuff throughout the series. So I want to say all 3 games were actually difficult, but we managed to play out the game really well, ending up winning 2 games out of 3. So I think we were able to put up some good performance.
Going into the bracket stage, what do you think is the biggest thing that you and Hanwha Life have learned that you can apply towards potentially winning the tournament?
이제 또 4강전 또 결승을 앞둘 수도 있는 상황인데요. 이번 여태까지 라운드 로빈 치르면서 배웠던 점을 어떤 점을 적용해서 또 다전제 잘 치를 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
일단은 저희가 이제 어제 경기랑 오늘 경기에서 이제 한 세트씩 좀 지면서 패배한 경기에서 좀 아쉬웠던 부분들이나 그런 것들을 최대한 보면서 피드백하고 또 뱀픽도 수정을 할 만큼 수정 더 해서 준비를 잘 할 수 있을 것 같은 생각이 듭니다.
Because we lost, one game yesterday, one game today, we were able to realize our weaknesses in game and also from our drafting. So I think we can, use those takeaways to our upcoming best of 5s.
Both you and Zeus have been picking a lot of champions that you haven't played, even in the last couple of years at LCK. Who do you think is going to end up having played more unique champions? Do you think you can beat Zeus's champion pool?
지금 제카 선수랑 제우스 선수 모두 정말 몇 년 동안 본 적이 없는 그런 새로운 픽들을 계속해서 꺼내고 있어요. 이번 퍼스트 스탠드가 끝났을 쯤에는 누가 더 많은 픽을 했을 거라고 생각하시는지 제우스 선수 이길 자신 있으신가요?
제우스 선수가 더 많이 할 것 같고 제우스 선수가 아무래도 챔피언 폭도 넓고 실력적으로도 엄청 잘하는 선수다 보니까 좀 탑에서 특히 후픽으로 봤을 때 더 메리트 있는 상황이 많아서 아마도 제우스 선수가 더 많을 것 같습니다.
I have to say Zeus will win the unique peak played kind of a competition because he's a top laner. So there's a lot of advantage you get when you counter pick your opponent's pick. Also, he's a very talented player. His champion pool is so wide. So I would say Zeus will kind of have more champions in the pool at the end of the first stand.
Zeus is actually our player of the series today, our Oppo player of the series. What did you think about his performance? How would you rate his performance?
오늘 또 이제 보시는 것과 같이 제우스 선수가 이제 POS에 선정되었습니다. 오늘 제우스 선수 활약은 어땠다고 생각하세요?
일단 챔피언들이 다 엄청 플레이하기도 힘들고 엄청 좀 약간 한번 실수하면 좀 까딱하면 지는 그런 챔피언들인데 그런 챔피언들로 탑 라인전부터 한타까지 엄청 다 잘 소화해준 것 같아서 듬직했던 것 같습니다.
I mean, he was playing the champions that are really difficult to execute to a perfect level, but he managed to kind of pull off perfect play starting from the laning phase up until the team fight phase. So those champions doesn't really leave you a room to make a mistake, and he was showing a perfect performance. So shout out to Zeus.
Yeah, so you have domestically in the LCK played a lot of 5-game series. If you had to choose, you end up winning first stand, would you rather do it without dropping games or with dropping games? Because you have mentioned that you love playing as many games as possible, and maybe that allows you to play more champions as well.
또 제카 선수가 예전에 옥곽 가도 5경기 가면 더 재밌다, 뭐 긴장도 안 되고 난 즐겁다라는 말씀도 하셨는데 사실은 이번 LCK 컵에서도 계속해서 옥곽을 했잖아요. 만약에 이번 퍼스트 스탠드를 우승하게 된다면 깔끔하게 3대0, 3대0으로 우승하시고 싶으신지 옥곽으로 하는 게 더 좋으신지 어떨까요?
일단은 이제 LCK컵 하는 내내 옥각으로 경기를 하게 돼서 너무 힘들었는데 사실 옥각이 뭐 재밌기도 하지만 결국엔 또 이겨서 또 재밌다고 생각했는데 근데 하는데 체력도 너무 힘들고 해서 웬만하면 3대0으로 이기고 싶습니다.
I mean, we have been playing 5-game series after 5-game series. I mean, I say it was really fun because in the end we won, you know. Imagine playing 5 games and like losing the end. I would not be feeling the same. And also it's very tiring and exhausting. So I would rather have 3-0.
We can take a look at the semifinals matchup actually to see what we have on the menu tomorrow, because while the schedule is to be determined in the next hour, Zeka, you will be playing against TES. Now, looking at the beginning of the competition, this should maybe have been a finals matchup, but what is your take on TES and what they've shown or maybe haven't shown so far?
4강 대진이 이렇게 해서 하나생명대 탑 e스포츠로 완성되었는데요. 탑 e스포츠에 대한 생각과 어떤 4강전 예상하시는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 지금 TS가 성적이 많이 패배는 하긴 했었어도 또 이제 LPL에서 제일 잘하는 팀이기도 하고 또 이제 다전제 가면 엄청 잘할 거라고 예상해서 쉽지 않을 거라 생각하고 그래도 저희도 좀 준비 잘 해서 꼭 결승까지 가면 좋겠습니다.
Although they were not on their best form so far throughout the first stand, I still have faith in them because they are the champion from the LPL and they are going to do even better in the best of 5 series. So I don't think it's going to be an easy series for us. I think we have to give our all.
Now, could you give me a prediction on who do you think is going to win between CFO and Carmine Corp and what would be the scoreline? I have to ask.
경기를 해봤을 때 아무래도 저희가 카르민 코프한테 1세트도 따이기도 했었고 또 나름의 저력 있는 조크 픽들이 많은 팀 같아서 좀 더 껄끄러워서 카르민 코프가 좀 더 잘하는 것 같아요.
So based on my experience, I played both CFO and KC, and the KC is the team that made us drop a game, and it feels like they have a lot more pocket picks up their sleeves. They were very difficult to deal with actually, so I feel like they are stronger. So I believe they will be coming out on top.
That makes me happy. Thank you so much for this prediction. We'll see about all this tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us today. Zeka, it's going to be a long day for you tomorrow. So I'm going to lane swap back actually to the other side of the set. And guys, I want to ask you your prediction actually for who do you think is going to win tomorrow? HLETS, CFO. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
CFO, Casey, yeah, what can we expect here?
Do you want prediction or do you want
prediction from the entire
everyone?
sets. Yeah. Except me, because
Well, I mean, I'm be interested, but I imagine you're going to go
I mean, I have to go KC.
What, KC 3-1?
Yeah,
Unlock 3-0?
The fans are going to be waiting for me outside otherwise. So yeah, we're going to go KC 3-1 here. And yeah, for me, HLE showed a lot of dominance, which is not something that I can say for TS. So I expect a rather one-sided series for this one.
Any TES fans that want to...
I'm on desk tomorrow, so I'm going to save my predictions for then, because I am sure we'll
like it.
Yeah, I've heard from a very close friend of mine who is a big TES fan that he will also be there tomorrow.
It's going to be a fun time.
So there'll be 2 TES fans to suffer together, because I do think Hanwha Life is going to take it, right? Even if TES was playing well, I would have faith in Hanwha. I think there's a reason why this team was able to win again and again and again in the LCK Cup. I think the last 2 series, they clearly kind of let loose. I think tomorrow they'll lock in again, and I think that will be a one-sided series. KC versus CFO, I actually think is really hard, because I think CFO has been a lot more consistent with the performance. So I'm going to lean towards them, even though I think K-Corp improved as much as they did. CFO, by all accounts, have been the 2nd best team in the tournament, right? Which is kind of crazy coming in, and that really gives me a lot of confidence in them in the best of 5 as well.
Jisan, do you want to venture a prediction here?
I mean,
on the spot here, but
we all just heard what Zika said, you know. KC seems stronger. I'm just going to copy his answer, honestly.
All right. We take Zeka's homework. Usually that's what works. Of course, with our 4 teams qualified, we have to say goodbye to Team Liquid. A valiant effort from them, especially when you consider the beginning of the season for them, the fact that they make it so far and managed to take a game off of HLE. I cannot wait to see them back in LTA.
Yeah, I'm obviously really sad for them because I know these guys. I know they really wanted to have a better showing than they did, to be quite honest. I'm just glad that in this final series, we saw them actually playing a lot more proactively, a lot more aggressively, really, really attacking where they could, because I think that was something that was missing in their match against CFO. I thought they played a lot more hesitantly. I thought their setups were a lot worse in that. And they made some map mistakes that I don't think they made in today's series. So I'm at least happy that not only did they, it's less about taking a game, but the fact that they were actually able to show what they are good at and how they actually won domestically.
It's always going to be bittersweet, right? Because they were still in control of their own victory and unfortunately not being able to make it. I do think that it feels a lot better, as rough as it is, to end strong. Obviously, they started strong and then kind of tapered off after that. So we'll see what they bring.
Yeah.
I feel like they've been such a consistent mainstay for the LTA internationally, and I don't think that's going to change.
Respect to the org, respect to the players and the lineup, and send them some love on social media. The year is long. It is a marathon, so we will see them again, no doubt. But that's all for us here for this day of first, and we will be back tomorrow for semi-finals, double best of 5 with a special earlier start time here with 1 p.m. KST. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
They push him away, but he does manage to use the ult to get himself out, and it's not enough! The empowered shock blast just destroys him!
It allows him to get soul point on the dragon as Doggo flying too close to the sun.
Yeah, not quite working out. Arcane shifting over the wall, but you can follow if you are the Yone. So Cream able to lock him down, gets back to work on this dragon as well. Unstoppable Onslaught is not available, but it is for Cream, who is going to be able to take him down with a Kingslayer. Driver, will he be able to find a few autos? Does find a few cheeky ones.
But he trades Flash here.
Oh dear, Jackie in trouble. Honkyu gets the barrier around. There's the anchor to the head to take down the Corky.
Oh, W. Yep. I think he's dead. Nice.
Five dead, I think.
Okay.
I have W.
Watch him. Nice.
Bye. I have flash.
10 seconds. I couldn't know.
Take the flash.
Nice job.
Take the flash.
Yeah. Nice.
Stop.
All right, Zeka is going to get pushed into APA. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. It's a fair bit of damage onto Delight, but that is going to be the ulti, and Delight should just die here.
For the dragon they want to take. APA going in.
Yeah, there's a beautiful ultimate as well as the Petrifying Gaze onto Zeka. The flash forward from APA gives him the double thumbs up, and that is a solo kill.
I'm looking left side. Looking back line after. Looking back line. Trisana. Jingo inside. Okay.
Jin flash.
About Jin.
Hitting Jin.
Jin, I'm with you.
Tight on the flash now.
Because Jin. I'm marking Quinn.
Tight on the flash. What's up? There we go, Kim. We go, Kim. We go, Kim. We go, Kim. Kunzan. Going around now. Champion. Let's go. China. Jin now. Middle wave, guys. Yeah, we can go mid after. Let's go mid. Nice. Good job.
Zeus picks up one onto his true shot barrage, and that is going to secure it for Yun.
Big kill for Yun there in the top lane.
And he pops like a balloon. Humpty also going to suffer the same fate as Zeka gets himself out of there, using his health bar as a resource, ladies and gentlemen. But HLE showing exactly why they're the favorites here on their home turf.
Fire me up, I'm jacking the system. Fire me up, I'm jacking the system. Amiga, never need a breather, neither. Come along, start the procedure. Everything's tasting sweeter. Everybody up on the top floor. Everybody up on the top floor. Everybody up on the top floor. Stand up, get your down for you. To the mayhem, lost all eyes for the days in. Rise up, generation. Fire me up, I'm jacking the system. To the mayhem, lost all eyes for the days in. Rise up, generation. Fire me up, I'm jacking the system. Fire me up, I'm jacking the system.
We in it to win it. We in it to win it.
My team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah.
Can I please get a witness? Better go handle your business. What they spinning? Better be stacking with all of that capping and really start winning. No mercy and pity. Gotta get dirty and gritty regardless, no matter the city. All in or nothing. If you know like I know, you gotta hustle like you wanted something. All that hype, man, that's a heck of a price. I'm not the kind of the type pretending to be something for the majority just so I can get a million of likes. I know it's time, relentlessly, that's why I grind. Get on my mission cause I see the vision when I see myself in the mirror, reflection of my competition, so I can
my team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending. Yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah.
We in it to win it. We in it to win it.
I just continue to ride my own wave. You can catch me in the beach a lot, serving the streets to get paid. 24/7 around the clock. I'm cutting shit up like a barbershop. People who listen to eavesdrop. Loyalty is the key, no more flip-flops. Cause I can't stop till we all pop.
My team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, my team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah. We in it to win it.
If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned, and that shit hurt. Couldn't get worse, thought I was cursed. I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live when you learn. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned, and that shit hurt. Couldn't get worse, thought I was cursed. I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live when you learn. Yeah, the king is back. Took a little minute out the game. Had to handle business now, flipping tracks. In the kitchen, knocking Chrissy ranks. No lies, just spitting facts. Brother, rap for real. Had the deals. Done with the talk, I want actual meals. Cash goes with tea like a splash of milk. Are you dumb, bro? Everything fucked up. Get my team pumped up. Coming like a young Bruce Lee with a nunchuck. Everybody with me on the grind till the sun's up. Get the funds up, cause I'm past caring. Man, I'm barbarian. Laugh, stare at them. Can't share with them. Can't stare again. Man, I bring the fire like a Targaryen. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, don't care, you would get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Bro, I've been burnt, and that shit hurt. Couldn't get worse, thought I was cursed. I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live when you learn. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, don't care, you would get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. I was very mad when head and back, had to bury that, that's a buried hatch. Don't get me gas, cause once I'm gone, can't get me back. iPhone notes or pen and pad, BTN, yeah, I'm rapping that. So I'm selling stories, I can smell a rat. Won't stop till my crib got the helipad. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, don't care, you would get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Bro, I've been burnt, and that shit hurt. Couldn't get